Phelps, right here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
What was that on Saturday? I got people saying one thing. I got people saying another thing. Deshaun is definitively the starting quarterback. Shador deserves a chance. Shador should be the starting. Here we go. It's like the convolution of every little thing that's out there is now coming together into a cosmic fate and just getting ready to explode, because this time next week, we probably should know who the starting quarterback for the Browns will be on week one, although I'm not, I'm just, whenever it happens, but I cannot tell you how many different angles and theories and what people think based on a game where the Browns lose 34-10 for whatever that's worth. Like, I don't care about the score. The only thing that I care about in the score is the fact that they didn't get to 16 points. So to me, like, you're playing against the Bears' second-team defense, and you get one touchdown. Like, that's the big picture to me. And so that's one of the things we'll get to. We'll get to the Guardians today, who continue to kind of like in the American League Central, but plenty of time left in baseball. Todd Monken, we're going to hear his press conference today at 12:40. Tyvis Paul, super friend of the show, Jeff's partner on the postgame show, mine on the pregame show, is going to join us at 1:20. And Scott Petrek, who's our normal Monday guest, who always breaks down the Browns as well as anybody else, as I know. In fact, one of the best guys when it comes to breaking down the team. Scott's going to join us at 11 o'clock. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning, Jeff. How are you today?
Andy, I couldn't be finer. Thank you very much.
Nice. So my initial reaction to every game is the fact that you have the privilege of hosting the postgame show.
That's your reaction to the game?
Yes, and I always wonder what is the reaction from the fans immediately, like especially on a preseason game, which I would think if you knew who the starting quarterback would be like crickets, would be like, okay, let's hear what everybody has to say, get the commercials in, and get out of here. I have a feeling that's not. I heard a little bit of the postgame show on Saturday, and I'm just curious, what was the immediate reaction after the game on Saturday, not only from the fans, but from you as well?
From the fans, I thought it was mixed. I thought folks thought each quarterback, depending on who, I think each quarterback had some folks who thought they did a decent job, and each quarterback had folks who, in other words, just the same as everybody else, nobody knows. And my overriding thought was they had a 10-0 lead when the starters were out there for the most part. Offensive line starters only played 2 series. So you can't, I personally don't think you can judge anything on the offense with an starting offensive line that played 2 series. That said, they weren't out there doing great shakes, and Deshaun led them on a touchdown drive not using the starting offensive line. It was 10-play, 81-yard drive, and they got a field goal before that. So when they had reasonably high people on the depth chart out there on offense, they had a 10-0 lead. That doesn't mean much. Afterwards, they didn't do anything. Defense looks thin, but that's okay. As long as you stay healthy, which they won't. Nobody does. And the offensive line looks like it needs work, which goes back to what I've thrown out for a while now. Could you just pick a quarterback and get the whole offense going on the same page? So that I just think he needs to name a quarterback sooner rather than later. I don't care which one it is, but just name one and really work it and give that person and that crew and everything as many reps as you possibly can.
Did we learn anything positive? Because I'm not going to go that route first. Did we learn anything positive?
Yeah, Casey Concepcion looks like fun.
He does look like he's fun.
Denzel Boston had 1 catch, looked fine. So that's good to me.
That's it?
Yeah. Look, Andy, let's be honest. It's a preseason game.
Right.
The Bears weren't playing their starters, so, draw any conclusion you want, and it's probably not accurate. The Browns weren't playing most of their starters for any great length of time, so it's tough to draw any conclusions. And anybody who's going to be adamant about this boom, 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 based on what they saw on Saturday, working on, we don't know what Todd Monken was asking Deshaun to do, or Shedeur, or Dylan Gabriel. So we can sit here and observe, but you can't draw concrete conclusions based on a first preseason game where starters barely played. You can make observations, like Casey Concepcion looked good.
Yeah.
Like that. I thought Deshaun looked competent. I thought Shedeur looked competent. All three quarterbacks made turnovers. Deshaun's getting shredded for having his arm hit when when Austin Barber missed his block. Okay, that's fine. He's got to step up. He's got to protect the ball. That's true, but they all had turnovers. Again, this group to me is uninspiring, the quarterback group, and so pick one and go. I just don't think you have. I don't think you have a really good option in the room, as the kids say. And I can't wait for preseason game number 3 when we see Taylor Green, baby.
Maybe you'll see him next week.
Especially
knowing that both guys are going to get reps in the joint practice this week. So you may. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Taylor Green too. But I mean, that's like novelty ice cream, right?
Right.
Like you'll get it every once in a while. It'll be kind of fun, and then you'll be like, and then he'll be going up against their 4th team anyway. So it'll definitely be like that. I just when I walked away from the game, first of all, I'm just frustrated they can't get the ball in the end zone. I get one touchdown, no matter if it's preseason or postseason. Still, to me, Chicago was able to score 34 points in that game, and I'm like,
but they did it after most of the upper guys were out of the game.
I get it, but you're playing at an equal level, and so that tells you about your depth. And so that's kind of where I was. I'm just again frustrated by the fact that the offense can't get more points. But again, that doesn't. I mean, the big picture is I understand that. So as I watched, I was kind of. I finally, I think, fell into this, and I went back, and you have those moments where you're like, things you probably should have said, shouldn't have said. I woke up one morning like last week going, man, maybe Deshaun can turn things around. I don't know.
You said it on the air.
I said it on the air, and I got shredded. I mean, I went back and looked, and I know I should have closed the window, but I started looking at it. Then the harder part was I started looking at what people said yesterday, and I'm like, damn, they're probably right. I still think Deshaun Watson's going to get every opportunity in the world based on cash and the investment the organization made to make him the starting quarterback. It doesn't matter how many years. It doesn't matter what's happened over the last 4 years. There's still a financial investment in Deshaun Watson that cannot be ignored. And so I'm looking at that and I'm saying, okay, well, probably Deshaun week 1, no matter, it depends. I know it depends on what Shedeur says. I'm starting to lean a little bit more towards, you know what, just Shedeur, just go for it. Let's see what it looks like. And if it doesn't look right, we're going to know where we're at, and we're going to the draft, because I think the majority of the people here in town all know that it's like this year is kind of a limbo year, and you're waiting for the draft for next year. And so I'm trying to be calm about the situation, because at one point I had a headache thinking about the game, and which I probably shouldn't. I mean, on my off day, why am I having a headache about watching a Browns game? But my headache is just stemming from the fact that it's going to be an educational year. And I think that's the best way to put this.
Is that what it's going to be?
This is going to be an educational year.
Who knew?
Where you're going to be able to
get a master's degree at the end of it?
We're hoping, by the education is probably where we should be, because Saturdays are now probably more important than ever for this organization, because we're going to find our quarterback playing on Saturdays and not on Sundays. And I hope that it's Sanders.
NFL has JV games?
Yeah, they do. It's called college football. And by the way, those JV games a lot of times are better than the varsity games and have bigger crowds and better television ratings.
Yeah, well, not going to argue with you there.
I'm never going to belittle a JV coach. So we saw some things that were good. I do feel like they've got a wide receiver or 2 wide receivers, and I think those are some things you can kind of hang your hat on.
3. Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, 3. I'll give you 3. By the way, Luke Floria, nice catch. Although Todd just called him 81.
Gage Larvidan, nice.
Did you catch that?
Yes, I did.
he called he said on the catch from Floria, he was like, and that 81, I'm like, oh, man, he doesn't even know his name. That sucks. That sucks because I want Luke. You know I want Luke to make the team.
No.
I don't know. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. So, there are little things I think we've all learned from Saturday. I think we all know better than to throw all of our eggs in the basket because it was a preseason game. I did walk out of the game wanting desperately to see more Shedeur. And listening to what Todd said about Shedeur after the game, too, I was like, I kind of agree with what he was saying about how he does look better than he did last year. If you were Todd Monken going back and looking at what he did last year compared to where he maybe is at practice right now and what he did on Saturday, I understand where Todd is coming from. So I just, big picture on the game, this is going to be just buckle in because I think this season, that's what it's going to be. And I think the team is there for the future. The depth on defense is scary because it's not there. It's just not there. And you better hope that the starters on defense stay healthy all season long. But we're getting Zadarius Smith today. Did you hear that? That's supposed to happen?
I saw some rumbling there. Sure.
Yeah, so we'll see that.
They've been looking like crazy for backup defensive ends. Hopefully they found one.
Yeah, so that should come into play today as we look at some of the storylines and headlines that happened with Todd Monken talking at 12:40. Again, it's a week, and we just got to go through this next week. We'll see what happens with the joint practice with the Bills. We'll see what happens at home. Are they going to put sand down on the field the way they did in Chicago? Because a couple of the quarterbacks were complaining about that.
Well, the interceptions were because there was sand on the ball.
And that happens all the time, right? That's why I would say you can't play enough beach football. You need to play more beach football, and it's going to make you better.
You got to wear Speedos?
So give me your, can you give me an overall picture on the offense?
Yeah.
From what you saw?
It's young and it's incomplete.
Is it a year of education?
No. What it's going to be is it better be a year of winning some football games and looking decent, or we're going to be looking for a new head coach next year.
Do you really think that? I thought
history tells me that, Andy. I sure hope not. I think I like Todd Monken so far, but we haven't seen him coach a real game yet. But I like the guy. But it's the NFL, man. You better win. You better win some games. So Todd's going to do what he has to do to try and win some football games.
There were a couple of things I was kind of pleasantly surprised about. Again, I'm not like I can't dive my entire mind into Saturday's game and say this is the way it's going to be 100%. Guys are going to get better. You better just hope that guys don't get hurt. I think that's like from 10,000 feet. Like you better hope that your starters don't get hurt because if we've got to start digging deep, we're going to be in trouble on defense, and that's something that we just haven't talked about or thought about at all during this camp because we've been so focused on the quarterbacks. All right, so let's come back. I want your reaction. Is it overreaction here on a Monday? Is it therapy? What do you need from this team? What did you see on Saturday? Where are we going with this thing? Is it a fair competition? Because it seems to be that is an important thing for the coaching staff, to give them, at least Shedeur, a fair look at where we're going with this team this season. So 216-474-0092. That is the number to call. Scott Petrak at 11. You'll hear Todd Monken's press conference sometime 12:40, 12:50. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Here's something most roofing companies probably won't tell you. You may not need a new roof. Jeff Phelps here, everybody. Your shingles could simply just be dried out. Roof Max can restore them. Add up to 15 years of life to your roof and save you thousands of dollars compared to replacement. Think about that. A roofing company that doesn't want to sell you a new roof. Roof Max wants to help you keep the one you already have before you write a great big giant check for a roof replacement. Call 1-855-ROOF-MAX for a free roof assessment. 1-855-ROOF-MAX.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's
Guardians say just being cautious. The Lauders played in 107 games this season after only 42 last year in the minors because of injuries. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps present Overreaction Theater.
Oh, we had to dust that thing off, didn't we? Is it overreaction? It's a preseason game. You don't have a quarterback. You're seeing people for the first time. You got a revamped offensive line. I wasn't disappointed either, Jeff, with the pre-snap play of the Browns. Like, I thought that it was going to be worse. There was one big penalty. There was a tripping call.
It was on Titus Howard.
Yeah, that hurt a little. But for the most part,
they recovered from it and scored.
Yeah, and so I wasn't that to me, I thought would be a problem. That I think will be a problem at some point. And I just think it's natural. You can't ask five guys to go out there and play like they've been playing together for 20 years. They just haven't, or 10 years, or 5 years, or 3 years, or one. And I kind of think that's where they're at. At the end of the day, they ended up with what they ended up with penalties. 5 for 42.
Only one in the second half.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, that to me, that was a positive. Because I expected things to look much uglier from the penalty standpoint. Now, I don't know if the referees were just kind of letting some stuff go because it was a preseason game, and they know the coaches really, at the end of the day, really, I gotta quit saying at the end of the day. The coaches are trying to evaluate, and they're trying. No one's really, you'd have to do something super egregious, I think, in some situations to maybe get a flag. You might get that flag during the regular season. I think in preseason, I think the referees are a little more lenient. In some ways, it's just, I don't know if it depends or not. But that to me, Jeff, that was kind of a win at the end, because I said I knew that before the game I wanted to look and go, okay, what are they going to look like pre-snap? Because this has been a major problem during camp, and I don't think it was. I wasn't affected by it, so that means it's a win.
I don't want to downplay anything that anybody might have seen, but keep in mind, Monken's never been a head coach in the NFL.
I think we keep forgetting that.
There's I don't mean it from maybe that standpoint. I mean it from this standpoint. He's going to be so vanilla with what they have in the preseason. It's going to be silly. Why give Jacksonville something to study that they might see in the opener?
Yeah, I can't imagine they're going to come out with 3 straight runs.
I don't mind that. You know why? It'd been almost 2 years since Deshaun Watson had been on a football field. So you just get him out there and let him snap the ball a little bit. Honestly, nothing. I firmly believe this. I can't imagine anything in the preseason in these preseason games is going to be the deciding factor in who starts at quarterback. And Monken made a comment yesterday in his press conference that I found interesting, where he talked about that it's only fair that that Shedeur get a chance this week. And I thought, well, first of all, what's fair about pro sports? And then second of all, I thought, why would it be fair that he gets a chance? Just the way it kind of came off, and maybe we can hear that. The way it came off to me was just that it seemed like he's picked Deshaun in my head. And, well, it's only fair that I give Shedeur a chance. So that's just interpretation on my part. I could quite possibly be wrong, but it was weird to me, just the way it kind of sounded.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you happen to catch? We'll play that count when we get a chance. Did you happen to catch the end of the pregame show? The very last, Andrew. So at the end of the pregame show,
did not.
There's a thing. It's the final word from the head coach, and obviously years it's been every head coach that we've had. So Todd finally had his first chance, to kind of have the last word before the game. And Jeff, I don't ever remember hearing a coach get this emotional, especially during a preseason game. The bite was this. Andrew said, "Hey, you're a guy from Chicago, and now you've got a chance to be the head coach." And, what does that mean to you? And especially here in Chicago where you're from. And, Jeff, this is, you and I, we listen to sound bites our whole life. This is one of the best sound bites I've ever heard, where Todd said, we were coming into Chicago and we were getting ready to land, and the plane banked, as it always does in Chicago, right? There's very few smooth landings in Chicago, especially, and so he said the plane banked, and then I looked out the window, and there was Bob Munkin Field, named after his dad, at Lake Park High School, and he goes, and then he, like, there's no way he wasn't crying. He was so choked up before the game, and to me, I really I wasn't sure when they hired Todd, and you bring up this thing about saying what's fair for Deshaun to give him a chance, and then to hear him say that, and I know a lot of you guys are like, who cares what he can do? I'm telling you, there are so many times that we listen and people it's just verbal diarrhea, guys. Like, I got to tell you, Todd Monken.
That's an interesting visual.
A lot of times, that's what we hear, right, in sound bites, in press conferences. I know Dan will agree with me on that, right? Right? We hear that a lot. Dude,
Andy, we've been really impressed with how our guys have been able to go out there and execute what is necessary of our coaches and our players.
And that's in Atlanta now, right?
And that was Kevigan.
I got to tell you, when Todd said that at the end, right before the game on Saturday, I was like, wow. I'm like, this guy's real. Wow. You guys laugh at me with
he's real.
No, don't belittle this.
Kevin was not real.
Don't belittle this. Like, what I'm saying when it comes to coaches and, like, the makeup of Browns fans and the fact that Browns fans continue to go to the stadium despite the fact that we haven't seen winning, despite the fact that, these teams have been horrible. And, like, what Browns fans truly want. And they want to win, and they want to be able to go to that stadium and say, we're here for a playoff game, and we've got a chance to make the playoffs. And we've got all of this great history where we're from that has just been laid out, and it's dead. We want it to come back to life. And I don't know, there was just something about the way Todd said that at the end of the pregame show that kind of just caught my ear and made me understand maybe what Todd's all about as a person and as a man, because I think we want to know them. I think we've always wanted to know that. You grow up in Cleveland, you want to know those guys. You want to feel like you have a personal connection. And, man, if you go back and listen to the end of that pregame show on Saturday, you would have that personal connection. And I know sometimes you get on me because I look at things a little bit different, especially when it comes to having a connection, actually caring about our community, wanting to be a part of our community. And at the end of the day, it's always like, well, it's a business. It's not always a business. And Munkin's a guy that probably thought he was never going to get a chance to be a head coach in the NFL. He finally got it here in Cleveland. And it was just something about that moment when he was talking about flying over that field where his dad, where the field is named for his dad. And it's just like, oh, it's why we love the passion and the emotion of sports. All right, now I want to go back to what you were saying. So just tee that back up because we've got that bite.
Todd, speaking yesterday, said something about Shador in the quarterback fight that I thought was interesting, open to interpretation maybe.
I did feel going into last game that it was relatively close, in terms of both having an opportunity at the starting position. So it would be unfair to not go into the next game and allow Shador that opportunity, albeit a different team, certainly at home. There's no guarantee that the same players will be playing this game, but it's the closest you have. And we owe it to both players who have really handled it well and have competed at a high level.
We owe it to them. Really?
Yeah, no, I heard it. It's in the beginning.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. It's in the beginning of the bite where it kind of makes it sound like
it wouldn't be fair if, and I just thought, really? Again, I'm convinced that being an offensive-minded coach, he knew 3 months ago who he wanted to start a quarterback. He just needs to maybe see it on the field a little bit. Make sure that guy doesn't disappoint him down the stretch. I just think the only problem I have with it is, man, you're kicking this thing so far down the road. We saw the offense not look good. all the way around. The only time the offense actually looked good was when Deshaun led a couple of scoring drives. And I'm not even giving Deshaun credit for that. I'm giving it to the whole Browns offense. When the starting offensive line was out there, they put up 3 points. Next bunch of guys, they put up a touchdown drive. Okay. There's nothing fair about pro sports. And the fact that he even said it wouldn't be fair, I thought, wow, okay. Didn't it sound almost like he was the underdog in this?
Shador is.
Yeah.
Yes. He did.
That's the way it came off to me.
But truthfully, shouldn't he be?
Be what, the underdog?
Yeah.
Based
on experience in the league.
You would certainly think so.
Let me throw this one at you. Just based on this conversation that we're having right now, do you think the job came with Deshaun as the starting quarterback for Todd?
You mean Todd had hey, we want you to start this guy?
Yeah.
No. You think return on investment a lot more than I do. And you could be absolutely right. I think more than anything, it's like if he can uncover anything of what he had in Houston, he might be the better guy right now. And if I'm Todd Monken, I'm going to play the guy that gives me the best chance to win, because if you're an experienced coach who is finally getting your NFL chance, you're going to bank on ownership. You're going to bank on the general manager saying, "Oh, it's okay. We're planning for the future, and we want to see things, and it's more about development." You going to bank on that? I'm not banking on that. If I'm Todd, I'm thinking, I got to go win some damn games.
I think, though, that if you were in Monken's spot and they said to you, hey, the job comes with Deshaun as a starter in the beginning of the season, at least, and you've got finally the opportunity.
You think that was said?
No, I actually don't think that's anything. I don't. I hope it wasn't said. How's that sound?
Well, I don't think it was.
I hope it was. That's not said.
I hope not to.
But you'd be a fool not to think, okay, that could be a possibility. Knowing again, and I know you don't want to talk about return on investment, but I mean, plenty of first round picks.
There might be some validity to that. I just think I think Todd has to start the guy that he thinks gives him the best chance to win some football games, because we all know, coaching is not the most stable profession. You can look at the guys that the Haslam's fired after 1 year. Heck, is Chud and Freddie? Who else? I'd have to go back and even look, make sure there aren't any more.
That were here for like 5 minutes? Well, we had we forget our favorite guest.
Greg?
Greg Williams.
Well, Greg was interim, but had a winning record.
It's true.
Let's not keep him around.
All right, I know that's true. It made too much sense.
Wait a minute, he coached us to more wins than losses. Let's get somebody else.
But I do see some of that in Todd. Like I see that.
Yeah.
There's
absolutely.
a similarity there.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with. I like it.
There's nothing wrong with it.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. I know there's a couple folks that have been hanging on the line since the beginning of the show. Hang on. We're going to get to you here in a moment. 216-474-0092. Plus Scott Petrek coming up at 11. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin from my friends at the Valley Automotive Group. If you're looking for a Valley good deal like I just got, visit Valley Ford, Valley Chevy, and Valley
Sunday's game early. Sore left hamstring. The Guardians say they were just being cautious. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
All right, a little bit of overreaction theater here. We'll go back to the phone lines in this segment, too. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. The Browns debuting, Todd Monken's debut. 34-10, they fall to the Chicago Bears in preseason game number 1 for whatever that's worth. I mean, really, what is it worth, Jeff?
I'll tell you what it's worth.
34-10.
You know what the Browns' record was last year in the preseason when they ended up winning 5 games in the regular season?
3-0.
That's right, baby. How'd that work?
I enjoyed the parade.
I bet you
The
did.
parade to the men's room.
Yeah. Hey, this football talk, by the way, on 92.3 The Fan, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Dan, I did want your take, too, on this, on what we watched on Saturday. And because I still feel like the feedback from the game is different depending on who you talk to. So, but I don't think anybody here is unrealistic. I think, and I was thinking about across the board. I know what guys want, what they want to see. I think from what I hear on the station, but I think that everyone's pretty realistic about what we're about to embark on this season.
I took away from that game the rookie wide receivers are going to be a lot of fun. Casey Concepcion is going to make things fun. Denzel Boston's a big old dude. If you get the ball near him, he's going to catch it. Harold Fannin had an untimely drop. I feel like we have a 17-game sample size that tells us Harold Fannin can catch that ball. And so it's not too much of a concern or anything like that. I have a feeling this offense is going to be a little more explosive once the receivers get the ball in their hands. I have the same thoughts as everybody else. I want to see Shedeur Sanders start this. I want to see him with the first team because at least Shedeur pushes the ball down the field. I watched a quarterback in Deshaun Watson who processed slowly and wouldn't push the ball down the field. If I'm going to be bad, I want to be watchable. And if I'm just going to watch a guy check down and work slowly, I'm good. I don't need to watch that. If I'm at least going to watch a rookie quarterback with some promise to him, or I should say a second-year quarterback with some promise to him, push the ball down the field, I'll live through the turnovers, at least be exciting and watchable.
Can I throw this out at you? I know you are not crazy about Deshaun's processing abilities.
Get out of Dodge.
Can we wait and see what it looks like if he starts in the regular season? Maybe Todd just put it out there and made it real basic, and this is what I want you to do. Just, you haven't been out there in 2 years. Just go do this. I didn't think he was great. He had a good start and a lousy finish to his first half. But I'm willing to say, let's just see what this looks like if he ends up starting in the regular season, because we don't know what Todd Monken was asking him to do. We don't know what they put in game plan wise. It could have been so basic and vanilla that it just gave nobody a chance to do anything except kind of run the offense. And to be perfectly honest, if the skill position guys look as intriguing in the regular season as a couple of them did against the Bears, all you need is somebody to run the offense. I mean, you can be competent offensively if you have a quarterback who just doesn't turn the ball over.
Here's my, I don't know, and I feel like even when he was playing, and I know it's been 600 days, that Deshaun has this tendency to throw the ball at wide receivers' ankles. I feel like I'm watching that all the time, especially on short yardage passes that seem to be in that 5 to 8 yard range. And I'm wondering, is that release point? Is that fear of interception? Why does that continue to happen? It is, to me, it just jumps out. It jumps off the page. Am I the only one noticing this? Every ball seems to go to a wide receiver's ankle when Deshaun Watson's trying to make an intermediate throw.
You watch it in practice. This is why I have.
How is that not correctable?
I have no interest in watching this in the regular season.
Yeah.
that game took place, and I watched Deshaun Watson, and it was nice to see the ball move down the field at 5 yards a chunk. But I have no interest in watching this. Against a real defense, there was probably more sacks to be had, too. Like, I just don't want to watch him play quarterback. Give me Shedeur. Let's see what this looks like. Give me Dylan Gabriel. Let's see what this looks like. Give me Taylon Green. Let's see what this looks like. Why? Because at least there's unknown and promise there. I have no promise.
I don't. Is it rinse, wash, repeat with Watson? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I didn't think he looked really good. I didn't think Shedeur looked good. I didn't think Dylan looked good. Look, I said this last week. I didn't put this quarterback room together. I wouldn't have put it together this way. I would have gone out and brought somebody else in if you're trying to actually win football games this year.
Well, that's the other question I
Right.
walked out of the game with. Are we really trying to win? I mean,
but Andy, it's the first preseason game with a new offense and a starting quarterback who hadn't played in almost 2 years. We can't, Dan, I admire your passion. I don't think you can flat out just say this is the way it's going to be in the regular season. I just don't think you can do it.
Buddy, I got 2 years of evidence that says this is what it's going to be in the regular season.
We haven't seen him since his shoulder was repaired and his Achilles was better.
Did you just hear the sentence that you spit out?
Hey, look.
Does that sound like something that improves upon a quarterback's performance?
I wouldn't start the guy, okay? My hope is Shedeur starts. But if Shedeur doesn't beat him out, then why would you start Shedeur? If you're Todd Monken, you're trying to win football games. If he thinks Deshaun Watson gives him a better chance to win than Shedeur or Dylan, then he's going to play Deshaun Watson. Why? Because he may never get this chance again.
And develop talent. He's trying to win football games and develop talent.
Hey, Todd, thanks for developing the quarterbacks that we're not going to play in 2027. Good luck to you. I hope you find a good offensive coordinator gig somewhere.
Say what
Dan, he has to win games. Sorry.
You and I will differ on this.
I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle on this, too. I don't know what the prereq is on Todd.
Because I think it's be above the Freddie Kitchens line, boys. Don't be a mess. You can lose games, just don't be a mess.
He's going to get you're speculating that's what he was told.
Well, wait, no kidding.
Hang on. Is he getting
They don't let me in those meetings. I'd like to be. I'm open for invitations.
Is he getting a Hugh Jackson season? That's my question for you.
I think
as long as he doesn't lose the locker room, continues to have a bond with the fans, which I think makes a difference. Because I think our ownership group listens to the fans. Sorry, I've thought that since the beginning. That the fans affect the way this organization is run, which is fine. If that's what you want, but you need a head coach that's going to be able to say, "Hey, listen, I'm telling you, I've done this my whole life, and we got to move forward with this." Because I always go back to Kyle Shanahan on this. Like, if we would have listened to Kyle Shanahan, where would this team be now?
Here's why Todd might not get a Hugh Jackson season, and by a Hugh Jackson season, you mean a pass. You can lose as much as you want, and you're coming back.
Right. Because he's here, baby.
Because they invested so much on the offense. They brought in all new linemen. They used a first-round draft choice, a third-round draft choice, a fifth-round draft choice on a lineman. They brought in wide receivers. And if everything else steps up this year and they're good to go, and they didn't like what they saw from Todd, and they draft their quarterback next year, okay, we got the team now. Let's drop the quarterback in and go, oh, by the way, we need a better offensive mind.
Well, but they had to, though, Jeff. They had to invest in the offensive line. You couldn't run that back
I know, but
out.
Dan,
so you can't blame desperation on the guy you hired.
Somebody had to put. They've got to have 5 guys starting the line.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, I'm not arguing that point. They had to, and they had to add wide receivers. They had to do all this stuff.
Correct.
And if they don't like the way it looks with him as the head coach, they're going to think, well, we gave you all kinds of talent. Let's go get a better coach for next year because here's our rookie quarterback.
Here's the other thing.
Lenora Sellers is ready to go. Arch Manning's ready to go. Here comes Dante Moore. Let's go. Now we're ready. Let's get a better coach.
Yeah,
that's why Todd has to win games.
See. Does it look better at the end than it does at the beginning? And have you crossed the Freddie Kitchens line?
And if it doesn't, you go get a new coach.
Right. Have you crossed the Pete Carroll and the Raiders line? Where, as in, it was a mess.
And if it doesn't, you go get a new coach.
Las Vegas. Right. Don't be a mess. That's the bar. Don't be a mess.
Well, that's the bar you've set. You don't know what ownership has set.
You're right. And again, I am available to sit in those meetings.
And if I'm Todd, I'm not going to think I'm going with the Menigan plan. I'm thinking I better go win some damn games.
Wouldn't it have been a lot easier, though, if they thought they were heading towards next year and they didn't know wouldn't it have been easier just to keep Jim Schwartz as the head coach then?
Oh, God, we're doing this far back?
Well, no, I'm just saying. Hey, that's why I think Monken's here for a while. They're going to give him another shot after this year. That's why. Wouldn't it have been easier to leave Schwartz here if you thought you were looking for you were going to look for a different kind of a mind at the end of the season? Why wouldn't you have given Schwartz another year? Why wouldn't you have?
Got me.
So that's why I just think they didn't bring Monken.
Maybe they thought they were trading Miles. Maybe they thought they were trading Miles, and the Jim wouldn't like it.
Hey, guys, I think you saw it by the Jim Schwartz media tour that he then went on and proceeded to say all sorts of things about Cleveland and all that kind of stuff. Like, I think we saw why. Like, it kind of all proved itself out.
At the time of the hire, no one thought that.
Sure.
At the time of the hire, when they brought Monken, they're like, oh, this guy's coming in for 1 year. I can't tell how many times I heard that from people. And I'm like, why? Why? If you were just going to do it for 1 year, why wouldn't you just leave Schwartz?
But 2 weeks.
You could have left everything in place.
2 weeks to a month later, after he was doing Ryan Ripken, that's the Ripken, his show, and he was doing other radio shows along the way where he was trashing the Browns, it's like, okay, now I see why you didn't get the gig.
I don't know. All right, we'll get to your phone calls here coming up in the next hour because I do want to hear what you have to say. Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, super friend of the show. We'll get his take on the game. Is it overreaction theater here on this Monday after the first preseason game of the year where we're still trying to figure out what the quarterback situation is going to be, and we're getting our first taste of a new head coach. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to do what? Play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. We've been telling you all about it. Morning guys are on from 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon guys, they're on from 2 to 7. Each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
It's Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Again, if you want to hop on board with the conversation, 216-474-0092. Scott Petrak is in the middle of a press conference right now, so he's going to join us maybe in 20 minutes. So Scott is a
nice
super friend of the show, and he's doing a little bit of work. So he said, guys, I'll be with you here shortly. Just hang tight. We'll get to you. So Scott Petrak, make sure you're reading his stuff every week, too, on brownzone.com. He's got it all. He's a journeyman when it comes to covering the Browns, and that's why we trust him. That's why he always has good information, and I always enjoy talking to him. Todd Monken's press conference coming up at 12:40, 12:50, somewhere around there. Later this afternoon, we'll get a little bit more of a read on what's going to happen with this joint practice with the Bills. By the way, how about that? I mean, they're getting shelled for the new stadium. I don't know. They said it was a small voice that was loud when they did like the introduction. It's a Highmark Stadium, right? It's their new stadium. And the sight lines aren't what people expected. There's I don't know. I haven't heard good things. Somebody said the field was not good at all.
Should have put a dome on that thing, Andy.
I read a quote on that. I'm also wondering, so they put the big, they put like a big lid over the stands so that they won't get the snow problems that they had at the old stadium, right? So that snow is going to sit on the roof rather than come down on the fans. Man, that's got to be one strong roof in Buffalo.
I was going to say the same thing. It's like, really? You got 2.5 feet of snow up there, huh?
Yeah, they did it based on the model of one of the English stadiums that was just built.
Tottenham, that's
what it was. Didn't we play there? Tottenham Hotspur, isn't that what that is? So I was surprised by that. But Buffalo will be here this week. They'll have some joint practices. They'll play. You'll get your chance to go down to the stadium on Saturday and go see them. They got to get rid of, I'm telling you, Jeff, when I was there for the concert. Did you notice that too, Dan, at the concert? How many Myles Garrett and David Njoku signs there were up around? They were they hadn't changed a lot of the advertising inside. I saw a ton of Myles Garrett stuff in there.
I won't lie, I did not, but I really wasn't looking.
It was every time I walked by concessions, there were a couple. I'm like, ooh, and billboards throughout the stadium. I'm like, oh boy, they better fix that. We'll see what happens. What it looks like, even if they don't, I get it. It's still preseason. Dan's in Cleveland. Hey, Dan.
Hello, Dan.
Thanks for taking my call. Jeff, you were talking about fairness, okay? That Monken was talking about?
Yeah.
And here's something for you to think about that I thought about. At the end of the game, and we're talking about Gabriel versus Sanders, okay?
Right.
Gabriel was driving down the field on his last drive, okay? There was if I recall correctly, there's no big penalty or something. But he's driving down, and with 8 seconds left, we had Monken decided to call the game, but he could have called a timeout. Now, if you talk about fairness, what a situation you have here. What if with the last play of the game in 8 seconds, because they practiced these drills. Because remember Watson scored 7 touchdowns a week ago in practice?
Yes.
That was because he was a lot of the stations weren't reporting it, but they didn't tell you that he's inside the 10-yard line, half of them from the 2. They were just practicing situations. Mm-hmm. So if Gabriel would have scored a touchdown there, where does that put Sanders then? Because he drove down. See, and only Monken knows what plays he's calling, like you said earlier in your program also, Jeff. You know what I'm saying?
Dan, I will tell you, Dan, I was surprised they didn't call a timeout late. I thought the same thing you did.
Oh.
Well, I think they had 3. Did they still have 3 left?
I think they did.
Because I remember looking at the screen going, I wonder why they left.
I thought you'd you're practicing, right? So
yeah.
I would think
That's
you'd
a
want to try and practice
Jeff.
that situation.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yep, that's a practice. What a situation on the 8-yard line
Yep.
with 9-yard line with 8 seconds. The man is trying to make an impression on this team. So where's the fairness there? He drove all down the field. He didn't throw an 80-yard bomb to get down there. And so what a situation. They practiced that in practice. What a great time, especially with 34 unanswered points. So you walk out of Chicago with the team feeling a little better about themselves, possibly.
I mean, how about
Agreed, Dan.
How about when they went for it on 4th down, deep in? They were in the Chicago 5 in the 3rd, and they went for it on 4th and 1. I mean, you take 3 points there at that. I mean, you could have taken some
Remember
points
when
there.
Sanders was in there? He was down on the 2, and they didn't get in.
Yeah,
And by the way,
what I was talking about.
Gabriel's under 6 feet. Nobody got complaining anywhere of 2 block passes. Can't Sanders see over the line? I'm just
Yeah,
throwing
he had
that
2
out.
passes knocked down.
Yeah. All right, Dan. Thank you. Yeah.
I thought that was interesting, and also
the Watson fumble was another one that was like, what?
Why?
He just lost the ball.
Well, he got hit.
He got hit on the
Austin Barber got beat, and the
and then he bumped
defensive
into
player got to him and hit his arm.
It was just one of those you were looking at going, oh, I hope that he got the. Oh, I didn't. Right? You're watching the play. You're like, just go forward a little bit.
I thought it was weird that Shador had 2 passes knocked down as well.
Rhino, Youngstown, what up?
Hi, Ryan.
Hey, gentlemen, yeah, thanks for taking my. Ooh, talk about hyperbole, man. I was not prepared for a Browns Therapy Monday. Again, it's supposed to be apathetic, just we're going through the motions. But again, everyone's up in arms on this one. I honestly, Jeff and Andy, maybe you can remember. I don't remember too many preseasons. The only one I significantly remember is the 25,000 fans of us in Canton for Tim Couch and the Browns back and us beating the Cowboys. Everyone acted like we won the Super Bowl. That was hyperbole. That was awesome. And every other time, it's just we kind of remember, hey, man, there's too many injuries. We don't want preseason games. That's really what you remember. But this is a rare game where there is a lot of attention going on normally that is not. And again, I think rightfully so. I think fans should be preparing themselves for what is, which is the unknown of who is under helm again. At the same time, is there any type of chemistry that can be evolved with these wide receivers, obviously, in the quarterback scenario? And again, I don't feel confident, obviously, but I'm prepared, like a lot of Browns fans are, of what's about to be in store for us. And I just feel we got a glimpse of it.
Not good, right?
Yeah. Again, man, I'm all in, obviously, on the Browns, Andy. It's just that I just feel like this is just one of those years. And I know I don't want to lose. That's not my mentality. At the same time, I just feel prepared that this is a team that needs an identity, like Menigan and other people have said. We need a guy in there that we could say that is our guy. We don't have that guy behind quarterback. We have some good dudes on defense, et cetera, but we don't have an identity. We need an identity as fans to get behind something like a Burrow, Lamar Jackson. I'm not saying that level, but something, and we don't have it. And again, the only way to get that is one of those possibly in the draft, man. And again, this is just that lackluster year. Hopefully some chemistry evolves, but I just feel this is one of those years, Browns fans, just be prepared, man. Because
it's a year of education. That's what I can. It's a year of education. All right, Rhino, thank you.
Is it grad school or is it Montessori?
Finish that thought, Ryan. No, we lost him.
What do you think? Grad school or Montessori school? Is this preschool, pre-kindergarten?
I think it's more college because we're waiting for a college quarterback. Maybe.
Okay.
Is that fair?
I see what you did there.
Let's go, Levon. What up? How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm all right. I didn't watch the game. I caught it on the news. I'm not about to waste my time because I know they're going to be sorry.
Wait, you watch the news? Isn't that wasting time too? Keep going. Sorry.
No, I ain't about to waste my time getting excited to watch the game. I know they're going to be sorry. They can't make a decision who they're going to be the quarterback. Once they make a decision on
he made a decision. He said, "I'm not telling you. We're going to let these guys battle it out."
Let me finish.
You just said something wasn't right. I'm just correcting you.
I'm saying once they make the decision on who they're going to make the first string quarterback, and then I'll be excited.
Then you're in.
Okay. Then for LeBron.
Oh man, come on! It was a good phone call. I enjoyed it there for a second.
You enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I was like,
until somebody cussed.
I'm like, he's like, oh man, and then all of a sudden,
everybody needs to understand. We all have a button. We can all push the button, and anything you say goes away. So don't even bother.
It's a time warp. You're not getting.
Don't even bother.
You're not, yeah, I know. It was a good phone call though too. I was enjoying that.
Yeah, it was riveting.
All right, well, pick us up, Kevin at Cuyahoga Falls. Hi, Kev.
Kev.
All right, over to.
Hey, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah,
I'd like to.
Yes.
Yeah. So the good, even Jeff must have had a glimmer of happiness in his life when he saw Concepcion outrun the Bear defense. I mean, wow,
baby.
Yeah, he got wheels, don't he?
He can spin them, Kevin.
Oh, even I got out of my seat. I said, "There's some wheels, boy! Woohoo!" I haven't seen a wide receiver on our team move that fast in years. I was like, "Wow." The bad is, I'm just going to say Shadur. He stunk, and the ugly was that O-line. Wow.
I don't feel like he didn't play enough to. Yeah. Do you think he played enough to garner stunk?
And he sailed that past 30 yards above the guy's head.
Yeah, I know,
that
but I mean,
so ugly. Oh,
I don't know. You got a guy coming in. I wanted. Am I the only guy that just wanted to see more?
Yes, Andy, I'm with you. I agree.
Okay.
Shadur should have been given more time. I 100% agree with that.
Okay,
I wanted to see more of him.
Well, we'll get it. We'll get to see that time. It's been promised. So.
Yeah, the next game we're supposed to see a lot more of him. So and listen, Watson impressed me. He's got more gas in the tank than Jeff Old Van had. So I mean, I think there might be something there. So, but listen, these Shadur folks, I just gotta say, just stop, just really. I mean, what's the only thing a player can ask of a coach? Really, what's the only thing a player can truly ask of a coach?
Opportunity.
Hustle.
Opportunity.
Exactly.
Player of coach, yes.
Cleats on the grass. Did I miss the fact that Shadur had his cleats on the grass for multiple games last year? And I would challenge any of these Shadur people, forget the name, wipe it out, put Joe Brown in or whatever, and just look at his stat line. Extremely pedestrian at best. So the guy has yet to show us he's the man. And yesterday didn't really, change that opinion, certainly not for me. So, I mean, maybe there's a reason all 32 teams passed on him for 4 straight rounds, and maybe we're seeing that, he may be a really good, competent backup, and maybe that's as high as his, boat floats in the water. So if it is, it is. Good for him, But yeah, Jeff, I knew you were warning us about that O-line, and wow. It showed pretty badly yesterday. So let's hope these guys get more time together, they gel better, and they can start blocking a whole lot better, because it doesn't matter who they put behind him. From what I saw yesterday, wow, that guy's going to take a pounding if they don't get it together.
All right, Kev, thank you. Jeff, I saw the O-line for 2 series. What am I missing here? They had a field goal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they went 3.
The thing with
the question is their run blocking versus pass blocking. I thought
the run blocking was atrocious.
Yeah, I thought Joe Thomas made a good point of that during the game.
What did he say? I was listening to the radio.
It's what they were talking about: run block versus pass block. It was exactly
offensive linemen love to run block.
Yeah,
even if they don't do it well.
They're a new offensive line, Jeff. They've got to get used to playing.
Here's the thing with the offensive line. You brought in a bunch of new guys. You brought in a bunch of veterans, all who had been cut loose by other teams. Okay? And say it any way you want. If the other team didn't want them back, there was a reason why. We'll trade you Titus Howard.
There is zero argument.
Go ahead. Zion's a free agent. Go ahead. Elton Jenkins, love him. We're not going to bring him back. I mean, doesn't mean they can't come here and play well. It really doesn't.
Any chance Joel Bitonio comes back end of the week?
The guy you should be excited about is Spencer Fano.
Yeah, I am. Again, it's that to them. It's one. I am not making a bold statement about our offensive line after
got to give it time.
two series.
Yep. Andy, you're right.
In one game,
You're right. You're right.
I mean, you just can't.
No.
216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. Hopefully Scott Petrak when we return or within the hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Training camp coverage powered by Genesee Brewing Company, 92.3 The Fan.
The roofer stood in my driveway and said the number, $19,000 for a roof on a house I'm still making payments on. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the thing that breaks us. Then my neighbor mentioned Roof Max. They restore the shingles you already have for a fraction of the cost of a new roof. What if I spent all that money and later found out my roof still had years of life left?
We're the strangest roofing company because we don't want to sell you a new roof. We want to save the one you have. 1-855-ROOF-MAX. 855-ROOF-MAX.
I'm a Ram truck guy, and if you're looking at a new truck this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Because, truth be told, how I became a Ram guy was pretty simple. I headed to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one up, and I felt the power. And from that point on, guys, I was a Ram guy. Right? And for power, there is no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. And while we're on the topic, why would you or anybody else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? People would laugh. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram with Ram's 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
Celebrate National Hair Loss Awareness Month with Vanscoy Hair Clinics. Thicker, fuller hair you deserve with 0% financing for up to 24 months. Visit vanscoyhair.com to learn more. Vanscoy Hair Clinics.
It's already been a scorcher of a summer, but just because it's hot outside doesn't mean you have to be hot inside. The smartest thing you can do to keep your home cool and your electric bill lower is better insulation from USA Insulation. Hey everybody, Jeff Phelps here. USA Premium Foam will help you keep the heat outside where it belongs. Attic insulation just isn't enough in a hot summer. You need your walls filled with foam. And to help you during this heat, when USA foams your walls, they'll upgrade your attic insulation for free. Call 1-800-USA-FOAM and get free attic insulation when they foam your walls. Home inspectors rave about the difference they can feel when they walk into a USA insulated home. I heard from a woman whose power went out for 2 days. When it was 95 degrees outside, her home stayed comfortable without any AC. Beat the heat. Call 1-800-USA-FOAM and get free attic insulation when they foam your walls. Again, 1-800-USA-FOAM, USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation. At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. He's a pride of Bedford High School and the Buckeyes. Tyvis Powell talks Browns football every Monday afternoon at 1:20 with Baskin and Phelps on Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
After an off day yesterday, the Browns are back to work in Berea today. The team will be welcoming the Bills to town on Thursday for a joint practice, and the two sides will square off for their preseason matchup at Huntington Bank Field on Saturday. Shedeur Sanders expected to work with the ones today at practice. As Todd Monken said, he'll be starting on Saturday. We'll be hearing from the head coach ahead of practice today at 12:50, and you can hear that press conference live right here on The Fan. Some news around the NFL. Jets running back Breece Hall strained his groin in practice today and will undergo imaging to be evaluated. Head coach Aaron Glenn said he didn't think the injury was a big deal, but we'll know more after testing. And Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles announced today that Baker Mayfield will be playing in their preseason game on Saturday when they face the Chiefs. Guardians dropped their 5th straight series over the weekend after losing 2 of 3 to the Padres. The team has the day off today before continuing their homestand tomorrow with a 3-game set against the Giants. No word yet on whether or not Chase DeLauder will be back in the lineup tomorrow. The outfielder left Sunday's game with a sore left hamstring, but the team said they pulled him out of an abundance of caution. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Our guys, Daryl Ryder and Lance Reisland, have their daily Browns training camp recaps on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Reisland break down the storylines from each day's practice And, of course, your daily quarterback competition that we can't get enough of. All the updates on that. And you can catch the recap each and every night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page right now.
It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Todd Monken's press conference a little bit more than an hour away. Tyvis Powell is going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour. Scott Petrak's probably going to join us here in about 20 minutes. And we were probably going to do headlines there, but Dan Mennigan, being the leader that he is, being the man of the hour, said, you know what? Scott's going to be at 40. Let's do headlines now. And I'm like, okay, we can do it. Sounds good.
You did?
I did.
Did?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you did.
Whatever.
All right.
Well, it must be. There's the music.
It is.
Yeah.
Live from an obstructed view seat in Buffalo. All right, or maybe not. Obstructed view in Cleveland. Here's Dan Mennigan.
I mean, the panic room is always an obstructed view of everything, so this is the world we live in.
Not me. You can see me.
Right, it's an
Sorry,
obstructed
pal.
view.
I see a lot of glare.
It does kind of have a two-way mirror thing going on. Now, some of it is the fact that I probably should turn the lights up more so you guys can see.
That's all right.
But nonetheless, all right, let's begin in the NBA. There was a trade that took place with the Cleveland Cavaliers. It came down on Friday after our show.
Yeah, Kuminga's coming.
Dennis Schroeder has been acquired by the Charlotte Hornets in exchange for Trey Mann, according to multiple reports. So the Cavs moving on from Dennis Schroeder, sending him out for Trey Mann. Jeff, thoughts on the trade?
I know where he's going.
You do?
I think so.
They've saved some money. Is Trey Mann, is he the answer to your backup point guard? Maybe. He'll be solid. But you traded a backup point guard who's been around like crazy for one who's been with a couple of teams, Oklahoma City, Charlotte, and he'll be fine. How's that? And you've opened up an opportunity to save a little money so that you can spend it on somebody else. We'll see. But they're going to need a backup point guard now. Who's that going to be?
I think you were a little more optimistic than I thought you were going to be. I thought you were.
Well, why?
I don't know. I thought you were like, here goes it. We got another guard.
Well, you gave up a 6'1" guard. You got a 6'4" guard.
Yeah, so you grew 3 inches.
Yeah, there you go.
Congratulations. The Cavaliers have hit puberty. Congratulations.
Now all you need is a wing guy. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. That was a conversation from 4 years ago and 3 years ago.
Jeff,
and 2 years ago.
Did you like the Eastern? Did you like the Eastern Conference Finals?
Did we have a parade for that? Stay tuned.
Yeah.
By the way, you want to read a fun?
It went.
You want to read a fun story?
Sure, Jeff.
Our buddy Sam Amico wrote one on hoopswire.com. He talked to an NBA scout with another organization who said, Jonathan Kuminga, Peyton Watson, who they're talking about?
Yeah.
Nah. Just go read it. Hoopswire.com.
It's not going to happen?
No. He doesn't like either one of them for the Cavs.
Okay.
And he also made a great point, though. He said, they don't have to do anything. They can just roll this team back. And, if you have them by March, you're fine. You can make moves in the season.
Just wait till the trade deadline?
Yeah. Which might not be a bad idea.
I just don't think you want to swim in the play-in pool for the whole season, do you?
Well, I don't know that you would. But I would rather go get Kuminga or even Watson. I think they would both give you something you don't have right now.
Next.
We'll see where it goes from there, because that doesn't solve the size problem. But nonetheless, apparently this trade also does nothing in means of a James Harden split. If anything, this is all still a part of the James Harden is going to be back. It's just a matter of time to leave the cap open and all that kind of fun
James
stuff.
still playing basketball, huh?
Apparently.
I thought he was just trimming his beard.
Hey.
I don't know if you trim that thing.
It's nice that they have a little agreement with him, and hey, don't sign anywhere else. We'll get you.
It is so hard not to look at that beard and think of Peter Griffin and the birds living in there.
On the list of people whose agents we should all hire if we ever get to this point in our lives. Did you guys see Bradley Beal got a 2-year, $13.2 million deal from the Clippers? Whoever Bradley Beal's agent is,
I believe it's
we
Rich
need to
Paul.
hire him.
Isn't he a Rich Paul client?
I have no idea. I didn't look and Google it or do any of those things along those lines. I just looked at that and went,
Is it Mark Bartelstein?
wow,
I don't know.
I want that agent.
Well, Good for him. Yeah, Bradley Beal was a phenomenal player.
Right.
And he got paid back in the day, but he hasn't been much lately, and good for him. There you go. NBA is a great spot. Yeah, I'm down. I'm not done what I've done. Have $13 million.
All right, just give me a couple million. I'll sit at the end of the bench and be tall.
That's
a great
He might
gig.
not sit at the end of the bench. He might, if he can find it.
I want his agent or I want Cam Robinson's agent. Those are like the two guys that I want. The offensive tackle who was with the Browns for a cup of coffee on a
Former number
one-year,
two overall
$15 million deal.
Wasn't he number 2 overall pick by Jacksonville?
You should see the amount of cash that guy has made to be below average.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I need that agent.
Yeah. We've done all right for ourselves being below average.
But think of what we could be being below average with his agent.
That's a valid point.
You'd have the Isle of Phelps in no time.
That'd be phenomenal.
Really would.
According to Sports Illustrated, there are 42 players listed at 7 foot tall or taller in the NBA. 42?
None of them play in Cleveland.
Yeah. Is that weird? Is that right?
And none of them
Seems
play
like a
in
lot,
Cleveland,
man.
On the football side, I think
I
rookie
know
running back
one 7-footer personally. That's it.
Rookie running back Jeremiah Love dealing with a high ankle sprain,
Who's that
unlikely to play the rest of the preseason for the Arizona Cardinals.
High ankle sprains are not a good thing for a running back.
Especially a rookie.
They'll make sure he's absolutely 100% ready to go before they put him on the field. Maybe you look for him in week 2 or 3 or 4. Just don't want to mess with that thing.
Yeah, I just get leery of injuries during preseason. I'm just like, ugh. I just think I feel bad for athletes that get hurt during the preseason, and you might as well chill and just make sure they're healthy.
Don't get hurt. Yep.
Yeah,
Definitely a
the
no
Lauder's
news.
the name that keeps flowing through my head right now. So.
No news is good news when it comes to training camp. So, interesting thought that has come out courtesy of the Heisman Committee. So I'm grabbing this from ESPN. The new team at Heisman has launched Heisman Hopefuls, a data storytelling and fan voting platform aimed at expanding the conversation about the award. So the idea of this, according to Heisman CEO Jeff Price, he said, "We surveyed college football fans and they told us clearly that they want more data on players and more ways to engage with the Heisman Trophy throughout the season. So their way of doing that is allowing fans to place the first official vote for the Heisman Trophy." Andy, what do you think of fans voting on the Heisman?
I think this has got to be sold somewhere in the background, right?
Yes.
Is it EA Sports? There's got
to be money involved somewhere.
It's a brilliant idea if you're trying to make more money on the Heisman Trophy, right? Oh, we're going to give you fan interaction. Brought to you by Bob's Beer.
It does have to be run. It is run by EA Sports College Football.
So there
player
you go.
ratings and all that stuff is going to be updated throughout the whole thing. So yeah, I'm sure they've got their.
So I'm sure that they're paying for that.
Yeah, I'm
that's
sure
where
there's
that comes
checks with
from, and then at the end they'll be like, "Well, fans got to vote on this." You're like, "Well, what was the percentage of fan votes on it? 2%. Oh, okay." This just smelled of marketing and making cash to me.
Welcome to college football.
That's true. Oh, those amateurs. Those amateurs are so lucky.
Not even mad about it. That's just the way it is now.
It is the way it is.
Do we think it's a good idea though? Just to even if it's 2% or something like that. Like I think
just
I'm okay
causes
with that of it.
engagement.
Just as long as it doesn't turn into.
They should get a trophy so that they can hang out with it for a while. They could probably call Jaden Daniels because I guess he has 2 now.
Is that story ridiculous?
Story is so silly.
Feinbaum laid into him.
He wanted the LSU version of the Heisman back.
Yeah.
They get one. The school gets one. The player gets one. Jaden Daniels wants it back, even though it was never given to him.
Oh, I thought that was his.
No. The school gets one, and he gets one. From the story I read. And he wants them to give theirs up.
What is wrong
There's a
with
nice
him?
young kid who's really getting... It's a bad look.
Over a number?
Bad look.
Let me just say this.
That he wore for 1 year.
When's the last time Archie Griffin stepped on the field? 75, 76, somewhere, right? To me,
Sounds right.
it makes Archie even greater the fact that when he gave Katsamora, he said, "I don't care. You're going to get me one of the best linebackers in the country. All I got to do is let him wear my number. It's not even my number. It's the school's. Okay, you can have it." God bless you, Archie Griffin. God bless you.
Because he's a future Hall of Famer, this is newsworthy, but we all know the exact direction that it's going. Aaron Donald worked out with the Rams for a second time. He's coming back, right?
Oh,
yeah, I think he's just missing the preseason.
Of course he is.
I think he's doing the old Michael Strahan. I don't want to go through training camp, but trust me, I'm in good shape. I can still go after the passer.
Yep.
Amen.
Yep. All right. Again, it's newsworthy.
Same with Joe Bitonio, right?
Good for him. I hope he goes back. That'll be fun to watch.
That's not happening. I know.
Right.
Wishful thinking.
Rest in peace, Tommy John.
I
You guys
know.
see Tommy John
Yeah.
passed away over the weekend?
Yes. Former Cleveland Indian, Tommy John.
We know what he's going to be remembered for, but I think we don't all totally know how good of a pitcher Tommy John really was and how dominant he was at one point in his career as well. Like we all know that it's going to be because of the arm, the elbow reconstructive surgery, the UCL repair, the replacement surgery that took place is what he'll be forever known for.
Yeah. In reading,
God, was he good?
In reading about, I did a little reading about the history of the surgery after Tommy passed, and I thought, did they do this on somebody else first? Like some guy who was a plumber or an electrician or something else. And no, the first guy to actually have the surgery, period, was Tommy John. And Frank Jobe was the doctor who did it, and he had this idea. And his concern was that it wouldn't last. He thought, this will be temporary. My concern is it won't last. So after he did the surgery on Tommy John, he didn't do another one until Tommy came back. It was 2 years after Tommy had his that they did another one, because he wanted to see if it had some staying power. Well, Tommy John pitched 12 years in the major leagues, then had Tommy John surgery and pitched 14 more. 26-year career pitching the baseball. That's Nolan Ryan-esque right there.
288 career wins, 4,875 career strikeouts, and a 3.34 ERA. Pitched in 26 seasons, Tommy John did.
And was a Cleveland Indian.
It's interesting that they used the tendon from his right wrist to rebuild and to give you because sometimes
now they take it out of your leg.
Yeah, now
or a
it's out of your
cadaver.
thigh.
or it's a cadaver, and that's why when I talk about the Life Bank stuff, I always think that especially major league pitchers need to get on the bandwagon with stuff like that, knowing that but most of those guys don't want to think about it that way, but I don't know. I always think about that. So it's just it's an interesting. I don't want to say conundrum, but I always think that I wish that some of the guys that had Tommy John that had their careers put back in that are using cadavers would take the time to kind of think about organ and organ donation. Anyway, way too deep for this conversation.
That really was, actually.
Sorry about that.
We'll take it, though.
It's truthful. That's all.
I mean, unless we want to laugh really hard at the fact that the Dodgers got swept by the Brewers over the weekend.
Yeah, how about that?
That's nice to see. Put a smile on your face there.
That's nice to see, says the Brewer fan.
That's nice to see. I'll take it.
Yeah, we bet you will.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with such things.
Yeah.
Dodgers have been a little below average, though. Are we worried a little bit that the juggernaut is doing it, and maybe we don't end up with the lockout like we think if this ends up being two small market teams meeting each other in the World Series?
Oh, there you go.
Might change some minds. This whole salary cap thing might be for the birds.
You still got to go out on the field and hit the ball. Somebody get that memo to the Guardians, please.
They're hitting, Jeff. It's just not pitching. The pitching is bottoming out.
That 0 runs was a good hitting performance yesterday.
Can I throw one more question before we walk out the door here on this? If you were Joshua Baez, would you retire right now?
I was going to bring that up, and I totally forgot.
That's all right.
Is that not the greatest debut we've ever seen? What was it, 3 bombs he hit?
Yeah, the first pitch.
In his first 3 at-bats.
Yeah.
His very first pitch.
I was going to bring that up, and it slipped my mind.
Yeah, that's all right.
Unbelievable. I mean, put it this way. You're going to be chasing it for the rest of your career, and if you hit it one more time, you'll be over the moon.
That was awesome. It's just a great story. I love stories like that.
Good for him. I hope he
kind
ends
of like
up
we
with
had
nothing
one.
but success.
We almost had one.
What?
We had a 4 for 4. What did he start with? Yeah.
And Helen now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. And he had a chance to have the game-winning hit in that game. It just maybe things would be they wouldn't be 6 games back. Maybe they'd only be 5 games back, or at least 5.5 games back. All right, hopefully Scott Petrak is ready to roll. We'll have him when we come back. If not, whenever he's ready, we will talk to him. That's coming up next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Pirates, and the White Sox are headed across town to face the Cubs at Wrigley Field. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. Catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Start things off on the Wise Art Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. He is Scott Petrak, working hard. Hi, Scott. How are you?
Hello, Scott.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Scott, just before we get to the Browns game on Sunday, you were what was the big press conference this morning? What'd you have going on?
Yeah, it was like the groundbreaking kind of for the building that's right next to the practice fields where they're going to have some university hospital stuff. And then there's this cool thing we got a tour of. It's called Browns Experience, and you can go in this, they call it the Cube. It's like virtual reality, and it puts you inside the stadium, and you can like sit or be where your seats are going to be and get what the view looks like.
How'd the press box look? Did you sit there?
We didn't. They did not let us up there.
Oh, that's
probably
weak.
not as good as it is at this. I'll tell you what, the new stadiums, the press box are never as good as they are at the old stadium.
No, that's true. They always seem to be up in a corner.
Yep,
right?
The corner is the way it goes.
Yeah, that's all right. You still get to watch the game. All right, let's get into what we saw on Saturday. So, what did you think? I know your headline from your analysis is Shedeur Sanders will get the chance he deserves this week, and it's up to him to capitalize. So, you still think this is open competition, right?
I do, and the main reason I say that, guys, is because if they knew that it was going to be Deshaun Watson week 1, then get him all the reps right now. Then it wouldn't make any sense to go through with this and continue the competition and give Shedeur Sanders reps this week, reps in the joint practice against Buffalo on Thursday, and then the first half Saturday. Now, you can say the first half Saturday might not be as meaningful because probably a lot of starters from both teams won't play, but the reps during practice this week are meaningful. And Todd Monken said yesterday Shedeur was going to go get the first team reps Monday, Wednesday, and then split them Thursday. So if it's still an open competition, then yeah, I think that signals that it's still an open competition. I think it's been really close the whole time. I know that Watson played better on Saturday in different circumstances, but I didn't think he played better enough where you go, it's his job. So I do think Shedeur still has a chance.
I thought it was interesting that Todd said yesterday that it's only fair. You use the word fair to talk about Shedeur getting stuff this week. What's fair about pro sports, Scott? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it is, and I think I do think Todd has been really careful about that. That it is a legitimate competition, and they're trying to split the reps as evenly as possible and make it as equitable as possible. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't have to be. I don't know if that's because it's such a high-profile competition, such a high-profile person in the competition, or that he just feels like with this position that you need to be as fair as possible. And I keep going back to it. It's not like Deshaun Watson has played great since April, right? He hasn't. I think he's played really well over the last week and a half. It started on the Wednesday, I think, in the second week of camp. And since then, I think he's been pretty good, and he's gotten better. And I thought he was solid in the game Saturday, but he hasn't been fantastic. And I think Shedeur Sanders is getting better. And the one, gripe, the one area where Watson has an advantage over Sanders is the operation and, getting in and out of the huddle and reading the defenses, which it's important. There's no doubt about it. But I also think that's an area where Sanders will get better the more he does it. And he's a year 2 guy coming from a system in Colorado where they didn't huddle. So you would expect him to get better at that, but he's only going to get better if you give him those opportunities. So that's why I think it does make sense to keep this fair, and why I think it does make sense to continue it through this week at least.
What do you want to see from Shedeur? Let me backtrack. What do you think the joint practice is going to mean then for both of these guys? Because it sounded like Todd said they're going to split the joint practice.
Yeah, that's what he said. It's going to be important because you're going against a really good team. And Buffalo's a Super Bowl contender. How do they handle it? And, the coaches will tell you they value those joint practice reps even more than the preseason games sometimes. So to be important, you need to see, again, it sounds so, I don't know, lame to keep talking about it, but the operation is important, right? Do they get out of the huddle? Do they have to take a delay a game? Is he reading the defense right? And that's the thing. It's not like Watson has been perfect in these areas. You know, they had to burn a timeout, and he had to delay a game Saturday. So both guys have had issues. I think Shedeur Sanders has had more issues in that area. So you want to see that run smoothly. It be a clean operation. And then you want to avoid the turnovers. And Sanders has done a good job of that overall through camp. Obviously, he had the one terrible throw Saturday that led to an interception. And, you know, you can't have those. So does he protect the ball? And then does he move the team? Does he complete? Does he still have those big plays? Because that, to me, has been the separator for Sanders. If you're talking about what's his biggest advantage over Watson, it's the consistent downfield throws that he's able to connect on. And we saw the one to Luke Floria on Saturday.
In fairness, the offensive line starters only played 2 series, but I don't think the offensive line play was very good. What does inconclusive in a preseason game mean about the offensive line that's been revamped?
Yeah, I think they just need more time together, more time on task, more reps in game situations or joint practice situations. You know, Todd Monken said that they haven't solidified the 5 guys, but it sure feels like they have at least 4 of the 5. That it's going to be Elton Jenkins at center. You know, Parker Brailsford, the rookie out of Alabama, hurt his wrist or hand, so he hasn't been out there in a while. And, you know, if you're a rookie, low pick, and you're trying to win a starting job, you can't miss this kind of time in camp in the preseason. So I'm assuming it's going to be Elton Jenkins at center and probably Tevin Jenkins at right guard. You know, KT Levinson still has a chance. But they can move forward with, okay, these are probably the 5 guys. And then you try to build that up. You know, Spencer Fano, I think, has been coming on strong at left tackle, which is a really good sign. And, you know, Mike had talked about it. I think part of the reason the line didn't look good, at least from a run game standpoint, was they didn't scheme it up. They hadn't played against the 3-4 front yet in camp because the Browns, you know, have the 4-3. So he doesn't have any doubt that they'll be able to run the ball. You know, pass protection, I think, was okay, but you would hope that it would get better the longer these guys work together.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, with the offensive line in mind here. At the beginning of camp, DeJuan Jones is getting first-team reps ahead of Spencer Fano. And then you hear George Warhop before all this say, you know what, I think the guy could be a starter and blah, 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 blah. What did DeJuan play with the 17th string on Saturday?
His fourth quarter.
He was not in there even with the second stringers. Scott, what's up? Because we heard Monken even say, you know, going from starter to making the roster in a previous comment about DeJuan. What do you think's going on?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too, Jeff. It's weird. It makes me wonder about a couple of things. And nobody's told me this. One, do they think they can trade him? And, you know, you play him late in the game, maybe people can get a look at him. They want to see more of Austin Barber, see where he is. Can he be the swing tackle? And he had his struggles. I thought Jones struggled too when he was in there in the fourth quarter. You know, maybe it's hard to be motivated when you're with the first team a week ago and all of a sudden you're, you know, getting the last reps, you know, close to the last reps of a game. So those are my 2 thoughts, that maybe Jones didn't take the quote-unquote demotion well, and or the Browns are looking to see if they can get something for him, because you might be able to, for a guy with that size and that potential. He feels like a guy who could be traded, but in order to do that, if you're the Browns, you have to feel good about your backup tackles, and that would start with the rookie third-rounder Austin Barber.
It's funny because you say that, and then I wonder about, like, Tillman, too. And Cedric Tillman, if he's on the trade block, too, or where he fits into the future of this team.
Yeah, I would expect Cedric Tillman to be traded. They have their top 5. You know, I think you can throw Tylan Wallace in there as a guy who's going to make this roster. So that's 5 out of maybe 6 spots that they keep at receiver. Is it going to be Tillman? And I think you could get something for him. I'm not talking getting a Pro Bowler, but you could get something in return. And I just feel like that's the direction this is headed. You know, he's shown up at camp. You know, he's made plenty of plays. He got hurt right at the end of he didn't practice the last practice they had last week. So I don't know where that stands right now, but I don't feel like he's going to make the team. or be on this team when the regular season starts.
Yeah, I was hoping for Luke Floria too, but the fact that Monken called him 81 yesterday, I was like, oh, he doesn't know his name. Oh, man.
Yeah, you don't think that's a good sign?
That's a bad sign.
Scott.
I don't know. I wanted to make team. At least leave him on the leave him on the practice squad. Come on, man, local guy. Give him a shot.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you know,
it was a nice
obviously
catch.
Luke's got. I tell you, he shows up in practice. He really does. Now he's small, and I don't know if he's the fastest guy in the world. So there's certainly things he has to overcome. But he continues to show up, and I do think he'll wind up on this practice squad.
All right, well, that sounds good. That's a hopeful thing. So, all right, Scott, thank you. We know we appreciate you, and I know we hope to have you on earlier, but I do appreciate you still doing the show with us here a little bit later in the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Scott Petrak, super friend of the show. Make sure you read him every day. Chronicle, Telegram, BrownZone.com. What'd you think of what Scott said? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
and one guy was better on Saturday, then fine. Do we really think he was better because he has Elton Jenkins as a center? In the grand scheme of things, guys, none of them are going to be here next year. So what's the point of us ruining relationships with each other over this QB room? I mean, would anybody be surprised if neither are in the NFL next year?
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Andy, I don't want to ruin my relationship with you over the QB room.
I'm not going to ruin my relationship with you either.
That's nice.
Jeff, I do want to let you know that coming up in this hour on Baskin and Phelps, Todd Monken's press conference coming up towards the back end of the hour here, and then Jared Verse expected to speak.
Oh.
So we're going to dip into his press conference as well, but I think it'd be very helpful if you were generous right now.
What's coming up at the end of the month? That's right, the 15th anniversary of 92.3 The Fan.
You got me, Jeff. I didn't know where you were going.
We're throwing a bash, baby, and you can be there. Win VIP access.
VIP. What, do you get your own show?
Apparently, we don't get that.
All right.
Yeah, to the Fan 15 celebration. It's September 3rd, Dave & Buster's. It includes a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and I'm told it's going to be a kick-you-know-what dinner. It's going to be good.
Their food's good.
And a pair of power cards. Enter the word 15. That's FIFTEEN, 15. By the end of this hour at 923thefan.com, and you can get registered to win.
15 years, Jeff. 15 years we've been doing this. You thought you got rid of me after we were done doing TV after, what, 4, 3?
Dare to dream.
I know.
I do, and the main reason I say that, guys, is because if they knew that it was going to be Deshaun Watson week 1, then get him all the reps right now. Then it wouldn't make any sense to go through with this and continue the competition and give Shedeur Sanders reps this week, reps in the joint practice against Buffalo on Thursday, and then the first half Saturday.
Scott Petrick, BrownZone.com, just joined us. Chronicle Telegram, saying it is still wide open who will be the starting quarterback week 1 against Jacksonville and who should be, you would think, cemented in to hang on to the job as long as they can throughout the season. A lot of talk this morning about Deshaun Watson being the man. And it looked like, because he got the start there, and then a little bit about, you had brought this up, the way Todd Monken kind of positioned, saying, now whether he meant it to do that or not, that it was only fair that Shedeur got the start in game number 2. So does it feel like it's leaning that way?
Nothing but interpretation on my part, so that means nothing.
Okay.
But it's just kind of the way it struck me. It just seemed it's only fair that Shedeur get his. I thought, really? Okay.
I honestly think it is wide open right now. Like if Sanders goes out there and lights the world on fire, especially on Thursday, right? Thursday is the joint practice. So, I mean, if he looks good in the joint practice, performing with the ones, going up against the Bills ones, then I think someone's going to have a shot here, right? Someone's going to be with the ones going up against the ones with the Bills, which will be more time than we saw in this past game over the weekend against Chicago. And if one of them can just jump out, this is the week of, I don't want to say anticipation, opportunity. How's that sound? This is the week of opportunity for both of these quarterbacks. Who is going to be able to jump out against the Bills' number ones and be effective and move the team and be a leader out there? And I think that it's a toss-up right now. I talk about return on investment all the time. To me, it would seem that Watson would have the edge based on that alone. Experience should be Watson, but I know Sanders, I know that Sanders didn't look great, 6 of 11, 79 yards, an interception.
I thought he made 3 really nice throws, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, the Floria throw was the one.
The Larvidan, the Floria, I agreed with Shedeur. He was asked what was his best pass, and he said it was the check down to the running back. I thought so, too. I thought that was really good.
I just felt like, I know, Dan, you felt the same way. Like, we just didn't get enough. Like, I wanted more Sanders. And the other thing is they decided to go for it rather than take the points on the one third down drive where they got down to the 5-yard line. So.
Yeah, I want to see more Shedeur Sanders. I think this whole thing makes total sense of why he's going to split it up this way and start Shedeur this week, and we see it from there, and we're going to keep an eye on reps for joint practices and see what this looks like as well. Guys, I just don't want to watch Deshaun Watson play quarterback. I'm done. I've seen enough. I'm good.
You felt that way for years, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, ever since I watched him probably the second year, I was about done.
Yep.
And now this just hammers it home more.
Not saying you're wrong, but I'm just... You haven't, your mind hasn't been changed. Albert Breer, who's a frequent guest on the afternoon show, does a great job at Sports Illustrated, obviously, and along with being with Nick and Jonathan. He wrote today, the Browns quarterback decision is likely a week away.
That's what I was going to ask you guys if you thought this is over a week from today.
Yeah, I would think at some point.
They can't go into that New England game on a Thursday night on a quick. Well, it's not really.
Well, no, Taylor's going to play anyway.
Yeah,
you would think. I thought this was interesting. Breer said in his work today that in talking to, and I'll find the exact quote here, he checked with people from, some Bears folks I've talked to since Saturday, said that based on the game, Deshaun Watson looked like the best option, with doubt cast on both Sanders and Dylan Gabriel. So that's coming from Chicago people.
We haven't discussed. What did you think of Gabriel? I don't know if it's fair to break it down.
I thought he looked very comparable to Shedeur.
I've always kind of been like, okay, what does Gabriel need to do to kind of get noticed again? I don't know. I kind of felt like he went backwards.
And he's playing with.
I know
with
who
offensive
he's playing
linemen
with.
who might not be able to protect you.
I just think he didn't help himself. That's all.
Well, neither did Shedeur, really. Neither did Deshaun, really. Andy, nobody could anybody look at any one of the performances by those three quarterbacks and say, "Boy, that was a great job."
No,
exactly.
Not on any one of them.
If you put Dylan out there in the slot that Deshaun was in, I'll bet he would have looked better. Had you put Shedeur into the slot that Deshaun was in, I'll bet he would have looked better. So I honestly, I can't sit here and watch what they did the other day and think, "Oh, that guy was so much better."
No, I didn't think that at all.
I thought Deshaun played overall better than the other guys, but he also had the benefit of working with more higher-ranked guys on the depth chart.
I just kind of felt like I watched Deshaun play with that offensive line for like a series, and I was like, all right.
The first series was, nondescript because they gave it to Quinshawn 3 times and it didn't go anywhere.
They got the ball down. They were moving a little bit, and so I was okay with that. Deshaun, to me, I get really frustrated when he throws balls at the wide receiver's feet. It's hard to watch. When Dan says, I've seen this before. I've seen this before.
Well, he didn't throw that many of them because all but 4 of his passes were completed.
It's the misses that still seem to be the same. I don't know. I feel like I'm on rinse, wash, repeat with him. So, and maybe he gives you the best opportunity to win down the road. I don't know. Are they trying to win? I can't stand the fact that that's even implanted as something that's going through my mind at any given time, knowing that they have 2 first-round draft picks. That is going to be the dark cloud hanging over this thing until you turn the page and go, okay, I'm on for next season. I'm getting ready for the Dome. Who's going to be the quarterback when they get to the Dome? Because they're going to draft him next year. Shedeur left me unsatisfied. I wanted to see a little bit more. Was he great? No, but there were plays like the ones that you were just talking about, the passes that he did complete, that made me go, I want more. Gabriel, to me, and I don't know if it's – I still think Gabriel's going to be a backup in this league for a long time. I guess I've just spent all my energy thinking about could he be a quarterback in the league, and it just doesn't – the fact that Gabriel can't make enough noise to knock Sanders out, even though he was drafted before him, that to me is a telltale sign. I don't know that Gabriel's here when the season starts.
I'll play complete devil's advocate.
I know you will. Go ahead.
We haven't seen Dylan since he got concussed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll cut him some slack.
He wasn't even given a chance to be the starter in this competition for whatever reason. If that's Todd Monken's evaluation, then that's okay. because he's the head coach and that's what he's charged to do. That's his deal. But, getting thrown in the fourth quarter of the first preseason game, try evaluating that.
Yeah, I don't know. The interception I know they all had interceptions. There's something about it.
All but Deshaun.
You talked about.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
This is the way I felt after watching those guys. Tell me if you felt the same way.
Okay.
I thought, do I have any confidence in any of those guys going out and winning a game for me? The answer was no. Like if I need a quarterback to win the game for me.
No.
Do I feel confident? And I didn't.
Okay. I don't either.
As of now, the one guy that if I had to pick one,
Watson,
who I thought might give me the best chance that he can go win a game for me and make the plays to win a game, Shedeur.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Gabriel for a second.
I would say Shedeur.
I think Shedeur
only
can
because of the fact that it seems like he's able to get the ball downfield a little bit. And again, we're jumping and making conclusions based on one silly, stupid first preseason game.
True.
But it's obviously the big question in town right now. And I would say all three of the guys left me thinking, yeah, I don't have confidence in any of these guys if they have to go win a game for me. For instance, if I'm the Baltimore Ravens and I'm, I got 1:45 on the clock and I'm down by 4, I feel okay with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's easy.
Well, yeah. I feel okay if I'm the Bengals and I have Joe Burrow. I feel okay if I'm Kansas City. I feel okay if I'm Green Bay and I have Jordan Love. All right, this guy's going to give me a chance. Josh Allen. C.J. Stroud, maybe even in Houston, even though he's had some issues. None of these guys made me think, okay, this guy's going to go win a game for us.
I look at it and I'm like, okay, I think they'll get the ball and they'll cross the midfield and then they're going to try to get something, force something, and there'll be an interception.
There's the bad interception.
Here comes the interception. Or...
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns defensive end Jared Verse. This press conference is brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationsllc.com.
Mix it up with the offensive lineman, kind of going at it with Spencer, kind of good iron sharpening iron. What's that been like over the past couple of weeks? Just kind of just going at it with the offensive line. Sometimes maybe it goes over the edge, but all this kind of
No, I don't think it goes over the edge at all. I think fighting is necessary when you get to football. You have to have that, that edge. I talk crazy. I'm very disrespectful when it comes to the way I compete, especially, when I try to drive my teammates to another level. So I wouldn't expect him any less than to retaliate because that's the type of player he is. He's a very magnificent player. And to going against him, he's gotten so much better in these past couple of weeks. What has it been, a month on? Camp's been running all along. But, in the time we've been together, he's gotten so much better. And, because he's getting better, he's getting to the point where I'm starting to learn things from him. I'm starting to learn a little bit about my tendencies and what he's picking up on, so it's making me a better player as well.
So what did he show you by not backing down that Saturday practice?
That boy got hurt. I mean, a lot of rookies would go into a situation, against me, against, the top edges in the league and stuff, and kind of back down, kind of like, be a little nervous, a little bit timid. But nah, he has never, he's never shown that.
Along those lines, I know you mentioned during the game that you kind of challenged him not to give up any sacks or pressure. So after the sort of being able to watch him back a little bit, what was the consensus on how he performed in the game on Saturday?
Yeah, he did good. There's a couple of things I want to talk to him, off air and everything like that about fixing just a couple little small things. But for the most part, he dominated. I mean, he ain't giving up anything like that. I mean, he showed exactly the reason that the Browns took him where they did. I mean, he's a great player.
Obviously that's your style of leadership. But have you seen other guys maybe on this team, on the defense, kind of embrace that too and maybe follow your lead when it comes to being aggressive and being dominant out there on the field against an offense to sharpen that iron?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when you see the way I attack the game, I'm very physical, very violent, very loud, very expressive is a very good word to use for it. And you see everybody else's personality start to mesh. I mean, with a lot of people, when you're mixed with a lot of different people, you can't show your full personality on the field. I have no problem with that. But when you see somebody like me go out there yelling and screaming, you have no problem showing your true character. And you see everyone's personality start to flourish on the field.
How much are you looking forward to going against Josh Allen and that Bills offense?
in practice Thursday?
I've been waiting for this one for a minute. I think joint practices are the most important thing during this, preseason time frame because, a lot of teams don't play their starters in those games. So going up against, Deion Dawkins, Josh Allen, these elite dudes that they got, everybody across the board, running backs, tight ends, wide receivers, like they got some dogs across the board. So I'm excited just to get back there and get some work in.
You've mentioned Deion Dawkins before. You got some kind of professional relationship with him at all, or you just respect him as a player?
I respect him as a player. I mean, my rookie year, me and him, we played each other, and it was a good game. We had gotten each other's heads. It was loud and violent. It got to the point that we were making dumb errors on both sides. I'm jumping off sides. He's false starting because we were just in each other's heads to that point. So it's going to be good to go up against him and see how much I've sharpened my sword.
Have you sacked Josh Allen before?
No, I got close, but that dude's that's a hard person to sack. I mean, when you go up against somebody that's your size and your weight, it's you got to hit them a little bit different.
Jared, there are a lot of good players here, obviously, a lot of promising talent. When you look around on both sides of the ball, what do you think about the future of this team's organization?
Yeah, I mean, I think the future is very important to look at, but I'm more so focused on the present before anything else. I think we got a lot of talent, but talent's just that if you don't put in the work to, pull the most out of it. I think we got a lot of people that can do amazing things, but we need those amazing things today. We don't need them 2, 3, 4 years down the line. We need them today.
Have you always talked as much on the field, whether it's practice or games, that you do now?
Yeah, believe it or not, I start to calm down during games. Okay. Yeah. I talk a lot during games, but it's more so like just hype myself up, self-preservation more than anything.
So where does this, need or desire to talk as much as you do on the practice field?
I think it just hypes everyone up. I mean, think about it, like you have 10 practices in a row. You get tired, exhausted, you don't really want to go out there and practice no more. And then, you go through individual warm-ups, you're exhausted, meetings all day. Then you go up and you got some dude who just got to the team like 3 weeks ago yelling in your face saying you're not enough, you can never block him in front of a building or a facility full of fans. You're going to turn yourself up, and that's going to turn everybody else up, and it helps bring everybody to another level.
Jared, how many sacks do you think have left uncalled during practice?
We got to run through the plays, man. That's how I'm answering that.
Who talks more, you or Quincy?
It depends on the aspect of it all. I mean, if you're talking like on the field, it's probably me. But if you talk about like on a, team situation, team bonding trip, it's probably Quincy.
It's my understanding that the Browns are trying to sign Za'Darius and that it could happen even as soon as today. What would it mean to you to have a guy like that? I know we talked about this with Jadavian a little bit. What would it mean to you to have a veteran like that on the team?
Yeah, it's a similar aspect as it was with Clowney. Having that vet presence is something that I look forward to having. Somebody that I've never had before, kind of be at that level above me, where they can teach me a little bit more. They see a little bit more of the game and everything like that. Because those old dogs, they know a lot more than anybody like me.
And then just to go back to the joint practices, like how valuable is it for you guys up front to your point about keeping everyone amped up with your talking, just to see that different competition and get a chance to go up a different O-line?
Yeah, I mean, you think about the pad days or the days we have against each other, it's so much held back because we don't want to hurt your teammates. You don't chip the guard's hip, you don't run fully through the tackle, you don't, light up a running back or, even just you're still not going to touch a quarterback, but you don't do all that extra stuff. But when you're in a joint practice, I don't really hold back as much. It's more so, okay, I'm gonna take your hip. I'm not gonna do anything dirty, but we're gonna play it like it's a full game. The only person that's not off limits or that's off limits is the quarterback.
Jared Verse, Browns defensive end. We saw him what he looked like in a jersey. How's that sound? On Saturday and today, telling you that he's very disrespectful against his teammates.
That's beautiful.
I love that line. Time now for 2020.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns return to work in Berea today as they get ready to welcome the Bills to town for a joint practice later this week and then hosting them for their preseason matchup on Saturday. Shedeur Sanders expected to work with the ones this afternoon, as Todd Monken said he will be starting on Saturday. We'll be hearing from the head coach ahead of practice later this hour, and you can hear that press conference right here on The Fan. Some transactional news. The Browns have signed tight end Jermaine Terry, who originally signed with the Giants as an undrafted free agent last year, but was waived with an injury designation. In a corresponding move, they have waived Brendan Bates. Guardians dropped their 5th straight series over the weekend after losing 2 of 3 to the Padres. The team has the day off today before continuing their homestand tomorrow with a 3-game series against the Giants. No word yet on whether or not Chase DeLauder will be back in the lineup tomorrow. The outfielder left Sunday's game with a sore left hamstring. The team said they pulled him out of an abundance of caution. Some other baseball news: the Giants are calling up lefty Matt Wilkinson. San Francisco acquired Wilkinson from the Guardians in exchange for Patrick Bailey. He was a 10th-round pick out of JUCO, and so far this season has given up 59 hits over 90 innings of work while striking out 96. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
When a bone or joint injury happens, head straight to the Center for Orthopedics. Call 440-848-2755. That's 440-848-2755.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all of the local shows right here on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We're in standby mode right now for Todd Monken as he gets set for his press conference. Maybe we'll get some enlightenment on how the procedure is going to go against Buffalo in the joint practice. I make it sound like it's a medical thing.
I was going to say, is that a colonoscopy? How's the procedure going to go, Andy?
Jeff, the prep is always worse than the actual procedure, so that's the way, at least that's what
The night before meetings, those are going to be bad.
It won't be good. Oh, I never did hear. I'm sure I was told that the team probably had their team meal in the hotel.
Yeah, we got to find out if it was hotel or restaurant.
I'm sure it was. It was. The more I started talking to people that are actually like, I probably should have asked somebody who would have been at it, but I didn't. Probably at the hotel. You were probably right. I hate to say that. Kills me. Absolutely. The two people I hate telling they're right all the time, you and my wife. So congratulations on that.
Your wife and I get along so well. She's a nice lady.
That is true.
Very intelligent.
And neither one of you, both of you walk out of conversations going, how do I put up with this person? Did I take the words out of your mouth?
I was talking to a guy in an auto place yesterday. So we were both waiting, and he listens to our show. And he said, well, I'll be listening tomorrow. Here are the 6 or 7 times in the show that Andy will aggravate the hell out of you.
That's, what's crazy?
They say the same thing to you.
They say the exact same thing to me. They're like...
And then he said, that must be why it works.
I don't know how you do it.
And I said, yeah, maybe not.
Here, I go, it's Menigan. I go, Menigan is the glue. And you should see him because his hands are stuck to his hair from the glue
Hello,
to
Mr.
keep the show keep this thing together. Todd Monken coming up in just moments here on Baskin.
Just don't call me Glue Factory. That's all I ask.
Good point.
Hey. Thank you. We just heard from Jared Verse. What'd you think of that?
I love his attitude. I love the juice that he seems to have brought to the team, Andy. I loved early on he said something about best defensive ends, and when he said something about
going up against Spencer.
Yeah, and no, he said being one of the better defensive ends in the league or something like that, and he put himself in that category. And I
of course
thought,
he did.
Yes, that's what I want to hear. Do it. Let's go.
I'm okay. I
like him. I think he's been refreshing.
I'll be honest. I think Todd's refreshing too. The two of them. I mean, so
yeah, and that's nothing about Miles, and that's nothing about Kevin. These two guys are just a little different.
He's definitely different than Miles.
Yeah,
I just wonder what his numbers are going to look like at the end of the year. I also wonder what Miles' numbers are going to look like at the end of the year, especially if they bring Aaron Donald back. What is that? Don't you think that's going to? His numbers might go down a little bit.
No, they could go up.
Because people would rather run at Miles than at Donald?
No, if Aaron Donald's not there, as good as the Rams are going to be anyway, if Aaron Donald's not there, who are they going to double? Miles. If Aaron Donald's there, who are they going to double? Both? How are you going to do that?
You're not.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
So if Aaron Donald's there, they could both be in line for a big year.
I find it interesting, even just talking about Verse, knowing that they got him and traded away one of the best defensive players in the league. Like, to me, that doesn't happen. You know how they always say, in a trade, you got to get something to what's the line? You got to give something to get something.
You got to give up something.
Yeah, but in some ways, I feel like they traded away the best defensive player in the league for a guy who could be the best defensive player down the road, because there's an age difference there, and the investment they made an investment.
On that.
Normally, I would think people would go, "Oh, they traded Myles Garrett. Like, how stupid was that?" And then you come back with not only Jared Verse, but a first-round draft pick too. No matter how they turn out and wherever that pick is, I still find it it's fascinating that the letdown. Although I don't know, because we're going to see for our first home game here, and then if they don't win games, then people are going to turn around and go, "Well, they traded Myles Garrett," and no, and like what's the expectation that you have to have for Jared Verse? What did I do? Typical fan. Oh, they traded Myles Garrett.
I love that voice.
No, they traded him. Oh, we were so bad. We suck. Oh, there goes the Haslam's traded the best. Oh, look, the Haslam's traded two of the best players in two sports in the same year. Blah,
I wanted
blah.
Giannis at wide receiver.
I thought Giannis can really throw a bomb. He'd be great. 30-yard passes. And maybe they should bring Kevin Love in. He throws a great pass, too. When you look at the defense, though, Jeff, and you say to yourself, okay, look, they did lose him. I still feel a level of confidence coming back, knowing Mason Graham, knowing that you've got Jared Verse in there now. I'm still wondering what's going to go on. It seems like they held Carson Schlesinger out for an abundance of caution again. That was kind of the feeling I got before the game. I don't know where they're going with that. So hopefully we'll get some kind of clarity. Todd Monken's press conference, though, coming up shortly right here on Baskin and Phelps, and we will carry it for you as soon as he hits the podium, which should be or could be any moment now. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin. You know I
90 innings of work while striking out 96. No word yet on whether or not Chase DeLauder will be back in the lineup tomorrow. The outfielder left Saturday's game with a sore left hamstring. The team said they pulled him out of an abundance of caution. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We are waiting for Todd Monken to hit the podium. Could happen any second here. Just a couple other headlines going on in sports before we get out to Berea and Todd Monken. AP has released their college football poll, and for the first time in 65 years, the Big Ten has the top two teams. Ohio State is number one with 40 first-place votes, and Oregon is in second with 14 first-place votes. So not a real surprise there, too. It's the first time in 65 years and just the second time ever that the Big Ten has had the number one and number two teams in the preseason top 25. I wish that actually meant something, right? Like you're not getting t-shirts. Preseason team number one T-shirts. Let's go.
I'm sorry.
Big Ten. Woohoo. 1-2.
You mentioned Oregon and the Big Ten?
Yeah.
Huh.
I was just out in Big Ten country. Washington,
out in
Oregon,
Big Ten country.
Washington, Oregon.
Did you make your way down to those other Big Ten powerhouses out there?
It was just a stone's throw away to Iowa. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. It's not like Washington's tucked away in the corner of the United States.
Yeah, goodness gracious.
Oh, they still get credit for it, though. So
yeah,
and
okay.
then the
Good
other,
for them.
There was another headline. Again, we're waiting for Todd Monken to hit the podium. Could happen any second. NBA. This is shocker, Jeff. Hang on a second. Hold on. NBA. This is ESPN again too. NBA has no evidence. Ballmer, Steve, funneled money to Leonard, Kawhi, through sponsors, via sponsors. Is their headline. We surprised? Does that mean the trade goes through here then? Leonard ends up in Toronto, and then we're good to go.
Stay tuned. Never know. Stay tuned.
NBA has found no evidence showing the LA Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard in order to circumvent salary cap.
See no evil?
That's true. You got to see it, right? It's like a referee that misses a really bad call, and you're like, hey, how did you miss that? I didn't see it. Well, that means that maybe it didn't really happen. Is that the argument we're using here? All right, Todd Monken.
We looked, Andy. We didn't find anything.
I didn't see anything. I was looking. I mean, sure, I should have looked underneath the mattress, but I mean, to me, I thought it was just a box spring and a mattress put together.
Sure.
I couldn't tell the difference.
By the way, when Todd shows up, all press conferences on 92.3 The Fan, brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com.
Where are we going with Todd today? What?
I'll bet they talk about the quarterback, Andy.
Well, Anthony made a good point this morning as I was kind of perusing through their show a little. And then he had said, Monken seems like he's on a different page than maybe the fan base.
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
And all of you being on Zoom. Hey, I just got to say, I'm like, couldn't just do it out of my office? I'd have
a nice backdrop.
Gregory Industries.
I want to ask you first, Dylan Sampson. It looks like you're really training him as a third down receiving guy, which he didn't do last year very much, or at Tennessee. So how's he filling in for that?
Well, he's electric with the ball in his hands. So how do we get that to him? I think over time he's going to be a guy that's a tough matchup. He's learning how to, wasn't really what they did at Tennessee, great point, where we can get him to, when he gets matched up on a linebacker, be an advantage for us. I think he has that in him. You saw the catch he made on the sideline on a scramble inside here a week ago. So there's a lot there to like. Now, as we get to practice and we get in games, can he hold up in protection? That's the biggest thing, because it's one thing to say you're a matchup. It's another to say, okay, how am I going to hold up when I've got to protect a blitzing linebacker, safety off the edge? Kyle Hamilton comes off the edge, and we need you to really stick him. That's where it'll come down to.
Todd, with Casey, you saw the punt return obviously on Saturday. How do you guys have a sense going in, like how much of that he'll be doing during the season? Will it be every time? We've seen some other guys that practice taking punts and sort of balancing that with what he's responsible for.
Well, from what we saw when we drafted him and then getting him here, I hope we're trying to get him the ball as often as we can. I mean, that dude is explosive. He's tough. He's got great contact balance. He's understands situational football. Part of that is punt return. You know, we talked about it, you know, before the game, like, do we want to put him back? Do we want to put him at risk? Well, it's our only away game. If he's going to do it in Jacksonville, let's get him one there. Even if we want to have him fair catch it, thank God we didn't go down that road, right? Let him be explosive, right? I mean, we got to find a number of ways to get him the ball. Again, with his explosiveness, his quickness, his contact balance. So whether that's punt return, kick return, screens, shallows, down the field routes, he's going to be a real weapon for us.
With the guy like him, and I'm sure I know you've had other guys like this in your career, is a play caller, do you go into a game with like a number in mind that we have to get this guy the ball X number of times?
You do, and then games change, right? You have a certain amount and it goes a certain way and you end up running it more than throwing it. Or it goes the other way and you're behind and the wideouts are happy and the running backs are pissed, right? It's one or the other, right? So it's like you go into it saying, okay, who are our touch guys? But a lot of times the defense decides that. So he is one of those guys. The reason you can use him as a touch guy because you can use him in a variety of ways, right? You can hand it to him, you can throw a screen to him. Certain other guys aren't nearly as much volume because they're more route running guys. They're not really return type styles. So that makes it a little bit harder to say, I want to get this many touches.
How valuable, even going back to Dylan, because he's probably one of those touch guys, right? How valuable are those guys when you are kind of hunting some of those matchups and trying to find that stuff, even for, more traditional type players?
Sure. Well, our job is to find out what our players do really well. What are they elite at? They made it to the NFL because of a trait that they had. Now, how do we develop and round out their skill set, right? That's what coaching is and development is. And so how are we able to get players with an elite skill set to do what they do best without being so tendency oriented that that's all you do when they're in? Does that make sense? Like, how do you get them in your rotation and utilizing them that allows you to function at a really high level? And that's what I really like about Sam. I think he's going to be an explosive player. You just got to get him in space.
Todd, you mentioned that you were going to be talking to Joe Brady yesterday, and I know you guys are mostly kind of working through the practice schedule, but did you guys kind of talk about the starters and the plan for the actual game? And then if he's not going to start any of his starters, how might that impact what you do?
Well, we both talked about that. If we see out of our ones, our group, our older players, what we want to see on Thursday, they would not play in the game. We agreed upon that. Okay, the plan is that we'll play our ones a significant amount against each other, right, on Thursday in a controlled environment. Not that the other guys aren't going to get reps, but in a controlled environment and see where we're at. I would assume, if it's anything like we've practiced before, that it'll be on point with what we want and what we see, and then we get to see where we stack up against one of the premier teams over the last 10 years making the playoffs. I'm excited for that because in that practice we get to see our ones against ones, right? And so that's going to be fun. I got a lot of respect for Joe and the staff there and what Sean initially started and where Joe's trying to take it. And hopefully they're going to have a lot of respect for the way we play and the way we practice and handle ourselves.
Todd, I know don't answer injury questions, but hear me out. Special Jury's missed 9 practices in a quarter of the game. Is there a reason to be concerned about that, or are you just being overly cautious?
I would stick to the latter. Just being overly cautious. We're hopeful that we'll get him back next week. But we're just being overly cautious. Do not see it then.
Hey, Todd, Luke Floria caught that nice pass from Judah. What have you seen from Floria here?
Well, all he does is come out and practice his rear end off and make plays when called upon. A few weeks ago we ran that little around to him and I didn't even know he was in until he caught it, until he got it and ran away from dudes. I'm like, well, this guy's pretty good. I just love the way he plays football. Like, the guy loves football. And all he does is come out and compete every day and make plays when given opportunities.
Quinn John stronger
rookie year, probably a guy you want to get the ball to a lot. Also a guy that you want to keep healthy and ideally, maybe he peaks as the weather gets worse. How can you do both of those things?
It's hard. Luckily, we had a really strong off season. When the guys came back, we've practiced hard. And I think what we've seen through that is we made it through the game the other day pretty unscathed, which is, again, shouldn't say anything because we play again this week. But again, I think we're calloused, and you can see that. Quinshawn played a little more than we would have wanted Saturday. We went 3 and out the first drive, unfortunately. So we wanted to get him back in there. One more drive with the O-line. And then once we got the next drive, we took them out, the older players. Wanted to see Spencer and some of the younger wideouts. But Q's a real weapon, man. He's a bull. He is tough as hell. We didn't really block anybody, and somehow he got 8 yards. So that'll tell you.
Todd, hearing from Jared today, and we talked to him about his talking and sort of how it motivates him, and he hopes it motivates his teammates. But the sort of talking he does, coupled with the way he rushes with that tower, is he just a guy that can wear down opposing offenses?
I think that's a good way of putting it. I do think he's a guy that backs it up. Like, he's not a phony. He's highly competitive, and it gets him going. His juices start flowing, and he's a self-made guy, man. He just wants to be great. He just wants to be elite and help his team win, and it's fun to be around. It's contagious because he backs it up. Like, he only knows one speed, and that is what's fun to be around, a guy that backs it up.
He also mentioned that.
Go ahead.
He also mentioned that the difference he's seen in this camp to the other couple he's been in is the heavy load. He mentioned physically and mentally. I'm curious, how do you think your mostly young roster has handled everything you put on them in these first couple of weeks?
First of all, they've been awesome. I mean, I said it before. I mean, what's really cool is they let me be me. They just do. And I'm not perfect, but they let me be me and coach them and be authentic and be honest with them. And they're honest with themselves. And so that's been really fun. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder just because that's what I know. I don't know the other way. It's not that the other way's better or this one's better. I only know what I know. So you're always trying to look at, and then other ways people do it. But then, okay, where are we at? I've pulled back on days. We've gone helmets. We've gone an hour and a half. We haven't just stayed with the schedule of what I set up. But our guys have really accepted it. Our coaches have done a great job of managing the reps. I like to keep the practice the same, just manage the reps. It's fine. We don't have vet days off. Come on out there, put your gear on, and then we'll manage your reps because we're a team. That's what a team does.
Couple more. Todd, just as you self-assessed your own performance on Saturday, what did you like? What did you feel like this, this is something that, my first time as an NFL head coach in a game, I need to really, I still need to get adjusted.
Well, first I got to get a gauge before they pull the flag out of where the 50-yard line is, because I wasn't sure. And, the fans, like the people that holding the flag, they pulled it out, and I didn't know. Like, it was at the 45. It was almost like the quarterback going under the guard instead of the center. I was trying to figure that out. So that was pretty cool, figuring that out, to get that straight. Joking aside, calling it was not that difficult. We're on the field. That was not difficult. The interesting thing is, and I saw Ken around there, he's sneaking around there somewhere, and I was telling him that when you're in between series, it's the same when I was at Southern Miss, like, okay, you're in between series, you're trying to balance. This was really cool. Like, all right, I'm on the headset with Rudy. He's a new D coordinator, right? What are they calling? I want to be dialed in. Do we need to throw a flag, right? I want to hear the offensive staff. What's the next drive going to look like? You want to look at the surface. What just happened? You might at that point, but it's in between the series where you're like, all right, man, there's a lot more you work through just being honest, and it was cool. I mean, obviously being back home, and I felt very calm. Everything was fine. Didn't finish the way we wanted, but I love the way our guys competed. And there's a lot of those things you work through, and there just is. Whether it's how you warm up, how you prepare, certain things that we did during the game.
Todd, how would you feel if Andrew can ramp up Sedarius Smith and bring him into the fold? How would you feel about about adding Zadarius?
Well, I'm not going to comment about that. I really don't know where it's at, so I'll leave that to Andrew.
The joint practices have been sort of more, they've gotten more and more prominent over the years for teams this time of year. Are you somebody who subscribes to the idea that like the joint practices are maybe a better evaluation tool for your team, your roster, all that, than the preseason games?
Somewhat. They're both, to me, important. If coaches weren't afraid of getting their guys hurt, there's no way they would say that a joint practice is like a game. There's no way. Because everything matters when you're stacking plays. Unless we move the ball, which we're going to at the end against them, there are no consequences. There aren't consequences for a trip. Luckily, we overcame it. But there isn't a damn game, right? Or being down on the clock, or coming out of the tunnel as a rookie, right? Right, taking the field, the jitters of that. Number one, KC catching a punt on the. Does that make sense? Like there's so much value in it, and then you have to weigh the injury factor, right? You have to weigh that. I think Coach Harbaugh got, in 1 year they lost J.K. Dobbins and Justice Hill in the preseason. Well, what are you going to do then? You sure as hell aren't going to play the starters anymore. For God's sakes, you've been scarred, right? We all get scarred in life, but no one's going to say that a controlled environment's better than a game. But if you're going to play one-on-ones, it's pretty damn close, if that makes sense. You'd love to play your guys, and still, it used to be what? Play a quarter, play a half, start the third quarter, and then no one plays, and I thought that was really cool. You got a little bit of both, okay? I know I rambled there, but it's like you want to see it against the ones, and you'd love it in a game environment to really kind of get it all.
That's kind of a two-part question. Do you intend to use the third game as like a just rehearsal game?
Not there yet. I'm leaning towards that, but I'm not there yet. We'll see how we practice Thursday, and then we'll see how we play on Saturday.
So the follow-up question to that would be,
Couldn't leave it there, could you? No.
Would it be fair to expect that a decision is moving at quarterback?
Oh, you're putting words in my mouth. I wouldn't say that. Would I like to have a decision today? Of course. Would I like a decision by next Monday? Of course. Oh, I'd love to have that decision. And we'll see. We've got a lot of football this week. We've already had a lot of football. We've got 4 days of practice in a game. That all adds into any decision with the roster and who the starters are. Some are further along than others, right? We already know. That's part of it. And I'm okay. By the time we get to next week, that'd be great. We can start planning that way, have some practices, and then here we go against Jacksonville.
Two more here. Will Watson play the third quarter?
He will. Yes, it'll be Shedeur, just like we did the other day. And if one continues, like Shedeur went into the fourth quarter, we'll do the exact same thing. He was so excited he went back out there again. I said, no, Dylan's out there. Get off the damn field.
Is there a world, though, in which if you get enough, like, really, really good one-on-one work versus the Bills on Thursday, could you possibly pivot from that with Deshaun playing the third quarter, or you definitely want
Oh, that's the way it's going to go. Shedeur is probably going to go that way. I'm not going to pay myself in the corner. Shadeur's going to play the first half. Deshaun will play the third quarter. Dylan will play the fourth quarter as we speak right now.
Thank you.
That was it. Thank you.
All right. Well, at least you know the rundown for Saturday's preseason game. Let's get more into this here in a moment. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. This is where Cleveland comes to talk Browns football. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan, WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns return to work in Berea today as they get ready to welcome the Bills to town for joint practice later this week. In speaking with the media today, Todd Monken said he and Bills head coach Joe Brady have agreed the first teams will play a significant amount against each other during the joint practice. The two sides will face off for their second preseason game of the year on Saturday over at Huntington Bank Field. Some transactional news: the Browns have signed tight end Jermaine Terry, who initially signed with the Giants as an undrafted free agent last year, but was waived with an injury designation. In a corresponding move, the team has waived Brendan Bates. Guardians dropped their fifth straight series over the weekend after losing 2 of 3 to the Padres. The team has the day off today before continuing their homestand tomorrow with a 3-game set against the Giants. No word yet on whether or not Chase DeLauder will be back in the lineup tomorrow. The outfielder left Sunday's game with a sore left hamstring. The team said they pulled him out of an abundance of caution. Some other baseball news: the Giants are reportedly calling up lefty Matt Wilkinson. San Francisco acquired Wilkinson from the Guardians in exchange for Patrick Bailey. He was the 10th round pick out of JUCO, and so far this season has given up 59 hits, over 90 innings of work while striking out 96. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
We are looking for a winner right here at 92.3 The Fan. Enter the code word CHICKEN. Chicken, CHICKEN, at 92.3thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. There's something for everyone to crave. With the legendary Roman burger, hot buttered cheesesteak, a variety of steak sandwiches, chicken, deli subs, over 8 sidekicks, and more, Mr. Hero has all your cravings covered. Order in-store or online at MrHero.com. MrHero.com. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Again, chicken at 92.3thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane giving you the 2020s. And you are here, too, as well. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We've had the chance to hear from Scott Petrak today from the Chronicle Telegram. That was at 11 o'clock from brownzone.com. Tyvis Powell is coming up in less than 20 minutes. He's our partner on the Browns radio network, whether it's pre or post game. And then you just heard Todd Monken's press conference, as we do each and every day, especially here during camp. Are we still in camp, technically? Yeah, we're still in camp. We're in camp until after.
That's true. Until after the Buffaloes?
I think so, yeah.
Practice?
Although all of the open to the public practices are through. If you missed a moment in our show, use that rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It is powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Integrated Restoration's our friends who like to power the rewind feature. Again, 216-474-0092. All right, Jeff, so let's go back and talk a little bit about what Todd Monken had to say. Again, he did lay out exactly what we're going to see on Saturday in the next preseason game against Buffalo. Shador will play the first half. Deshaun will get the third quarter, and Dylan Gabriel will get the fourth quarter.
And Taylon Green will apparently get water or something.
Maybe they'll give him the last series of down. I got to.
We'll see him in Game 3.
Don't you think if Shador came out there and they scored on their first 3 drives, you still think you get the whole first half? Like, I think if he
That's
came
what he
out,
said.
Yeah, I know. I was like, because I thought it was interesting that Monken brought up the way we used to do that in these preseason games and how you were able to kind of stretch it out. I also thought it was interesting. Someone said, will Saturday's game be the dress rehearsal? Or were they talking about New England at that point? Did you catch that, Dan? Somebody asked the question, will it be? It was a real quick question in the background. And he goes, I haven't made up my mind yet on that. So that means that while there'll be interesting things done in Thursday's joint practice, that he still values and feels like there's importance about the preseason game on Saturday.
It's delightful.
There are a lot of folks that would say, and we've heard it for the last week, hey, what's more important? And a lot of people think it's what's going to happen on Thursday in the joint practice.
Jared Verse said that. Basically.
Because it's one-on-one. That's why. And Todd talked about that too, saying, look, we get to put our ones up against their ones, and that's what's important here. What'd you get out of it?
Yeah, I just want them to get through this thing. Don't lose anybody who's key with injury and pick a quarterback. I know we have to talk about this for 4 hours a day. It's a privilege, and I'm happy to do that. But just pick a quarterback and let's go.
He said something we had to tweak out just a little bit there because he used a word they're probably not supposed to use. But he said, let's just get going with it. You know, I think he thinks the same way you do. I think he just wants to pick a quarterback and go at this point, but he knows he owes it to the guys, I think. He doesn't
Do you
owe
really?
No, he doesn't owe anything to anybody.
That's what I think.
But I do think he feels like there's a sense of responsibility as a head coach to live up to your word and say, this is going to be a competition. I told you this is what I wanted to do with the quarterbacks. Again, he always has the right to change it.
He also didn't say how long that competition would last.
Well, he was hoping that it didn't even come into camp.
Exactly right. And he said, I'm not going to back myself into a corner, but this is the plan for now. It could always change.
We're just hearing too many things out of Berea from people that I think we trust that it still has not been decided. I heard Ken say it this morning. That's why I'm kind of being respectful on this. That Ken had made it sound like when they were going to break at one point that Deshaun is the quarterback. Deshaun is the starting quarterback. Now, look, I've said for more than a year now that don't be surprised if Deshaun is your starting quarterback when the season starts. And look where we are. We're right there right now, and this could happen, especially when people had just completely written him off. And I mean, like, I got haters on social media going, oh, have you watched the last 4 years? Yeah, I've watched the last 4 years. I have. I get it. I understand it. But I also know that when, I buy something, I want it to work. And I'll do whatever it takes, even if I've got to pay to get it fixed again and again and again to try to get it to work. I want it to work. There's way too much invested into Deshaun Watson. There just is. And I can't overlook that when it comes to the opportunity to be the starting quarterback against Jacksonville.
What has been reported to this point, guys, is that Deshaun Watson, from the huddle to the formation, is the superior quarterback. The minute the ball is snapped, Shedeur Sanders has been the superior quarterback. That's what's been reported by people who have come through camp. And I think that's why this quarterback competition is at a bit of a standstill.
And if you have good play elsewhere on your offense and your quarterback does all the stuff that he's supposed to do, and he gets the snap and he turns around and he hands it to Quinshon Judkins, who Todd obviously loves, and the line does the job, your offense looks good. That's why I would expect Deshaun to start at this point, but you never know. But we'll see. You don't want to be discombobulated. That'll get you turnovers, and that'll get you in trouble.
No, and then the other point that was that I caught criticism for was that I thought that, if Deshaun goes out and he's effective, people aren't going to boo him. And I don't even know where we're at that. But to be honest with you, if he goes out there and is effective, Deshaun, in the second half, and throws a couple touchdown passes, you're not going to boo. You're just going to, if you really don't like him, you're going to slip into apathy. That's where you're going to be on this thing. You're not going to be, if he's helping the rest of the team move forward, especially in the second half at home, because a lot of people are making a big deal about the fact they're like, well, it makes more sense to start Deshaun on the road because that way he won't get booed by the fans who don't like him. I mean,
we mentioned that.
Yeah, but it's just one of those, it's rabbit ears. And as well as I do, if he comes out there and say they beat Jacksonville week 1 and Deshaun's a starter, that you're going to be, oh, really? Then they go, Tampa after that, right? And then maybe they beat Tampa 2 weeks, and then Baker Mayfield, right? I mean, now all of a sudden you'll change your mind real quick. We all know it. We get it. Like, as much as the backup quarterback is always the fan favorite here, if you're a quarterback that can help this team win games, sorry, you'll erase the past. I know you will, because you want the wins. The wins now are more important than the misery that you've had in the past. Is that the read you're getting? Like, what else did you get out of Monken that you might be able to read into what we're seeing?
Honestly, Andy, nothing. I thought he just kind of kept things right down the middle, and we'll see what he decides. A lot of football this week. If he can make a decision next week, great. If he can't make a decision next week, then what the heck's going on? Come on, man.
If he doesn't make a decision next week, they're getting ready to trade guys out. If he's like, we're still up in the air. We're going to wait until after New England. If that's the case, I think you're looking at a trade like immediately following or immediately before New England. That they want to. Do you think they need to bring in another quarterback?
Do they need to? No.
Will they?
No. Should they have some time ago? Yeah, probably. Look, I've made it real clear what I think of the quarterback group. Hopefully they play better, which the young guys certainly could as they get better. I still think the most intriguing guy on the roster, quarterback-wise, it's Shador, closely followed by Talon Green, and we're not gonna see Talon. I want to see that skill set, and I'm just curious to see if they can do anything with it. I don't know that they can, but come on, man, that guy's intriguing as all get out.
Dan, do they need to bring in another quarterback?
God, no. There's no one available that's any better than what you're watching right now.
Do you think one of these guys is getting traded?
I don't think so, due to the fact that one, you're stuck with, and the other is cheap. And so you kind of need to fill out these rooms somehow with some level of talent, and especially if those backups are going to be of the low-priced variety.
And if you're looking at 2027, what difference does it make?
Yeah.
I hate to say that.
Not to mention most time to run the most amount of what Todd Monken would want to run and see what this offense looks like. I think going out there and dumpster diving for another quarterback solves nothing.
I do wonder if you put a poll out there for Browns fans right now, and they could vote for Watson, Sanders, Gabriel, Jeff, or other.
Other.
How do you think other would do?
Otto Graham is not available, Andy.
How do you think other would do? I think
other would get more than 50% of the votes. No, I take that back. Shador would get about 70% of the votes. And other would get maybe 10, 15, 20.
All right, we'll kick that around. Tyvis Powell, our partner on the Browns radio network, is going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors to create any look you can imagine. Now through the end of the month, save 25% off of whole house siding and get 60 months zero interest financing with the proof.
96. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Well, on game day, we have another partner. Jeff blows me off, I blow Jeff off, and we bring in somebody way more knowledgeable than the two of us. He is Tyvis Paul, former Buckeye, Bedford Hall of Famer, not to mention various NFL jerseys across the league. And right now, Tyvis is on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Tyvis. How are you?
You did that phenomenally. You know how many times I looked over at that board on Saturday and said that? Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Woo, I said it.
Good job, man.
He was all excited about hearing it for him.
Well, all right. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. And I think sometimes when I listen to the postgame show for you guys, you tend to be the voice of reason. Not that Jeff isn't the voice of reason, but I think
because I freak out on that show, don't I, Tyvis?
I think fans that sometimes you kind of calm folks down with a little bit of player reality. So just give me your overall interpretation for anybody that didn't hear it after the game on Saturday.
Yeah, no, I thought that Deshaun went in there, and I thought he looked good. I thought he ran the offense really well. Thought the ball came out of his hands really quickly. I thought that obviously you didn't love the fumble that he had, and the only one play he had was when he tried to throw it to, I want to say it was Casey Concepcion. He threw a little bit in the dirt. There was only two passes that I didn't really love from him. Would love to see him push the ball down the field a little bit more. I think that's what you got with Shedeur when he came in. He showed you he could push the ball down the field. His bad plays was he fumbled the snap. That was one. Had one batted pass, and then he sailed the pick, the little over the dig route or whatever. Outside of those three, I thought that Shedeur showed a lot of growth from last year. Looked very comfortable in the pocket, even when he was being blitzed. Bought himself some time, didn't retreat or anything like that. Got the ball out down the field for some explosive plays. Defensively wise, I thought the ones was good. Michael Coach Jr. was the highlight of the day. Jeff knows how I feel about him. Outside of that, the twos and threes got a lot of work to do.
Do you think Deshaun executed, Tyvis, what he was being asked to, or do you think that was just what he's physically and maybe scheme-wise capable of doing right now?
I think that the first 15 plays were scripted. I think that he did a great job of hitting the drive starters, getting things going, trying to catch a rhythm. And, you know how it is. When completions equals confidence. The more you complete, the more confidence you get. This is a guy who hasn't played in 2 years, so I think he's just trying to get himself into the groove of things. Ultimately, I think it'll be interesting to see how he does in Buffalo, being that if he will push the ball down the field, because he won't have the first 15 plays scripted. So he'll be coming in and trying to do his own thing, get his own rhythm going. I was watching some highlights. I seen it was a couple of downfield throws that he could have taken, but he kind of didn't pull the trigger on them. So I love to see him make improvements on that for the next game.
Let's talk about depth, and I know we talked about this before the game too. Secondary depth is going to be really interesting. You guys are a little banged up. Obviously, it seems like they got to go out and get some help there, but just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying this for like 3 years now. They need some depth in the secondary. If the starters is good, but if one of those guys get hurt, it's going to be people's going to be nervous for that next guy jogging in the game. Like I said, Michael Coates had 2 really good plays. The PBU was really good, and the interception was good. I think he operated out of that nickel position, so that really doesn't help, for the outside guys. Outside of that, it was a whole lot of nothing there. So they got to figure that out. Like I said, just when I was talking to Jeff about it after the game, what I was telling him was, it seems like it's a bunch of guys that aren't knowledgeable of football, of what's going on. And what I mean by that is, when you're a young guy out there, you're worried about trying to get your assignment. You're worried about what you have, and you don't really necessarily take a look at the offense to see what they look like they're doing. What did my coach tell me about these certain formations? What's this offensive coordinator's tendencies in certain situations? You don't think about those things. You're just worried about making sure that you got your assignment right. And I think we got to get past that because I feel like, some of the stuff right now is just vanilla, plain Jane offense. And I feel like we should be able to see what's about to happen and have a good idea for it. I just feel like we're not there. And I think that's just because guys haven't played a lot of football in this league.
Tyvis Powell joining us. You hear him on the Browns Radio Network. Andy pregame with me on postgame. Jared Verse spoke today, Tyvis. That guy, he said, I'm really disrespectful to my teammates in practice. I love the energy this guy's brought to the team. What have you thought of him so far as a member of the Browns?
I think I understand exactly why Andrew Berry made it a requirement that he's in that trade. I think that Miles is a great talent, and he's one of one. He's obviously a walking Hall of Famer. But I don't know how Miles was in the locker room. When you listen to this guy talk, he's the vocal leader that you wanted Miles to one day be. He's that guy that can get guys going. He can get up and motivate an entire defense and things like that. He's been really good for these young guys, getting Spencer Fano ready to go by starting fights with him and going at him every day in practice to let him know, like, hey, I'm one of the best in this league. You're not going to see too many people better than me. So if you can stop me, you should be good in this league, and I think that he's done a great job of just getting guys ready to go and putting a lot of faith and confidence in the rest of that defense, So I think that he's been what the Browns kind of needed in that locker room for right now.
Tyvis, you did a pretty good tour around the NFL when you played. How many? I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Did you run into any first-year head coaches in the NFL?
I think when I got to San Fran, I believe that was Kyle Shanahan's first year. Was Kyle's first year in San Francisco 2017?
Yeah, that would have been.
If it was, then he was one.
Yeah. So the bigger question is what do first-year head coaches? What don't they know? You know what I'm saying? Like, when you've got an experienced head coach, there's a difference, isn't there, or is there not? You tell me. You know better than me.
Because the first year, you spend a lot of the first year trying to set the culture. You're trying to find the guys that fit what you're looking for, right? And you have to deal with the last coaching staff's guys and how they ran things. So you got to try to break guys of that habit and get them to see things the way you want it to be seen. That, to me, is what year one is all about, is getting guys to buy into what you're selling. Because it's hard for guys, especially guys that have seen success in the NFL, to just drop what they know and just go off of what you're saying, because they feel like they got it. I got it all. I've been in this league for years. I know what to do to get ready, So it's a lot of that going on for that first year. And until you go out there and go into battle and show that you're putting these guys in the right position to succeed, you're going to fight that uphill battle all year long.
Tyvis, I would think Todd Monken has something that could certainly be an advantage for him, and that is that he is a first-time NFL head coach, and other teams probably don't know what his ultimate offense might look like. They can look at the Baltimore stuff and everything else, but in this situation, they don't know. So how do you put together a preseason game plan that can give you the opportunity to evaluate your own players while not giving up too much of what you might be doing once it starts counting for real?
I think that what you do is that's why practice is so important, because you try to do everything you can to get those game-like situations so you can see how guys respond. When you get to the game, that's just football. That's just seeing how good of a football player you are, just fundamentally sound, because there won't be any gimmicks or anything like that in the middle of those games because they don't want to show their playbook. So that's why, like this Thursday, when they go joint practice against Buffalo, that's why it's a big day. Everybody's worried about the quarterbacks, but there's other guys that's also looking at this as their Super Bowl, because this is their only chance to really showcase that they can get things done against other NFL teams. So I think that's kind of how you got to navigate this, practice, putting them in situations that you want to see how they handle those situations, and you hope that guys is giving you 110%.
Tyvis, give me what you really liked. Give me a couple positives from Saturday. I thought you were pretty positive right out of the gate, but things that fans should be excited about, even though sometimes it looks a little murky?
I think that you should be excited about the wide receiver core. I think that with Bond, Boston, Concepcion, and even Sprinkle Judy in there. I know Harold Fannin dropped the ball, but I think that you got 4 legitimate playmakers right there that can do some things that can stretch the field. And that's a part of the offense that we haven't seen in quite some years. You know, Amari Cooper was the last great receiver that we had that really made a difference in game. I think you got those 4 guys that can absolutely take over a game at any given moment. So that's one thing to be excited about. I thought the offensive line was okay in the passing attack. What I was worried about was the run game. You think against the twos, you get a lot more push there, and I didn't see that. On the defensive side of the ball, I think that they're pretty solidified there. You just hope that, we haven't seen a lot of Carson Schlesinger. We haven't seen Malik Collins, and Mike Hall's been missing. But when we seen those guys early on, they seemed like they were right where they left off. The last time we seen them, they all were very productive. So you hope that you continue to get that. And that defense, for them not to have Miles Garrett and Jim Schwartz, it still looks like a really good defense. Hopefully, don't know what Dale Pitt went out with. Hopefully it wasn't nothing too serious.
How do you make sure Quinshon Judkins gets an amazing amount of touches while still getting Dylan Sampson enough where he can impact the game?
I think that right there goes off of the flow of the game. You got to look at your offensive line and see what they're getting done. If they're getting a push, obviously you ride Quinshon's shoulders on that one. You let him do his thing because that's where he thrives at. If they're not getting that much of a push and it's getting kind of stalemated on that offensive line, then you insert a Dylan Sampson in there, that kind of – you said you run those screens and things like that. That slows a defensive line down because they can't be so aggressive. So I think it's just about playing the game. If you see your offensive line starting to struggle, throw a screen pass in there. Now that D line is thinking about screens anytime Dylan Sampson's in the game. Now you can run the ball and maybe catch him off guard and stuff like that. So I think it's just about mixing and matching that the whole entire game and seeing how that offensive line is responding to that defensive line that they're going against.
Tyvis, let's do it again on Saturday. I will see you on the pregame show, and then, of course, we'll always hear you on the postgame show on the Browns Radio Network right here on 92.3 The Fan. Thank you, Tyvis.
I appreciate you guys. Go Bucks.
Thanks, buddy.
We'll talk to you later. Oh, number 1, by the way. Thank you.
Yes, we are.
Very nice. Goodbye. Tyvis Powell, nice enough to join us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Lot to take in today when it comes to the Browns and all the things that we've discussed with you. Also, your opportunity to talk a little bit more about what you saw on Saturday and what you're hoping to see, not only on next Saturday against Buffalo, but also what could happen in this joint scrimmage coming up on Thursday. We'll do that when we return. 216-474-0092.
A little bit of news from the NBA. NBA spokesman Mike Bass issued this statement. ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded. That is from NBA spokesman Mike Bass.
Half boil here.
so far this season has given up 59 hits over 90 innings of work while striking out 96. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This day in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards Mystery Monday. Spend $200 or more at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights and win something from the mystery prize box. That includes packs, gift cards, supplies, gear, and a whole lot more. On this day, August 17th, back in 1957, Philadelphia Phillies outfielder Richie Ashburn steps into the batter's box and fouls off a pitch. Okay?
Strike one!
It went into the stands and hit a lady named Alice Roth, no relation to the Poobah, in the face, and it broke her nose.
Ouch.
So they're working on Alice and trying to get her, feeling better and everything else, and the game's delayed just slightly. Ashburn steps back into the batter's box, fouls off the next pitch, hits Alice Roth, who is now on a stretcher, in the knee, breaking a small bone near her knee.
Oh, my God.
You want two things that make it even worse?
It gets worse?
Alice was there with her two young grandsons. 8-year-old Preston noticed that the foul ball was retrieved by a man sitting in front of them. He asked the man if he could have the ball, and the man said no.
Oh.
And then Alice Roth's husband, sports editor of the Philadelphia Bulletin. He was the editor of the sports page.
Good golly.
And then Richie, apparently later in life, kept in touch with Alice slightly because he occasionally wrote columns for the Bulletin. And, of course, he was a longtime Phillies broadcaster. Mm-hmm. And I have a Western Auto baseball glove. Remember Western Auto hardware stores?
No.
A Western Auto baseball glove. It was called a Revolution, Richie Ashburn model.
Western Auto, it was called?
Yeah. And oddly enough, I have a buddy who I help coach baseball with, and he was over at the house, and I pulled out this glove, and I said, and he restrings glove. I said, hey, Kevin, maybe you could restring this. And he went, my dad had the exact same glove.
Wow.
I mean, how obscure is that?
Huh.
A Richie Ashburn Revolution sent out by Western Auto.
What do you think that's worth now?
I don't know. It's an old glove. I don't even know where I got it from. I think my dad found it somewhere from the 1950s.
Wow. Western Auto ended up getting bought out by, ended up becoming Sears at one point, and now they are pretty much retired.
This day in hardware history brought to you by Andy Baskin.
By Cunningham Hardware.
Poor Alice Roth, huh?
You did talk about Richie.
Back-to-back foul balls, one in the schnoz, one in the knee.
The little follow on that, too. Ashburn felt terrible about the incident, so that's good. He brought her flowers.
No, he's going to be happy about it, Andy.
Well, some guys would just not care.
Woman's nose. Hey, good shot.
Some guys would just not care, right? They'd be like, yeah, whatever. And then a lot of times you'd think they'd get a bat, right? Or at least like...
She didn't need a bat. Her husband was a sports editor.
Or like
she didn't like it that much. So there you go.
A pint of blood with the team's logo on it, at least to replace what got lost when the busted nose. He brought her flowers, just so you know, in the hospital.
Yes, I knew that. I chose to leave it out because
Why? You wanted to make Richie Ashburn look like a bad guy.
No, I thought it was cooler that he ended up actually writing for the paper that her husband was the sports editor of.
I don't know, man. You got to be careful. That's maybe, stand by the nets. By the way, they had great crowds over the weekend at the ballpark for the series against San Diego. So.
I love those Padre uniforms, by the way.
I do, too.
Those are sweet, man.
I got to be honest. I like it when we see San Francisco here.
And we will
when
tomorrow.
When we see the Padres here. Just because it's so still still to this day, it's still unusual for me to kind of get that feeling, right? Like the Giants are here, really? Like, and I don't know. Maybe am I showing my age terribly? Like, are you okay with it? Does it seem normal to you? I don't know. It still doesn't seem normal to me.
It's always going to be cool, especially the fact that they're no longer just picking a division, and that's who you're doing now. Instead, it's just, hey, let's get rid of the 17 games you were playing against your division, so you no longer have to sit through more Kansas City Royals games. And instead, here's the Dodgers, here's the Giants, here's the Padres. Like, that's awesome. Like, that's just, it's the way it should be.
What is our level of fear now for the postseason for the Guardians? Now there's 6 back. I still feel like there's a lot of time left.
Andy.
Jeff.
If they're 11 back at the beginning of September, no problem.
Oh, okay. Every team can handle that.
They did it before last year.
Not a big deal. That's how we do things around
now
here.
Now we picked up Joe Adell and Nathaniel Lowe. We got Rhys Hoskins warming up in some way, shape, or form. It's all coming together.
Can he throw in the bullpen?
That might be a help.
And then Holderman gets hurt yesterday. But every time he hits the hill, I'm like, man, that is the perfect name for a reliever.
Great name for a reliever.
Yeah.
Yep. It's right up there with Outman. Any Outman that comes out there, I'm like, that's a reliever name.
What position do you play? I'm the holder man.
Mm-hmm.
What's our level of concern, Dan?
I'm not there yet because ask me after the next 3 series. And the reason that I put it that way is you've got a Giants team that's out in the wilderness right now for 3 games. Then you got the Colorado Rockies, who are also out in the wilderness right now, though they could score some runs. Then you've got the Anaheim Angels, or the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, which I will call them until the end of time, who are also out in the wilderness. So if we get done after this jaunt to the wilderness and we look at each other and realize that we're about to join them, then we are to be concerned. But if you go through this and let's say you win, 9 out of 12, we're having a different conversation.
And maybe that's why when you look at ESPN and they've got their percentage playoff predictions and looking at strength of schedule, it's interesting. The White Sox, after this weekend, jumped up to 72% to make the playoffs. The Tigers, who now sit in second, are at 18.9. The Twins are sitting at 20.2. And the Guardians are at 25.7, despite the fact that they're logistically in 4th place. So, 5 percentage points higher than the Twins and 7 percentage points higher than the Tigers to make the playoffs. So I think the schedule does lean towards. But you got to see what you're right. You got to look at the next couple series. And then that's when I think you hit the panic meter. Meredith Kane, do we have a moment of the show?
We certainly do. Our moment of the show came from Tyvis Powell, and he was sharing his thoughts on Jared Verse.
I think I understand exactly why Andrew Berry made it a requirement that he's in that trade. You know, I think that Miles is a great talent, and he's one of one. He's obviously a walking Hall of Famer. But I don't know how Miles was in the locker room. When you listen to this guy talk, he's the vocal leader that you wanted Miles to one day be. You know, he's that guy that can get guys going. He can get up and motivate an entire defense and things like that. He's been really good for these young guys, you know, getting Spencer Fano ready to go by starting fights with him and going at him every day in practice to let him know, like, hey, you know, I'm one of the best in this league. You're not going to see too many people better than me. So if you can stop me, you should be good in this league, you know. And I think that he's done a great job of just getting guys ready to go and putting a lot of faith and confidence in the rest of that defense, you know. So I think that he's been what the Browns kind of needed in that locker room for right now.
All right, kids, we have reached that point in the show where we ask you, why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps? Brought to you by our friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. We start with Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Day, courtesy of Tyvis Powell. Always smarter when I talk to Tyvis. Such a good insight into what everything is going on with the Browns. Defenses, offenses, all that kind of good stuff. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, social media mentions powered by Scheiben Jewelers.
Meredith Kane.
I will second that. I'm always smarter when Tyvis talks, especially because he gives really, really good insight from a player's perspective.
Jeff, she seconds that emotion. What do you got?
Funny.
Thank you.
I'm smarter today after our conversation about the quarterback situation. It just keeps going. It keeps going. But I think folks have pretty good perspective on things today. And I can't wait for it to end.
Jeff, I'm going to agree with you. That is one of the reasons I'm smarter, because I'm just looking forward to probably a week from today. Don't you think so? I mean, we should have some kind of feeling that we know who the starting quarterback against Jacksonville is going to be 1 week from today. So patience. I can't tell you the text I got after the game about just disgruntled fans and what's blah, 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 blah. Let it go for another week, and then you're going to find out who your quarterback is. And then if you want to be disgruntled, knock yourself out, because you'll be thinking about the draft about 25 minutes after that. So that'll do it for today's show. You are still Jeff Phelps?
Last check.
Just wanted to make sure. I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening to us again today. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We will talk to you tomorrow at 10.
I'd love to have that decision. And we'll see. We've got a lot of football this week. We've already had a lot of football. We've got 4 days of practice and a game. That all adds into any decision with the roster and who the starters are. Some are further along than others, right? We already know. That's part of it. And I'm okay. By the time we get to next week, that'd be great. We can start planning that way, have some practices, and then here we go against Jacksonville.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin for the next 5 hours. We got plenty to get to. A little off day for the Guardians. Don't worry, they took off most of the weekend too. Hey, the Cavs shopping Strus. What's up with that? Oh, and yes, quarterbacks played this weekend, and many people reacted. Definitive takes on 3 quarters of quarterback play in the preseason. Get ready for it today. That open, courtesy of the University Hospital's Cleveland Browns Radio Network and News Channel 5, and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Hi, Jax. Good to see you, buddy. Jake Murrin, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as well, and producing. That's kind of the first thing he's doing. But follow all 5 hours live on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel or the free Odyssey app. And, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked around these parts, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And Matt Corrali on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Little hungover.
Yeah.
Little hungover.
Okay.
Yeah, just we're gonna start. This is you're the truth broker.
Yeah.
This is an honest program.
I think I've told you before on the list of things I typically know about you when you do shows. Hungover you is the worst version of you.
It's not good.
Not necessarily from a production standpoint. We can still get some great takes. I'm not saying you're not going to have that.
Yeah.
You get very testy when you're hungover.
Yeah, I don't know. I've actually been very laid back despite my hungover nature today.
Yeah, you seem laid back today for a hungover day.
But I think it's that I just don't have the energy to put hate into my heart.
Okay, historically, that is the testiest you get is when you're hungover, and then I could say something like the sky is blue, and you debate me for 45 minutes on it. So like that's typically how this goes. I told you I like sauna in the morning and long walk in the morning, Nick. That's the best version of Nick for me personally.
Well, here's the thing: I did get the sauna in the morning because I realized
maybe it balances out a little bit.
We were a little hungover.
Okay.
We got some White Russians late last night, which. Again, why I did this, I don't know.
Why didn't you just do it Saturday night? What happened Saturday night?
It wasn't on the brain Saturday night. It should have been. You are correct. I should have been hungover yesterday and refreshed today.
I have no idea how people do these jobs hungover.
We'll see. For the next 5 hours, we will see.
I don't drink before I have to work the next day because I am a miserable hungover human. I can't function hungover. Nonetheless, try to do a 5-hour talk show.
But I knew that I was in trouble when I got out of the sauna, and I still felt like crap. I was like, well, okay. In fairness, you always feel like crap when you get out of the sauna. But like an hour later, I didn't have that awesome bounce back that you can have where your body's like, I'm so alive, right? And it did not happen.
Did we go beyond, like, I'm assuming we went beyond just tipsy.
Yeah, so the funny thing is, I went to bed.
Did the night just get away from you?
I went to bed tipsy, but I had one full white Russian right before bed.
Yeah.
And so when I woke up to use the restroom at 4 a.m., we were still drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went to bed tipsy and woke up drunk. You never know how these things go.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
All right.
But then I went back to bed and slept it off.
I wish you good luck. I wish me good luck on our adventure today.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Especially because we have, obviously, we got to talk about the Browns-Bears preseason game. And one, Deshaun Watson, I thought looked nice. I actually think the reaction to Shador's performance was actually off what I saw, because I'll be honest with you, I think if we're talking about the quarterbacks on Saturday, we should be grading them on an absolute curve because the offensive line stunk for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Once you got to the second unit, you saw it with Deshaun, you certainly saw it with Shador, and I honestly feel bad for little fella Dylan Gabriel having to clean up that mess in the fourth quarter with how when we got to the fourth offensive line, it was just like, these guys don't look playable.
Well, and especially when we got to Shador and Dylan, it very much felt like what we watched them do last year in many senses. It's like, all right, Shador's got to try to put the cape on and make a play no matter what. Dylan at least was throwing the ball a little bit further downfield. That was nice. Mm-hmm. That was at least a development for Dylan, even if he threw it into the defender's hands. It was still a nice development, all things considered.
Still a completion if you think about it.
I think so, too.
You know?
I think so, too. Deshaun did not flat out embarrass himself. I was surprised by that. The expectation I had was flat out embarrassing. Now, he still had that fumble that was weird, and I guess everyone just refused to put on him at the end of the game.
Yeah, he's gotten the old Peterlin pass for the fumble.
Oh, my gosh. Like, you wouldn't believe. That was a
Peterlin pass.
Unbelievable. And Monken led the charge in that one in the postgame, clearly. But still, I thought he looked better than I thought he would. Was he great? No. Did he push the ball down the field? Absolutely not. But if what they were trying to get was somebody that just didn't fall flat on their face, then mission accomplished.
Yeah, it was interesting. You could see that Deshaun, with his, I think it was a third quarter interview with Aditi on the sideline, Deshaun was smiling. Like,
yeah.
Deshaun looked, I don't want to say
Aditi
relieved.
highlighted that, too, by the way.
He looked, that is.
And Monken highlighted that after the fact, too.
Like, it's so funny with Deshaun, one of kind of like an ancillary gripe other than the being bad at football and the baggage that he came with and all the other stuff and the injuries, and there's a lot there. One of my primary gripes is all I had heard about Deshaun in Houston was he would light up any room he walked into. He talked to everyone. He was accessible, and he's just not been that. Now, we can understand why he hasn't been that, but that is as light as I have seen Deshaun Watson, and it was after one half of what I would say is good football in the preseason opener. So there was a part of me that was like, you know what? And even Todd Monken afterwards smiling, and just you could tell Todd Monken was happy for him as well.
Monken went a little too far, in my opinion, in that respect.
He smiled too hard. Smiling's his favorite.
He went over the top with his adulation for what he saw out of Watson and how happy he was for Deshaun.
How did he go over the top?
What do you mean? How did he go over the top? Like it was everywhere. Him saying he's now 100% confident Watson can play winning football. That's one of the strongest indicators I think we'd find. Extremely encouraged, everything that he said. And then he's smiling ear to ear. Like, you could tell there was a part of Monken that didn't believe we would see that version of Deshaun. And then we saw it. And I feel like for somebody in his first year as a head coach, someone that knows if this goes absolutely sideways and he looks cooked, then he might be cooked as well. That you can do something with that. I'm not saying you can win a lot of games with that, but you're not going to look like Freddie Kitchens if you just have somebody that can complete, actual passes down the field.
I thought that's what's funny because we're trying to base our thoughts on who should start based off what we're seeing, and we're also trying to base it off what we're hearing from the Browns. And I feel like with the way Monken spoke about it, with the way Deshaun spoke about it, I felt like they were talking about it like I was watching a different brand of football. I thought Deshaun looked good. And again, I'm grading on a curve, meaning he probably even looked better than good. I don't know that's, he just snatched the job good.
No, I know.
Because that's the messaging that I felt like we got from Todd Monken and the Browns. And honestly, I think everybody's on the same page with that.
I think the difference here is that for 5 months they had given Deshaun first everything out of the gate. And they propped up Deshaun in a way that we've called out at certain spots. But the idea was they themselves did not know how he would react in an actual game. They had no idea because nobody could know with Deshaun. The same way when Deshaun first appeared in that Texans game a million years ago, coming off of all the allegations and the year off, he looked miserable. Nobody could have known that was going to happen. And so I think the idea that he just didn't basically fall down and look drunk the entire time was like, well, okay, good. There's something here. It doesn't mean he's God's gift to football, but he's at least not going to throw every ball in the dirt, and he's at least looking around, and the game's not too fast, and he can do something. Doesn't mean he's going to be Peyton Manning, but he can do something, and I think that was a sigh of relief for both Deshaun and for Monken, because we've seen Deshaun go out in these spots and not pass that test before.
But we're just in a weird spot where it's like, I would like to just talk about, I thought Deshaun looked what I hoped he would. He looked like a competent NFL quarterback. And I'm still sort of confused at the adulation from Todd Monken on this. And it might have just been that he was happy for the player, and we might just be confusing that. But even once you start to look at how the practice reps are divvied up, with the fact that Deshaun and Shador are splitting the reps on Thursday against the Bills.
And Deshaun's getting the best practice of the week on Tuesday.
With
of the
pads
joint.
on. It's just, I'm trying to figure out how that start became something other than what I thought it was, which again was a very good start.
Yeah.
No, good start.
It was a good start. Not a very good start. It was a good start. And I like that this is your take on it because I felt very similar leaving that game. I was like yelling at anybody that would pay attention. He didn't push the ball down the field at all. Like you have to at some point reward the idea that you throw the ball more than Dylan Gabriel and Kevin Stefanski played that offense last year. And so I don't know. Was this just an offense, Nick, that was set up for Deshaun to make sure he could just do the basics and just do the easy ins and outs, not throw any of these bad interceptions we've seen in preseason in the camp so far, and just not fall flat on his face? Was that what this was?
Was this a trust exercise?
Almost.
Is it like a trust fall?
Almost like, hey, like Monken goes to him, hey, listen, we want the best for you. You're going to look the best if you do this. And just hit the easy spots, just make the easy throws. We're not going to test it in any sort of way, and just pass that, and then we can see what happens moving forward.
And what's weird is Deshaun, and I think Zach Jackson was the first guy that I saw tweet about it, and then I saw like 100 tweets after it because, Twitter's broken. But Deshaun really still has no pocket presence whatsoever. And I think that's the thing. Like the two things that go beyond just – did you complete the ball? Did you throw it to the right guy? Did you throw it to the right team? The two things that I took away from this game are, one, Deshaun's pocket presence is still it's like he has no athletic charisma in the pocket.
Yeah.
And then with Shedeur, I actually thought the team responded to Shedeur. I thought you could see a different energy when Shedeur was in there from the guys offensively.
No question.
And so I thought that was really, and again, like, If you want to say Deshaun had the better game, yeah, I'd probably agree with you. But Shedeur made the two biggest plays. Well, technically three biggest plays of the game with the interception, but the two best throws of the game go to Shedeur.
And once Deshaun had the fumble, I thought he was spooked a little bit. Like if we played out a whole entire rest of the game, Nick, I think it goes real south for Deshaun Watson after that point because and you saw for the couple series he got after the fumble happened, he didn't look the same. He started throwing balls in the dirt. He started missing receivers. And I know he talked about it, and I don't know why this is not getting nearly enough run, Nick. He had numbness in his arm. Openly talked about it. Why is no one discussing that part of this equation? Like, if we're worried about his health and we're worried about the injuries that constantly pop up, and he said throughout parts of that game he had numbness in his arm. Now, he thought it was just a funny bone issue and everything was going to be fine, but he legitimately had numbness in his arm during that game. Like, that's not passing necessarily the I'm the healthiest guy in the world now check.
216-474-0092. Did Deshaun win the job on Saturday? If so, that is a layup of a performance, and maybe, just maybe, the Browns wanted him to win that job more than I thought. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, and 92.3 The Fan's very own at 3:40. Nathan Zagura going to be back with us during football season, and it starts today at 5 p.m. Browns analyst will get his thoughts on the quarterback play from the weekend. We do have the lead coming up at 6 o'clock as well, but 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Did Deshaun win the job on Saturday? More from Monken on Watson in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
big league action as Cleveland welcomes in San Fran starting tomorrow through Thursday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, it was so cool to watch him play. I mean, I get all of the frustration, fans, himself, but for him to come back and work like he did is an unbelievable credit to him. And then to go out there, he was having fun today, and that is so cool. And I thought he really functioned at a high level. Certainly, we don't want to be taking timeouts. We sure as heck can't take delay of games, okay? But it was fun watching him play and watching us put the next step forward and see where we're at.
Browns head coach Todd Monken talking post-game after the Bears game about Watson. And again, like, I want to leave some room for the humanity here where I do think that's a coach reacting to somebody having a better game maybe than expected. And so I think that's a good human moment from Todd Monken. I also think that I would say went a little above and beyond how maybe I felt. And again, like, good. It was good. He didn't trip over his own unit. Like, that's good. That is not something we've seen. And certainly, if he can replicate that in a game where it matters, he might not be the reason you lose a game. That's that is something that we did not have for most of last year, and specifically early in the season when you have your best chance. But it was just weird to hear, again, just what I would say is effusive praise, and not just from Todd Monken, but I think from even the fan base. Like, what was interesting to me is, like, you made the point of the bar was low.
Yeah, the bar was really low.
And so I think there's an element of people who think that Deshaun won the job simply because they had no expectations for him on Saturday.
Well, life is about expectations, right? And when you go in and you have the lowest of low expectations, 11 of 16, where you have a delay of game, you have one of the worst fumbles you ever see, and don't complete a pass beyond 10 yards, it's going to look a lot better than maybe it is in reality. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where a lot of people were. I'm with you. I don't think the job is necessarily done and over. I am also not going to ignore the idea that Monken seemed incredibly pleased. They continue to give Deshaun number one opportunities at every turn. The splitting the joint practice, him having the actual practice that matters this week with the Browns on Tuesday, and then obviously them talking about on Saturday, the ones aren't going to play. A lot of the ones aren't going to play with Shedeur. On the Bills side and the Browns side, it does kind of feel like the Browns already made up their mind one way or another. They just needed to make sure Deshaun wouldn't fall flat on his face.
And I think to get like,
but that game didn't change much.
Yeah, if that performance is why they're have a different pep in their step today, they're not going to beat the allegations that this thing was rigged.
I don't think they are beating a lot of the allegations. The sad part is Deshaun hasn't gone out and grabbed it or anything. We're just stuck somewhere in between the Browns clearly giving him some sort of favoritism while also then him not going out and grabbing it. Whatever that is in the middle of that. And Shedeur not helping his case. You can't throw that interception if you're Shedeur Sanders. And the excuses maybe aren't helping either, but everything attached to it, Shedeur isn't helping his case. And so it just kind of becomes this melting pot of it looks like it's headed in that direction.
Yeah, the interesting thing about I didn't think the interception was the biggest deal in the world because the game was already out of reach. And I kind of thought it should be treated the same way that I think the fumble by Deshaun should be treated. Yeah, it's the preseason. Who gives a rat's ass? Like, get that out now instead of later because, again, like I think we're really underrating it. Listen, the wide receivers looked really good, or the pass catchers and playmakers looked really, really good. The offensive line did not.
Yeah, the offensive line did. At least with the run game.
Unit. Yeah.
The second and the first unit when it came to the run game. Like that. The first unit with the run game, Judkins had nowhere to go, and Judkins didn't do anything at all with the ball that way.
But it does feel like, from what Todd Monken said and how his actions line up, it does look like this thing is going Deshaun's way. And it's interesting. Like, my feeling that my initial reaction isn't screw Todd Monken. It's not. But it is, you better be right. And I understand that he's a head coach and coaches don't think this way. There is losing. Not all losing is equal. And the second that Deshaun has a quintessential Deshaun Browns game, oh boy, do I think Todd Monken is going to hear it and feel it. And I no longer think like this is an organizational push, by the way, that Todd is being forced to play Deshaun.
Oh, you don't?
No, I think he was a little too gleeful after that game.
I
for
think,
a guy that would be handcuffed by an organization.
Our reads on that are different then. I think he was gleeful because it was like, oh, I got a chance to actually look decent with this. I think Monken has seen everything that we've all seen. I think he was prepared for Deshaun Watson to not look the greatest, and he was prepared to fall flat on his face, and then he was going to have to lie to everybody in the postgame. And I think the reality that he had was, oh, okay, all right. In a game setting, he didn't look like he completely tripped over the garden hose. Like this, I can do something with this. I'm not going to look like an absolute failure for the rest of this season. I really, none of this did anything to help the idea that this has come from anyone but really Haslam and the top.
I really think there was a gleeful note there, and I just took it a different way. I really do think Todd looks at this and goes, if I can be the guy that rehabs Deshaun back to a certain level, I'm gonna be pretty set as not that this won't be my only coaching job as a head coach.
That game didn't do anything to rehab Deshaun though. That game was, that was about as dink and dunk as you can find though. Like if you want to show me that you rehab Deshaun and throw the ball down the field.
Yeah. Well, I do think there will be a point this season that you have to get there. But I think Todd Monken has put a lot of eggs in the basket of, I got to get Deshaun to a specific level, and if I do, it's going to help. It's going to help us win, and I do think that's his number one concern. But I think it's also going to help how he's perceived around the NFL. I don't think it's lost on Todd Monken that most people, when he was named the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, didn't have the most positive reaction. That whether it's CBS Sports or ESPN, or when all the analysts have ranked, the head coaching hires, it was unilaterally near the bottom. I don't think he was the worst, but he was usually, if there were, I think it was 8 head coaches hired, he was usually 7th or 8th.
So I just took it as a sigh of relief for him, being like, this season's not going to be a 3-win season. This one has a chance to, maybe we win 6, maybe we win 7, but we're going to have a couple games where if Deshaun can look like that, we'll be all right. Now that's completely ignoring the idea that you had no run game at all. You still had the delay a game penalty that Deshaun had that I thought Monken's head was going to explode in the sidelines. They did a great job. The broadcast did a great job of immediately going to Monken's facial expression, and I've never seen a man as pissed off as Monken in that moment. I legitimately thought his head was going to explode.
Yeah, that's honestly the weird thing to me, because so much has been made about like Shador's ability to read a defense, Shador's ability to do the work, and all this kind of stuff. It's weird to me that Deshaun is being given the grace of he's the front runner because he's the veteran, and he's having as many operational issues as Shador is.
Yeah.
And somehow that's being held against Shador, but not being held against Deshaun. Again,
it's one area where the Browns are kind of speaking out of both ends on this, or at least Monken is.
I'm sure there's a nuance to it that I'm just failing to grasp, or some sort of inside, the 6 herbs and spices or whatever. I'm sure there's something I'm missing there. But, man, that feels, as you put it, a little bit of talking out both sides of your mouth.
That goes back to that last Monday when they had the procedural problems with the final 2 minutes, and it was Deshaun and Shador. But then it felt like in their eyes, Shador was the only one that was making mistakes at the end of that. And it's kind of the idea that they put out there, this idea that he's a veteran and he's been in the league for 10 years. And even though we see some of these mistakes, like the delay a game, we had all sorts of operational issues. The burn timeout, the trouble getting in and out of huddles, like it happened all throughout this game, but Deshaun just kind of escaped that.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So obviously we're doing the how does this impact the quarterback battle. And again, it does feel like everyone kind of just went, all right, I guess it's Deshaun's job now.
Kalshi's got him at 85% now.
So it's actually not going to work out that way.
We checked the markets. Kalshi's got him at 85%.
So my problem is not with Kalshi. It's how people talk about Kalshi. That's the one. They compare it to like Vegas, and it's like, no, different. Very different.
Different, but also it is just a reflection of the public's betting, and the public's betting is ultimately what Vegas is. Vegas has somebody that sets the lines initially, but then the public betting and the sharp bettors tilt it one way or another. The problem with Kalshi is, do we have enough sharp bettors to actually make it tilt in the smart direction? That's what I always wonder about Kalshi. Some things we do. This one, I don't know.
But I will say, operational issues, cadence issues.
Take on Kalshi for anyone that cared, by the way.
I actually really appreciated it.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. I feel smarter now.
Thank you.
And that'll be on Baskin and Phelps tomorrow. Why we're smarter.
It'll make it to tomorrow?
Yeah. For once. not going to take the shot. I love those guys.
Yeah, Baskin's like, oh, you're a good guy, except for the comments last week about me saying I have a fat ass.
Yeah.
I'm still taking heat for that.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't have said he has a fat ass.
I did not say he has a fat ass.
The streets are saying you commented on his gluteus maximus.
I had to explain to him I have no ass, and so by proxy, you have a bigger ass than I do, and that's why the chair it's your form, not mine.
Yeah, I think you lost him with the nuanced explanation. I think you should have just gone with Nick is lying. I think that would have been a better play.
That one is the truth.
Yeah, Nick.
But people don't want to hear that one.
Well, no. But, I mean, it would be a lie.
Yeah.
You said he puts the max in gluteus maximus.
I don't say that. I don't say gluteus maximus.
That's exactly how you said it.
I never say gluteus maximus. That's not a term that I use.
Gluteus maximus guy. That's all right.
That's a term you use. That's not a term I use.
I don't think I do. However, lost in all of the kind of this quarterback versus that quarterback was the idea that, like, I am a little bit more comfortable with Deshaun starting. That doesn't mean I think he won the job, but I am more comfortable of, okay, that thing that he did, if 3 times a game he can take a big shot down the field and actually connect on it, you can win a lot of games with that brand of football, even if Shador's my preferred method of, I don't know, just being able to throw guys open.
The hope I would have is that Monken is holding some aces up his sleeve in the direction of Deshaun throwing the deep ball. And this was all just to, again, if he's going to try to pass the test, this was all just setting him up to pass the test. Look proficient out there, complete a lot of passes, and ultimately, don't throw interceptions. Like, the one big thing that we've harped on with Deshaun throughout this camp has been the amount of interceptions that he's thrown. I think Monken set him up to not throw a lot of interceptions, make it easy on his life, and then be able to sell to the public why he should be the starter. Because after you leave that game, you do think to yourself, what? The same thing you just said. You think he can do it at a level. And that's not something that universally existed a week and a half ago.
216-474-0092. Did Deshaun win the job on Saturday? Tom in San Diego. Welcome to the show, Tom.
How you doing, guys?
Hi, Tom.
Doing all right. What you got?
I'm just dumbfounded to think.
Wait, Tom, are you the one that called Daryl and Nick's show yesterday or no?
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
No.
Not you.
I called in first. I was the first one after the.
I was listening. Nick. Daryl was so over the top that he got a call from San Diego.
Because we were talking about the interceptions.
He was like, "Hey, we're nationwide. Let me show you how.
Yeah.
It's this caller in San Diego." And it's like,
I was reading off the list of interceptions. How everybody was just ripping Deshaun. I mean, Shador about his one interception, and then I read through
like San Diego was like Chile or something.
Yeah,
like this faraway place.
I'm born and raised Cleveland, so it's still this.
All right, go ahead,
crazy.
Tom. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But Deshaun played against his first, the first couple series or even the first quarter against the second team defense. And the guy still couldn't throw a ball past 10 yards. I mean, I don't know if Todd, if that was his plan to play this short game to build his confidence, but can you only imagine what would happen when he's going to play up against a first team defense? I mean, I was just shocked to hear everybody saying, oh, he could be the starter. Does anybody remember a few years ago, the last 2-3 seasons he did play? I'm just shocked. Nobody is calling out that he played against the second team defense.
Tom, we
That's
appreciate
it. I'm going
you,
to the beach. I'm going to the
Enjoy the beach.
Enjoy the beach there. Tom from San Diego.
Oh, this faraway place.
Come on now. That's like 3,000 miles away.
And then he pulled every Anchorman San Diego reference you could possibly find on top of it. He was thrilled to get a call from the faraway land of San Diego.
Kind of bums me out because I did the San Diego thing at the beginning there. I don't think Deshaun played that bad. No. I thought he played good, especially with how bad the offensive line looked for most of his time there. I just disagree there. Now, to the idea of it's probably not going to go well of him starting. Yeah, I think that should still be the understanding.
It still should be, but you're
not going to win because of Deshaun.
What he at least passed with, at least over this last weekend, was that if the Browns want to justify saying that Deshaun Watson won the battle, it's close enough at this point, and he looked decent enough that I don't have a great rebuttal on top of it. It's just that's the reality of it.
Is it time to believe in a different Deshaun? That and a big accomplishment for the Cleveland Guardians. Leading off, quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Lance Reisland coming up in 1 hour's time. Excited to talk to Coach Riz. He actually, this is going to sound very sappy, but I'll allow it because I don't think he's going to hear it. One of my favorite parts about being out at camp was just chopping it up with Coach Riz in between breaks, or if we had like a taped interview or something.
Mm-hmm.
I miss him when he's not around. Isn't that a nice thing to say?
Yeah, Coach is the best.
Yeah.
He's around. Coach is always around.
Well, yeah, but the only downside of being in our very comfortable studio, at which I grouse about when I'm not here, the only downside is you just don't get to see as many people.
Sure,
and,
sure.
I enjoy all the good people on the Browns beat there.
Come hang out with us on Sundays during the tailgate show, and you'll see Coach Riz and myself. We are on for a couple hours before every single game, every single week.
I don't know if they'll do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like work to me.
Just trying to see how bad you wanted it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Open invitation.
Yeah, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Open invitation
no.
you got over there. On select games, you know.
Yeah, select games.
You
don't want to steal the
You know,
spotlight. there.
exactly right. You got the big games, I'm shutting you out.
Now, Nathan Zagura will not be joining us at 5 today, so we're going to move the lead back to 5, and we'll see what happens the rest of the show there. Just one programming note, but let's go ahead and get into Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, the Guardians won their 10,000th game in franchise history Saturday night, becoming just the 11th MLB squad to reach that number and just the third team created since 1901 to hit the mark. Here's skipper Stephen Vogt on the accomplishment.
First of all, I want to congratulations to the whole organization. That's an unbelievable number to get to, and I'm honored to be a part of it and to be here on a night like tonight and be able to contribute to that. It's a really cool feeling. I'm really happy for the fans, for the organization, for everybody. 10,000 wins, that's a great mark for the city of Cleveland.
So it's not a record that I ever thought about, but once I did and I started looking at comparable organizations, I thought it was pretty cool. I've settled on 10,000 wins out of, I think it's 19,507. Well, now 508 games.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
What
Pretty cool.
are the other two teams that have done it since 1901?
Red Sox and Yankees.
That's pretty good company.
Yeah.
Can't hate that.
Not just that. Organizationally, they have the Guardians have the 7th best winning percentage of all time of all major league teams.
Which is really funny because they had a 40-year stretch of just being awful.
I mean, imagine where you would be without those 35 years of just absolute stank.
Just absolute nothingness. It's kind of I don't want to do too much on it because it's one of those things where it snuck up on me as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's also how much credit do you give to something like this? How much of the last 30 years is carrying the weight relative to certain spots that just, is it a longevity award or did you actually do something? And it feels like in this instance, they've actually done something.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're in the conversation with the Yankees and the Red Sox, and again, the Yankees have by far the best winning percentage it's 569 or 570, which is insane.
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody else is 530 or below, and I think the Guardians are about 512. But again, even that 512 winning percentage is good for the 7th best winning percentage for franchises in baseball history. That's crazy. So basically, it's a 500 league.
And within all that, 2 World Series.
Okay, and wins.
Yeah, wins.
We've been to more.
Yeah.
We just haven't won them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But 2 wins?
Yeah. Had to bring
that's honestly the most impressive thing. To play baseball for 126 years and only win twice. You want to talk about real accomplishments, that's an accomplishment.
Yeah. Well, because I think the time, the time to make hay for an organization, all you had to do was be a well-run organization. And there wasn't a lot of financial disparity. There wasn't a lot of, all the things that have plagued baseball for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
That the time to make hay for winning championships, if you weren't the Yankees, really was about 1950 to about 1980.
Sure.
And that's conveniently where the Guardians were just stink on crap.
Only 18 playoff appearances in that 126 years, too. That seems like an awfully low number. Now, obviously, baseball's divisions used to be much harder to make it into the playoffs, and that was a much different thing up until Well, really, I mean, for a long stretch there. But that also seems like that's 1 out of every 6 years on average. That's not necessarily great.
You made me feel worse about all of this.
Well,
now.
I just wanted to put in some context
thank you for
here.
putting that in.
Yeah,
I love that context.
if anybody could provide the context of a letdown of a 10,000th win, you know that could be me.
Captain Context there, Jonathan Peterlin.
You know, when called for. I'm just an I get curious. I seek things out.
Yeah.
And this is what I was curious about. Listen. I'd love for the information to be different.
Yeah,
I'd love for that to be different. That's not their reality.
Great information.
That's not their reality.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing.
LeBron James has debuted a YouTube golf channel. That's what he did over the weekend. Yeah, so his first video out there was the big trip with all the 2016 members and that whole trip that they documented on their Instagram and everything like that. He put out a long form video, and he's going to put out one a month documenting his golf journey. I think he thinks this is how he's going to stay relevant with people moving forward. I love golf. I love YouTube golf, so I'll probably watch. Jax loves YouTube golf. He'll probably watch. Will this get somebody like you, a big LeBron guy, to stay? Will you watch a LeBron James golf journey?
Not a chance in hell. This feels eerily similar to Pat McAfee's crappy country album.
Okay.
That it just feels like nobody told him, hey, this isn't a good idea. And if they did, he wasn't listening. He's not good at golf.
No, he's awful. He's actually awful at it right now.
So he's not good at golf.
But that's part of it, though, is documenting the journey to how he gets better and how he improves his game. It's shocking. He's one of the greatest athletes of all time, and his swing looks as broke as it does. But people said the same thing about Charles Barkley, too, I guess.
No, I don't think this is going to be good for him. I maybe would just, after maybe a year's worth of episodes, that's about 12 episodes, just shut it down. Just golf for the love of the game. Not everything has to be content.
What I think is really funny is that he's already linked up with a lot of the heavy hitters in the YouTube golf world, the Bob Does Sports guys. They just did a video, and I can't wait for the moment that the YouTube golf world just kind of becomes numb to LeBron James, of all people. Like, where they're like, all right, we get it, LeBron. You like golf. It's coming. If, like, a year from now, they'll be like, we get it. You don't have to be involved in everything, LeBron, but this is LeBron's new passion project. You can tell.
How long before we get the Paige Spiranek crossover?
I don't know that he's going to link up with Paige.
I mean, good luck if he does.
Paige has a pretty narrow demo that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's horny guys. That's the demo. It's not really. That's not much. There's not much.
There's not a lot of concentric circles, so you're bringing new crowds to this thing.
It's not really a for love of the game move. That's more of a.
It's a love of something.
Yes, but not for love of the game.
Yeah, well,
he's linking up with
a type of game.
He's linking up with the guys that that I like, that I watch. Yeah. And at this point, that's not. I mean, I'm not.
You know what?
I couldn't even imagine if my wife walked in and I was watching a Paige Spiranek golf video.
It's Spiranek.
Bing bong. That's good. That's good that I muffed that then.
Easy.
How did you say it?
Spiranek. See, I'm such.
I don't know. That might even
so
be debatable.
out on her.
That might even.
I don't even know how to say her name.
Name me two other golf YouTube influencers. Your boink is showing right now. That's what that is.
I can name two things about Paige. Hey, we're having fun. Good Day Detroit was having a conversation about eating exotic game when Dina Centofanti posed an interesting question to her co-host Ryan Ermani.
You're looking for fat in the beaver.
Yeah.
The beaver is the beaver is the most sought after.
It is.
Ryan, do you think you could eat beaver? It's fat and then it's meat.
It made them all sick, though. They all got sick after it. Oh, God.
What about a moose?
Yeah. I don't know.
All right. Do you think she knew what she was doing? Because I started the clip.
I think she did at a certain point.
Yeah, at some point. And I think it was right around the time about the eating that I think she really just
she fell
put the
into
screws
it.
to that man.
She fell into it. It was not intentional.
Yeah.
And then when she realized, she just kept going.
Yeah, my favorite thing about TV anchors is that they do this great thing of they're just so understated in how they deliver stuff that they can deliver the craziest things by acting like they don't know what they're saying. Mm-hmm. And it's why you should watch local news, if we're being honest. Because once in a great blue moon, this kind of thing happens, or the Wayne Dawson stuff that has happened with Kicking It with Kenny, all, just gold. Just absolute gold.
What's funny, I just didn't expect you to be wacky news TV gets me going guy.
No, only when it's unintentionally sexy.
It just doesn't seem to make sense. I don't know. It's not the type of thing that I would have thought you'd really jive with.
Now, I hate the rest of the TV stuff, but I like the unintentional double entendre, and then you just realize what you did, so you keep going. That's the good stuff. About 1%. About 1%.
Tommy John has passed away over the weekend. Would you take Tommy John's, not existence, but the idea that he's got this injury named after him until the end of time now?
Yeah.
It's more memorable than nearly a 300-win career, all the different things he accomplished on the baseball field. If this was your lasting impression on Earth, are you satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's better than what most people get.
Yeah, I mean, he's infamous.
Yeah, and it's not for anything great, obviously. Like, people are never like, oh, I'm excited to get Tommy John surgery. That's not great, but there's a lot of things that people get named after that are, actually critical, that kill you, and this is not one of those. You just get a surgery, and then maybe your baseball career can be fixed.
Lived to 83, pitched for like 22 or 23 years in the big leagues. 26 years.
Think about that. No one pitches 26 years anymore.
One of, ironically, the initial Rocky Colavito trade was one of the worst trades in Indians history. And then the second one, which sent Tommy Agee and Tommy John to Chicago, somehow became a runner-up for worst trade pulled by the Indians of that decade.
Yeah, tough.
You don't have any thoughts on a big Tommy John trade for Rocky Colavito? No?
Just pure out of those thoughts.
Yeah. You don't have some stat you can pull up that's going to rain on my...
In my head, I was debating it. I tried to pull something up and just immediately do that to you, but I decided against it.
We're having fun.
Hey, that's all. I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. But also in the same respect, I could also see a world where Tommy John died pissed. just like this is my mark. When I lived this great baseball life, I had a family. I did everything you'd want in life, and I get the headlines because of the surgery.
Nah, be a narcissist about it. Your name is spoken in the annals of history. You can't tell the story about baseball without Tommy John.
At some point, do we just...
The Life Hall of Fame.
Like 100 years from now, long after we're all gone, do you think that somebody changes the name of Tommy John surgery to something else? Or will the surgery itself just cease to exist because we'll have better surgeries for pitchers' arms?
Who's had the most Tommy Johns in history? Does it become his award? Is that what we do?
I think we're going to have a new surgery. We're going to have something new that gets rid of the idea of Tommy John surgery, and then that's going to ultimately replace it. Maybe we'll give it to the doctor that, I don't know, discovered the fix in the actual surgery instead of the pitcher that it was performed on.
Nah, screw that guy.
Maybe history will be on the right side of it this time. I don't know.
The Guardians' low point in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by AutoZone. Getting the
was better because he has Elton Jenkins as a center? In the grand scheme of things, guys, none of them are going to be here next year. So what's the point of us ruining relationships with each other over this QB room? I mean, would anybody be surprised if neither are in the NFL next year?
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Lance Reisland coming up in about 40 minutes time.
Yeah, what do you got over there?
There's an Amazon delivery guy.
Yeah.
That he looks a lot like my buddy Joe Howie, by the way. Hi, Joe, if you're listening.
Shout out, Joe.
He was just running down the corridor here in the Halley building.
I like that. He's got some get up to him.
But it was like a horse trot. I've just never seen a human being trot.
Have you ever filmed yourself running at all?
No, but I have been filmed running, and it's not great.
Most people, 90% of people, do not run aesthetically pleasing. Most people suck at running. I've heard actors talk about this in certain films that they have to actually run in, where they train to run and not look like an idiot. Like part of the idea, Matt Damon's talked about this, he had to legitimately practice for any of those Bourne movies or any of the stuff that he's in, how to run properly because he just couldn't do it without looking like an idiot.
Yeah, my favorite part about this is that this allows me to say the guy who's seen as the quintessential movie runner is Tom Cruise. Apparently other actors have gone to him for tips.
They emulate his running ability
on how to run and make it look like you're like a very athletic person, which is funny because Tom is about 5'5".
Yeah, he's a very tiny guy.
Very tiny fella.
But when he runs, runs very smooth.
It looks like he's running 440 flat.
Sometimes you think actors really do just kind of there's nothing to it, and then other times you hear about them like practicing in their mirrors how to make sure that they run properly, and you're like, there's dedication there that I can respect.
Now, this weekend was not great for the Gardos. They dropped 2 of 3 and to the Padres, and they also dropped Chase DeLauder's hamstring apparently, as he was pulled with precautions over the weekend with his hamstring injury.
Mm-hmm.
This Saturday felt like such a nice win, only to then turn around and get kicked square in the giblets on Sunday. I know we've made this point a lot. Every time you think the worst is over, every time you're like, yeah, they'll turn the corner. This is an obvious one. Every time something new happens, and the ass falls farther out of this thing.
I could have swore I've watched this game, the game they played yesterday, 37 million times already this year.
Yep.
Where they don't have too many hits, they score 0 runs, and they just kind of look lifeless out there. I looked it up. It's the 11th shutout they've had this year. Oddly enough, it's 4th most in baseball. Only 11 surprised me because I swear I've watched that game a million times already this year.
They are 9-19 since the All-Star break. As a matter of fact, when they were at the All-Star break, I think they were 5 games above 500 because that's the exact amount of time. That was their exact record when Hosey got hurt.
Yeah,
and we saw that as a huge victory. If you would have told me the 5 weeks they played without Hosey would not be the low point of this season, if you had told me that 2 months ago, I don't think I would have believed you.
Hosey made a great defensive play yesterday, too, on that bunt. It's odd because he's still showing some signs of, all right, he's great, but then
he hits this weekend.
Yeah, and it's interesting. By the way, quick aside on this, I like the Guardians broadcast as a whole for the most part.
Uh-oh.
Way too many replays.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened this year. I don't know what's changed, but I don't need 75 replays of the one Jose Ramirez play. It was a nice play. Once you have it, show me 2 replays. If you want to give me a third fun angle, fine. I don't need 7 replays before we then get back to action.
Do you think in the
I don't know why this is happening.
Do you think in the absence of the regional sports network, it has empowered individuals and the replay guy Todd It feels like this is his moment.
I think
he's in his bag.
It's almost like they're showing off that they got 7 angles of the play, and they're like, well, let's give you every single one of them. Like, I'm going to show you that we have 27 different cameras in the ballpark. You're going to see this play 27. I just don't need it. I don't need that many replays.
Meanwhile, I couldn't get a replay. A different angle of the replay on either fumble this weekend. Did that not drive you crazy?
There were some problems with the Browns broadcast this weekend. But
they did a great job. Other than that,
one of Shador's best passes, the sideline throw, the cameraman just nowhere near the play. I don't know what happened. It was nowhere near the play.
So when I was
he zeroed in. It felt like, yes, you're going to say like something that happened with you in college when you were doing that. When I did college games, same thing. You just. It's like, go to somebody else. I'm not on it. I missed it. It's soccer. How do you miss it? I missed it.
It was actually at Northfield, and I was the
that's right.
I was the third turn, which your job is 3 times an hour. You go.
Yeah, you just move your body.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
But I was up in the tower, and I might have gotten distracted by some weapons of mass destruction on the big screen.
Yeah.
And I missed it as bad as you can miss it. And I just heard in my headset, what the? And it was just like, I accept it. And he's like, you were looking at weapons of mass destruction, weren't you? And I was like, yeah, sorry, buddy.
And there were enough people that were like me at Hawthorne Racetrack at watching the simulcast and being so agitated, so angry, and being like, I can't believe they missed that. How do you miss that?
The boss was like, if gamblers are upset, I'm sending them out to you. And I was like, what, am I going to fight them? Do I have to climb out of this tower and fight them individually?
I would have yelled back at the boss and been like, if you wanted it done properly, pay someone more than minimum wage.
Oh, hey.
Get a real pro before you hire a 19-year-old kid with basically I'll say yes and do this.
I made 25 cents an hour above minimum wage.
That was the difference.
I was really making some money there to screw it up because of weapons of mass destruction. We just feel like 9-19 is just such the ass falling out of this thing that it is just impossible to sit here and say this isn't the low point of the season.
It's got to be the low point.
I can't imagine it gets worse.
It's got to be the low point, especially because you have some easier series coming up. And I know we've said that, and then played the Mets, and it did not go well. But the idea that the next 9 games they're gonna be easier, and so they should rebound. In fact, there's a strong chance they rebound and look much better. Their hitting, oddly enough, not been that miserable this month, all things considered. Their hitting actually is way better than it was in the previous couple months. So like they're trending in some sort of direction. Bybee cannot give up as many home runs as he gives up. We got some issues with the starting staff that we need to address because now they've come back down to earth in a different way. But yeah, this should look better. The teams that they're playing look that they're going to be playing are so bad. This should look better. This is the low point of the season.
Now I'll ask you, did you snap on Saturday when after one good game offensively, Stephen Vogt was like, this is what I've been telling you is coming, guys. I told you this is what I was been speaking into, and I was like, I just know somewhere JP is just losing his ever-loving mind.
I can't stand the man at the moment. Yeah, me and Vogt have some real issues on our hands, and it's all because of the post-game press conferences. It's not even that much of what's happening in the games. That's the funny part about it. I love getting mad at managers during games for different strategy that I think I just disagree with, or mismanaging of a bullpen, or bunting when you shouldn't be bunting. I love doing that stuff. He's doing fine with the team that he's given, okay? There's some problems, but he's doing fine with the team he's given. It's all these post-game comments that are driving me up the wall.
The funniest thing about Vogt is the people that I see on social media complain about Vogt are the same people that complain about Tito. And I don't think you get diametrically more opposed managerial ideologies than those two guys. Tito tried his hardest to just stay out of the player's way and not impact the outcome of a game beyond I have to substitute this person that. I don't think I shouldn't say that. Stephen Vogt is the most aggressive in-game manager the Guardians have had in my adult life.
Well, it's just kind of fun to, getting after a baseball manager, I feel like is as old as the pastime itself.
It's like firing the hitting coach 3 times in a year. It just feels right.
It just feels right. It's what you get to do.
It's got to be Grant Fink's fault.
And everybody knows. That's the funny thing about this stuff is everybody knows that the manager, as a baseball manager, you're only as good as the talent you have given. And when you start to look stupid, it is not because you all of a sudden forgot how to. Coaching baseball is not the hardest thing in the world. You didn't all of a sudden forget what you have to do in a high leverage spot. You just don't have the bodies to do it. That's one of the real differences here.
Now, the problem is you are now 5 games below 500. And so I think you've got, now I do think you officially have 36 games left, if I'm right.
Okay.
It means you've got to play 5 games above 500 just to get to 500 with 36 games to go.
Seems like 500 might get you a wild card spot, though.
I don't know.
That's how bad this all looks. There's so many teams that are jammed up all in this race.
I thought it was going to break at some point. I did think you were going to have some break between the best and the worst, and you've got none of that this year.
It's just interesting to look at the going for that third spot. How close it all is and how set it is. Orioles 2 games under 500 right now, and they have the match there. And so it's not crazy. But you get the Orioles, the Rangers, the Blue Jays, the Tigers, the Twins, and then the Guardians. That's 5 teams in front of you.
Yeah,
but it's not separated by that much, all within a game and a half.
Yeah, anytime. Did you say the Angels in there?
No.
Oh,
Orioles,
sorry.
Rangers, Blue Jays, Tigers, Twins.
So I have a hearing problem. That's
the
good.
Angels are a million games under 500.
So we had a client.
Angels
in
have
here
the worst record in baseball.
Who is very nice.
Or worst
And
record in the American League.
He very clearly enunciated like 3 things when he was here, and each time I was like, "I'm sorry, what was that?" I was like, "Great, I'm 157 years old."
I just blame the White Russians today.
I actually did. I was like, yeah, we're feeling the consequences of our own actions there.
I did think it was really funny. Marlon popped in, and he goes, Marlon's our sales guy, and he goes, hey, you guys got a second? And you're like, oh, we got 30 seconds. And then in walked the gentleman you're describing, and he seemed very interesting. And then you're like, all right, we got a little bit more time.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Nick's out in the hall talking barbecue sauce, chopping it up. All of a sudden, the 30 seconds became like 3 minutes.
Retired sommelier. He has his own hot sauce.
That's great.
I think he owns a limo company. And his daughter is a bakery chef. I want to do a podcast. I need more information on this one.
That man knows some things.
Yeah.
I want to unravel everything about that guy's life.
And he also might have said maybe we could get a little hot sauce from him. And I was like, nah, we're into it.
Oh, he's going to share his secret sauce?
I think that's what he said. Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it felt like that's where we were going.
Would you be disappointed if a listener gave us sauce and then it was not that hot?
No, I like all hot sauce.
Okay,
so,
you don't discriminate.
Yeah, I mean, they're like the ones that are like 75 million Scoville units. That's just masochism.
Do you go more for taste or do you go more for heat when you go to the hot sauce?
It depends, but most of the time I like taste. I want to, like spice matters, right? Like if you say I can either have the hottest thing in the world or the tastiest thing in the world, give me the tasty thing because that it just brings out, you can really taste the flavors in the palate of your mouth.
Oh, that's the answer I was looking for.
Yeah, I just felt like a douchebag when I said that.
Well, you said the balance of your... No, you're fine. I was
talking with a sommelier, all right? I was trying to use his language.
I asked for it.
The tannins. Is this the low point of the Guardian season? And insiders are saying one thing. Do you really buy it? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Lance Reisland coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Interesting tweet coming from Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN Browns reporter. We had him on the show last week. Todd Monken, this is from Daniel's Twitter account, at Daniel Oyefusi. Todd Monken just ripped into the urgency with which the starting offense was getting into the huddle and onto the line of scrimmage. Continues to be a point of emphasis for him. So we got that going for us.
Yeah. Oddly enough, not that much from this practice, all things considered. Shador almost had an interception from Denzel Ward. Denzel just kind of dropped it. It was just it was right in his lap. But he's made some nice throws throughout this practice. And then Deshaun has just kind of existed. Good hookup with Harold Fannin, though.
I saw a couple nice red zone throws from Deshaun. One to Gage Larvidan, and I don't remember who the second one was.
I see a Shador Dylan Sampson red zone touchdown, the Harold Fannin one. Dylan Sampson, we got to talk about at some point, too. He had a nice day.
Yeah. And one of the things, and it's interesting, like one of the reasons why I understand why people got so excited about the offense with Deshaun was just what the playmakers were doing. I think it's a pretty smart thing if you're worried about Deshaun throwing the ball to the other team to get guys like Dylan Sampson and Concepcion the ball within 7 to 15 yards and let them do the heavy work.
Yeah, and he was able to. And he was able to actually do a lot with by the way, your guy, Rocket Sanders, did not. That was one of the things talked about in this was that he was not, it was perceived that he was going to be third on the depth chart and had those opportunities, and it did not really go to him that way.
Amani Marshall.
Yeah.
I'm feeling the heat.
That's a tough blow for the Rocket Sanders gang.
We will recover because I think he's going to make this team.
Is it you and like the Sanders family or something? Is that part of the Sanders cult?
Also known as the other Sanders family.
It's like the offshoot Sanders cult.
Yeah, it is.
Some people want to. You say Sanders cult, you think you're leading one thing. No. It's the Rocket Sanders cult.
And I got to be honest with you, what I saw from Rocket Sanders, he looks like a generational superstar running back.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. You like his return game effort too?
I mean, what a return game effort that he had there. They were having fun.
No, Dylan Sampson looked good though.
No, he does.
Genuinely, he looked good. I thought he had some nice plays.
Yeah, I mean, he is like the best. It's so funny. Like when we talk about Quinshon can be a bell cow back, and if you don't have enough tight ends to do like 13 personnel or 12 personnel, the other way you can kind of draw this up is by doing a lot of two back sets. And I kind of love the idea of Quinshon and Dylan being in the backfield for a certain amount of the game because I just think they're both explosive playmakers. And again, I don't think Dylan's ever going to be a guy that does, 20 carries a game. But you can get him 5 to 7 carries a game and another 3 or 4 touches. I think he can be kind of a sneaky touchdown weapon.
Yeah, I think just getting him in space, I think, is huge. Daniel, by the way, continuing on to say that now that it's over, he mentioned the lighter session in shells, but Shador nor Deshaun got the offense into field goal range down 3 in a 2-minute drill. And then Sanders' drive didn't get a first down. Watson's drive got close, but he couldn't draw the defense off sides on 4th and short. Wait, so his game plan on 4th and short was I got to draw the defense off sides?
We did see that. Everybody's favorite thing in a preseason game.
Oh, my God.
Is when we've got, 15 seconds left in the quarter. Let's get them off sides. And then it just... I've seen that play work. There's like 3 quarterbacks in the NFL that are actually good at inducing people off sides, and I swear they're never in Cleveland.
But the 4th and short that we did end up getting, remember, it was they went to that elongated replay review that they sent to New York for New York then to not make up their mind on the decision. And good job by Joe Thomas in that moment, by the way, because everyone's thinking it between Joe and Chris Rose, we're all thinking this is supposed to be a faster process. And remember, I just want to remind people of this. Like these are these are supposed to be Browns infomercials for 3 hours. This is not supposed to be any sort. When it's a local broadcast like this, the way that it is, they are paid by the Browns in conjunction with Channel 5. This is supposed to be basically a paid 3-hour Browns are awesome telecast. Everything about the NFL is awesome. And to go after the NFL in that moment where you could tell this was not going to be quick, this process was taking too long, and they wasted everyone's time, was a job well done by them.
Someone's trying to get those free samples from
it was a job well
Hall of Fame
done.
Farms.
Job well done. Joe went in a couple times, guys, and that I just want to tell everyone how unique that is, because I've watched a lot of these other preseason games so far already this year, and you're really reminded of the connection that exists between the local broadcast and the teams, and how in concert they have to be, and how they just really do turn into 3-hour infomercials. Joe was not holding back.
When you've made the sale, quit selling, I always say. Again, Lance Reisland coming up in just about 15 minutes' time, but on Friday's show, we played some of the absolutely awful, crappy Pat McAfee country album that came out on Friday. If you missed it, let's give the people a little taste here, Jax.
We got the suits quaking, shaking, breaking. Everybody's waiting, no debating that they hating greatness, invading and baking. Well, it's a new generation with a lethal combination, not giving a damn and not having any patience. It's time to go. Let's do the show. Trying to be the go. Click, clack, reload.
Now,
click, clack. Is it growing on me? Do we have an earworm? I don't know.
This will 100% break up our radio marriage if you all of a sudden, if I catch you listening to Pat McAfee.
I debated on the walk home on Friday, pulling up Spotify, putting Pat McAfee on, and then just really trying to give it a chance. But I knew if I actually did end up liking it, it would just be we couldn't have that.
I mean,
I don't want that for myself. I don't want that for us. I don't want that for anybody.
I try to respect that you like country music. I will not respect if you think Pat McAfee actually does a good job at this.
Click, clack, we roll.
But then the funniest part about this is the amount of ESPN people that took this moment to basically gloss up Pat McAfee's music. Orlovsky tweeting out, "This is really good." I went Trump there. This is terrific. The best.
Trump might be tweeting about it too. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen him tweet about it.
Social, I guess. But it was so over the top from ESPN that Front Office Sports reached out to an ESPN insider who clarified the network has no role in promoting Pat McAfee's awful album. And here's the thing. I actually buy it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Here was my easy read on this one, okay? When people like Herb Street and Orlovsky, but more in particular people like Herb Street, are propping this thing up, it serves them a couple ways. They can look like really good teammates. I'm just helping out my guy. But they also know it's incredibly embarrassing to Pat McAfee. And so if there's any part of them that is like, why aren't I the hit show? Why aren't I the guy making $60 million a year? Why is that not me? It's an easy way just to throw a buddy down, a perceived buddy, quote unquote, down.
Oh, see, I took it the other way. I think there's people lining up, and I think you see it like with his guests. I get Pat McAfee is the toast of town, and he is the biggest name right now in kind of sports media, and he deserves that. Like the show that he's built, it has a lot of eyeballs for a reason. I think some of it's a little phony sometimes with we're going to curse on air. Aren't we edgy? It's like, not really.
We all said the same thing, but there was 4 of us that said it, so it made it fun.
Yeah. So, but again, like Pat is got the spot because he's earned it, and he's bet on himself countless times. I think a lot of people were. I think getting on Pat's show as a guest is very much a commodity. And I think people thought if I spit shine this absolute
but
turd.
Herb Street doesn't need to. Orlovsky doesn't. Maybe Orlovsky does. But
I was going to say Orlovsky probably does.
Herb Street doesn't need to. For myself, it just kind of felt like an easy way to, if you feel like you should be the guy and maybe McAfee shouldn't, say, all right, yeah, I'll be a good teammate. I'll look like a good teammate. I'll say that this is great. Well, all the while knowing this is not great. There's nobody that listens to that can genuinely and honestly be like, this is awesome. You've done a great job with this. And that's the roadblock that I have in my head.
216-474-0092. ESPN Insider says the network had no role in promoting Pat McAfee's awful album, despite the fact that pretty much everybody that works at ESPN, quote, tweeted his initial tweet and said how great it was. It isn't. Now, here is Herbie, as we've talked around a little bit around this. talking to McAfee today about Pat McAfee's album.
Hopefully people are going to be able to not just enjoy the music, but really listen to the words. Because what I love is we all listen to all these different albums, but I think what separates this is you got some great messaging out there. You really got some strong lyrics and sent some really good messages, I thought, that I think we can all relate to and enjoy. So I think it's good, important to enjoy the writing, really. Are you going to perform any of the songs today?
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know about today. I think we should build up for the first live performance.
Yeah,
I think we should build up.
Can you maybe do some on game day?
Oh, yeah. Definitely do some on game day.
Okay, come on. Now, did you hear my side of it when you heard that clip? Just a little bit? Like that idea of, but listen to the lyrics. Listen to the words. Are you kidding me?
Well, in fairness,
6 of these songs are just about getting high. There's nothing amazing happening here.
Wait. Pitbull in a mugshot? You're saying there's not a message behind that?
There's no message here.
In the morning, smoking coffee, no cream. Scroll the feed, see some tweets or some crazy ass scenes. Trying to get to some money with our Powerball dreams. Cause when bills start stacking, we all feel the heat. We all hate the same folks.
We do.
Mostly lame bros. All the ain't Karens need go back where they came from.
Also, we all hate the same folks really seems like it's going to be played at a rally. And not the kind of rally maybe Pat McAfee wants playing his music.
Some of the lines, and cheers to the sun and cheers to the moon. Let's celebrate life while we have the opportune.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
What are you missing there, JP? That sounds like a real banger.
I mean, Herb Street's trolling him. That's all he is openly in front of him trolling him because he knows these lyrics suck. The songs aren't great. And it is what it is. I mean, that's fine. I'm not mad at it. All you got to do is make a catchy. Most of the time, people don't care about the lyrics anyway. Just don't say that this is all of a sudden Taylor Swift in her prime.
So you're telling me "Rich as Bleep" that doesn't have like a message that people can get behind?
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's not relatable.
Not really. No.
Yeah. So you're saying "Blue Collar Symphony"? That's a symphony about the blue collar life.
Yeah. I never been a quitter because I'm a yinzer. Oh, you do great. You do great work over here, McAfee. Like, what are these lines he's talking about?
All right, so my other thought on this is, beyond the trying to embarrass him, and you can kind of tell Pat is getting embarrassed by this.
Oh, he totally is.
You can just kind of hear it in his voice, which I personally do love.
Do you think he goes to bed at night, shocked that this is the reaction?
Yeah, I don't think he saw this coming.
I don't think he did either.
Because I think if he did, he wouldn't have released this piece of crap album.
I think he genuinely believed that people thought this would be a banger.
Yeah.
And then it would be played all throughout his show. It'd be played on game day. It'd be played everywhere and be celebrated all across. I generally think he thought it would just this would I don't know, catapult him into being just short of Morgan Wallen.
So which
is insane to think about.
So I've always thought, and when somebody comments on the lyrics, it's a really nice way of skirting around the fact that somebody can't sing, has no rhythm, and is otherwise talentless. So that was the other take that I had when Herb Street was like, hey, yeah, love those lyrics.
Herb Street got off that and texted his buddy. He's like, can you believe I just clowned him that bad? He thinks I'm being serious.
I actually do like the idea of him going on College Game Day. Yeah, Pat does one thing against the grain on game day, and all the game day OG fans lose their ever-loving mind. They're so upset that McAfee is on there that it might actually be funny if then he goes and plays his dog butt music on there.
I'm open to it. I'll give him a chance to play whatever he wants on game day. But the idea that ESPN is going to get in bed with some of these lyrics and what these songs are, you had to be delusional to think that.
He might be delusional. He has that level of success. When he gets $60 million a year, that might be the kind of success we're talking about.
That's the massive takeaway out of all this is that there is a spot where you just have way too many yes men around you and way too many people that'll green light just about anything. Maybe this is LeBron James' YouTube golf series that got released, just all wrapped in one. It's like you just got too many people saying, yeah, you should, and not enough people saying, like, hey, maybe we think about that one.
All right, Jax, I want you to play us out on this one with some more of this dog butt music. Lance Riesland, 92.3 The Fan, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
We got the suits quaking, shaking, breaking. Everybody's waiting, no debating that they hating greatness, invading and baking. Well, it's a new generation with a lethal combination, not giving a damn and not having any patience.
It's time to vote and steal the show. Trying to be the GOAT. Click, clack, reload.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The Lead coming up at 5 o'clock tonight. However, it's time we check in with one of our favorites here, 92.3 The Fan's very own Cleveland.com local coaching legend. I'm going to say that right now. On the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, Lance Reisland joining us. Lance, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys? Happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday to you, sir. Obviously, today we've spent a fair amount of time talking about the quarterback performances from Deshaun and Shador over the weekend. What'd you see from, I guess we'll start with Deshaun. What'd you see from Deshaun?
Well, obviously, everybody talks about the length he threw the ball. I'm gonna bring one series in. When they, first series they get a tripping. It's 1st and 25. I thought he did a nice job on first down finding Whitehart, even though I think he missed Boston on a dig route. Then he comes back and he throws a really good ball to Judy, and then with motion because of Monken, then he finds Denzel Boston to get a first down. And I think that's a big step for this offense. It'd be 1st and 25 because that's been an automatic punt over the last couple of years. So that was really good. Obviously, he threw some good balls. He threw a nice spot route to Casey Concepcion. He threw a good curl route. He threw some nice balls. And then I thought Shador does what Shador does. He comes in, he throws a great deep out route to Larvadan. Did a nice job with pressure, 7-man pressure, hitting Flory over the middle. Had a couple fumble snaps. Once again, the operation stuff that we don't know, I think he'll get better and better at. But he was impactful when he was in there. And I think both of the idea that he can't learn this, and that Watson can't get better, I thought they both did a really nice job. And as a coach, you take the wins. Not always wins and losses in the game, but there was a step forward, and I thought they both did a really nice job.
Do you think that this is going to be the Deshaun we'd see during the regular season, or are we going to see him actually throw the ball down the field?
Well, it depends on what the defense gives him, JP. So when you look at what the Bears did, I thought he did a good job. But when you get to 1st and 25, that's what makes it so hard in the NFL. If you get to 1st and 25, they put those two safeties deep. They play man under, and they make you throw the ball underneath. Now, you can stretch it vertically, and you will make some plays, but chances are you're going to make more mistakes than you are making plays. But what the Browns have is they have some guys that can make some plays when they throw it short now. And one of the things I've liked about camp is, we always talk about check downs going to running backs. With Monken's offense, they check it down to receivers, and they check it down to tight ends, and they check it down to different people who can win in space. So throwing it underneath, once again, that's kind of if you look at Dillon last year, the checkdowns early were really good. And then when things start to open up down the field, that's when that was his problem, is he wasn't able to stretch it when those opportunities are there. But as a quarterback, if they're playing too high and keeping everything in front, you got to take what they give you, and you got to keep yourselves out of first down and long situations.
Coach, I said that I've got to kind of grade the quarterbacks on a bell curve here because of how I thought the offensive line played. And I think it's a credit to the quarterbacks having any success with the way the offensive line played. Do you agree that the offensive line was wanting, lacking on Saturday?
Well, it was interesting because the Bears were basic, but then they brought some double cat blitzes where they brought both corners. So it was a 6-man pressure. They brought some interior pressure. So I thought pass protection struggled a little bit, just kind of seeing who's where, but they'll iron all that out. A couple of things that, I've been talking about, they had a number of 3rd down and 2 runs and 4th down and 1 runs where they struggled. And when you look at it as a coach, when you watch the All-22, there's 2 ways to look at it. Are you getting your butt kicked? Because that's a problem. I didn't see that. So if you see the first 3rd down and 2 where they ran the ball 3 times and then they punted, on that 3rd and 2, Tevin Jenkins and Tyus Howard, they get a tremendous double team. They knock the guy off the screen, but no one chips off onto the linebacker. So as a coach, I'm okay with that because I go, hey, listen, got to get your head up here. If you get your head on this 2 linebacker, we have a football play. And that's the interesting thing about an offensive line is that one guy can do it wrong or one guy can kind of miss his guy, and it looks like you're kind of getting your you-know-what kick. I didn't see a ton of that. There was definitely room for progress. Now they just got to make sure when they go back and watch the film, There's not a problem with toughness. They like to move people off the ball. They just got to make sure they get their head up, make sure they're fundamentally sound. And then in pass protection, just a matter of sorting it all out, we like to say, right? And again, you have to keep yourself out of second, third, and long, because that's when these defenses put 5, 6, 7 guys on the line of scrimmage, and you have to sort it out. If you keep it second and medium, you got a chance because they'll play base defense.
A lot's been made about Shador's interception. Some are just trying to make the case the ball was wet. How did you see that play?
Well, it was, once again, though, everything is broken down. It's so high and low. It was a bad throw. He made a bad throw. Now, I will say this. Sometimes when you get a hot game like that, those centers who are working their butts off, they get sweaty and they get over the ball and they start dripping on it. And if you go back and watch the film, you see him flip it a couple times in his hand. He's just looking for a dry spot. Now, that's not an excuse. He doesn't want it to be an excuse. It was just a bad throw. Now, they ran a dagger concept, which really is just simply where they're going to run the inside guy. They're going to run him off to get the safety out of there. That was Wilson. And then Malachi Corley is going to run the dig route underneath it. It made the right read, threw it to the right guy. He just airmailed it for whatever reason. So, once again, though, that's when he makes a great throw like he did to Floria, you work on the footwork because the footwork wasn't great and he was too deep. So it's kind of in the middle, right? And then that play, terrible throw, but it was the right read. I thought his footwork was pretty solid there. He just made a bad throw. So you take the goods and the bads. And when you watch the film, it's never usually as good or bad when you see it on film. So bad throw, good read, live to fight another day.
Did you see a gap between Deshaun's performance and Shador's performance? And if so, how big a gap was it?
I don't see a gap. And here's why, because I think the more and more you see these guys play, you see the experience come in for Watson. And once again, it's the idea of not having, confirmation bias, the idea that Watson can't do it because we've seen him not do it before. And Shador can't get the operation down because he hasn't done it. Those things don't make a lot of sense to me. I think both of these guys have done some really good things. Now, in the heat of the battle, Shador's going to have to get the play in, and work on that stuff so he's not 1st and 15 and have these penalties and this anxiety, this pre-snap anxiety because of the fact he can't get the plays in just because they're long and he's learning it. And Watson's going to have to make plays when the game starts. But I think both of them have done a really nice job, and I do think it's a very fair competition, and it's just that. It's a competition. I don't think it matters to Monken where people are drafted, how much money they're making. At least I hope not, because if that's the case, then they're not going to win anyway. But I think these guys are neck and neck, and it's going to come down to the small details. And let's say it was Deshaun week 1 because of the operation issues. Well, Shador will continuously get better at that, and then maybe it's his shot. But the idea that we're going to play somebody early because we play this defense, I hope Monken thinks like I do. He doesn't care. He's going to win week 1, and then we'll make a decision after week 1.
Which offensive player impressed you the most in this game?
Well, I would say Casey Concepcion, and not because obviously he made some plays, but if you look at like the touchdown run on the fly sweep from underneath center, that's so helpful for a quarterback. And what they did is I love Monken, but he gives a false read. So they actually ran pin and pull to the left. So Fano pulled, Whippler pulled to the left. That kept the linebacker inside. And then Tylan Wallace did a good job of blocking the safety. But what you do on that play is you leave the backside defensive tackle and the defensive end unblocked, and they're kind of reading at the line of scrimmage. But with Casey Concepcion, if you don't move, he runs right by you. And that's what I liked about Casey Concepcion is that as good as Boston is, as good as Fannin is, and these guys are great, a guy like Casey Concepcion, not everybody has to be perfect, right? And sometimes when you throwing the ball down the field or in the run game, all 11 have to be perfect. Casey doesn't have to have everybody be perfect for him to be successful, and that's really important for this offense. One of 2 plays, right? Well, the one obviously the curl route, but they ran a little jet sweep. He got 7 yards. That puts the Browns at 2nd and 3. At 2nd and 3, this offense has a chance to be successful because they're not going to get the exotic blitzes, Nick, where you talk about pass protection. Now they can pass protect because they know who they have. You can run, you can pass. They got to stay out of 2nd and long, and that's what Casey Concepcion does. I thought he was outstanding all game.
All right, Coach, you're so great at breaking down the tape here. So we do have to ask, are you ready to break down the new Pat McAfee Country album?
Yeah, I heard it. I was listening to it. Hey, listen, everybody. I don't know what was the intention with that? Did he think it was going to be like a banger and everybody was going to love it?
Where were you listening to it? Did you hear it when we played it, or did you hear it on your own?
Yeah, just when you guys played it. Yeah,
okay.
when you guys are playing it before he left it. I mean, it sounds like me singing, which is not good. It's just not a good
And
thing.
now I kind of want to hear you sing.
Yeah. Can you give
No,
us
you
just in that kind of rhythm that does?
I absolutely cannot give you any type of singing whatsoever. I have zero musical skill.
What
Zero.
about like a click clack? It was a big thing
Just a
for
quick
Pat.
one. Yeah, just a quick one.
No, I can't give it to you. I just, I can't do that to you guys. I like you too much.
Yeah. Any Kenny Chesney? I mean, you won't let you pick the artist.
He's not going to do it.
I'm not going to do it.
I think
this is smart.
asking.
This is smart. Most people would have just caved already and been like, all right, fine, I'll sing, and then we get to laugh.
Yeah.
You're not going to fall for that.
Yeah.
No. I know you guys. I consider you guys. I've known you for a while. We're good friends now. It's not going to happen. You're not sucking me in.
All right, that's fair. Phrasing. Coach, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Pleasure. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Coach.
Lance Reisland there, 92.3 The Fan on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I need you sometimes to let me cook.
No. It wasn't going to happen.
No.
You hit a roadblock.
You underestimate my ability to finesse.
You wouldn't have gotten it.
I would have. We'll never know now because you put the
I know
roadblock
with
up.
certainty you wouldn't have gotten it. A coach is one of his principles in life is know your strengths, know your weaknesses. That man knows his weaknesses. The weakness is singing. He's not going to do it.
You don't have to kiss his ass. He's not on the phone
You
anymore.
can get a 25-year-old to do that. Okay, Anthony Allant comes in the studio. I believe in my heart of hearts you can get him to sing. You're not getting. He's a grizzled veteran.
You've just never seen me finesse.
You're
That's
not
all
getting
I'm going to
coaches.
say.
Plus, he at this point in life he just does not care to impress you in any sort of way.
I disagree.
He just doesn't. He doesn't need the validation, Nick.
When we come back, we'll react to what Coach had to say about the quarterback battle and talk about Shador's big week in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Football talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Would I like to have a decision today? Of course. Would I like a decision by next Monday? Of course. Oh, I'd love to have that decision. And we'll see. We've got a lot of football this week. We've already had a lot of football. We've got 4 days of practice and a game. That all adds into any decision with the roster and who the starters are. Some are further along than others, right? We already know. That's part of it, and I'm okay. By the time we get to next week, that'd be great. We can start planning that way, have some practices, and then here we go against Jacksonville.
Browns head coach Todd Monken talking about the quarterback battle, and he'd like to have it today. Of course. Would he like to have it next week? Of course.
And I'm okay.
The lead coming up in 60 minutes, by the way, but Nick and JP back with you.
You love when people's, when their octaves go a little higher.
Yeah.
And then, because in your mind, tell me if I'm wrong, you always feel like people are lying when they do that?
I think that, yes, that is backed up usually.
Which you say backed up usually. Sometimes it goes there for me just because it goes there, okay? And maybe that's happening with Monken as well. But I need to get a kick out of that.
Listen, I'm not saying this because I want this to happen. I'm not saying this because it's that I'm excited for it. I'm saying because I think it's the fact. I think the kangaroo court has been called to a close here. I think Deshaun is the starting quarterback. And I think you saw it in Todd Monken's reaction to Deshaun's performance on Saturday. You saw it in the way that they have put reps forth for the joint practices and the way even Monken saying, it would be unfair to Shedeur to not give him the start against the Bills.
Kind of makes it sound like, yeah, he already made up his mind, and he's just now being – which is another thing we can explore, by the way. I get why he feels like he doesn't want to cheat Shedeur out of that whole experience.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you made up your mind, then just – you made up your mind.
Yeah, I mean, again, whether it was any big to-do or not, they clearly changed up the reps after talking to the media 2 Saturdays ago. So the idea that you can't change your mind if you've already in your mind named Deshaun the starter, then you should probably just give Deshaun those reps because that's what is that's not what's fair, but that's what's fair to the starters who have to go out there week 1 against Jacksonville.
And it does. It feels like that Monken just wants to be fair. And I feel like in this spot, he doesn't want to feel like he's just straight lying to the team, essentially is what that is. Well, which I would beg the question then, why did you give everyone a 2-week plan if you weren't going to actually follow through with the 2-week plan?
Yeah.
That's the part that just doesn't make any sense. Like if you had enough to see with Deshaun Watson in the game against the Bears, because basically you just wanted to see if he could stand upright at the end of the day and not embarrass himself, then okay, then give us a 1-week plan. Don't give us a 2-week plan that outlines when Shedeur is going to get his chance and his opportunity. Give us a 1-week plan and tell everyone you're going to reassess from there.
So, quite frankly, what I thought was going to be a big week for Shedeur, I now don't think that at all. I don't think Shedeur has a chance to win this job. And if it is, I think it is a minuscule chance because I think we're seeing the way Todd Monken is leaning.
It seems pretty obvious. And this is not just the Kalshi market speaking here, Nick. This is just us reading the tea leaves and then seeing how they've gone about this. And again, I took him being excited in the post-game press conference because I think Deshaun was even better than he thought he was going to be. And the idea that Monken didn't have maybe the highest aspirations, all things considered, but he needed to pass a test. The test is we don't need to see you throw the ball down the field. We need you to see just complete passes and make the obvious throws. And you hear people like Coach Riz, they loved what they saw. And that's going to be enough for someone like Monken.
I just think it's interesting that I feel like we've really started to hear a lot of Shedeur support over the last 2 to 3 weeks. A lot of people asking, what the hell are you doing with this Deshaun Watson nonsense?
Mm-hmm. Not only last 2 to 3 weeks.
And it just hasn't slowed the train for the Browns at all.
I mean, we just saw it the last 24 hours. Kyle Brandt goes out in this big impassioned, what are the Browns doing? It should be Shedeur Sanders. He should be the person in charge right now. And it's again, there's a lot to watching Shedeur push the ball down the field and think that's a quarterback that I can at least do something with. And I need to see if there's something more with. The Browns don't appear to want to go down that avenue and see that right now.
Yeah, and I listen, we're not going to get transparency on this. They don't owe us transparency. I do like that Todd Monken gives us transparency on some things. I've now said transparency about 3 times. I'm dying to know what the hell is what Shedor's doing wrong, because it's not cadence. It's not like there has to be something that Shedor is not doing. Falling asleep in meetings, disrespecting his elders. There has to be something other, because we've seen for most of camp, Shedor looked like the better player. Mm-hmm. And even like there was not a huge gap between Deshaun and Shedor on Saturday. And again, kudos to Deshaun for the game that he had.
But even Saturday,
he played better than we thought.
Yeah, but even Saturday, some of the things that Monken's looking for, Deshaun failed with. Yeah. The delayed timeout, the getting people in and out of the offense. There's burning the timeouts. Excuse me, was another part of that. Part of this. Like there was a lot that he had. That just didn't. If it was Shedor, it wouldn't have passed the sniff test.
Yeah, and what's weird about it is just take Shedor and Deshaun off of it. Just from the profile side of things, it makes no sense to start Deshaun. It doesn't. There's no other team that would have Deshaun as the backup this year after the 4 previous years, let alone having him be their starter.
Which is why when we do the convo of like, where is this coming from? That's why I always go back to Haslam and Andrew Berry. Because if we can't find the answers on the surface and we're trying to figure out why it would benefit anybody, well, it benefits the people that right now, that's the biggest trade in NFL history that their name is attached to, and it's an absolute failure. And they're trying to find some way to make that right. That's why Monken just almost seems like an innocent bystander in all this. If you actually look at him side by side and can't, for football reasons, see anything but a close competition that should still be a competition.
Yeah, I find it very hard to believe that of all the things Todd Monken would be willing to barter with to get the head coaching job at the Cleveland Browns, I find it very hard to believe that the starting quarterback would be one of them.
I don't. I
just find it
impossible.
Like
he wanted to be a head coach. This is your answer. You want to be a head coach? This is your call. Nobody else is knocking on that doorstep. And oh, by the way, $50 million over 5 years, that's also a pretty good incentive to do what the owner wants as well.
I think there is, again, I think you can stretch I'll do a lot to become a head coach pretty far. I refuse to believe.
The paycheck with it's not bad either.
Because here's the thing. I think you're giving the Peterlin pass for Deshaun. I don't think we should. I think it is very apparent.
That was a faded Peterlin pass.
Yeah. That's. I think you're giving a stronger Peterlin pass than that. A little bit of
Peterlin pass.
A little closer to that one.
I have no reason or incentive to give Monken a Peterlin pass in any of this. I'm just the straight shooter's calling it how he sees it.
Truth broker.
Where have I seen Jimmy Haslam call out how the quarterback prediction is going to go before? Oh wait. Look to last year. We called it directly to a man how it was going to go down and the quarterbacks were going to be used and when they were going to be used. Like, this is how he operates. And who's got stake in trying to make sure that you can squeeze something more out of Deshaun Watson? It's Jimmy Haslam. It's Andrew Berry. I'm just letting common sense prevail for myself. It really isn't any sort of indictment on Monken. It's not even giving him a pass in any sort of way. It's just calling it for how I see it and how I've seen it with the Browns for years.
Yeah, I think Todd. I think Todd disclosed his wildest desires with Deshaun Watson over the weekend. And I'm trying to give him credit. Like, he was genuinely enthusiastic about how Deshaun looked. And again, Deshaun looked fine. Like, if we take it, I would have given him a C. I would have given him a C for the game because he didn't throw the ball down the field, but he also didn't have a big oopsie, and he did operate the offense
he had a big
efficiently.
Oopsie. He had the fumble.
Beyond that one. But with the offensive line, because I actually disagree with Coach Reisland, I thought the offensive line played like garbage. I think you had multiple plays where you had 3 offensive linemen out in like specific plays where they had the positioning and then they olayed on the blockers, or they olayed on the blocks.
I thought the offensive line was bad as well.
So again, with grading on a curve, I'd give him a B. And you would have thought the man cured cancer with the way that Todd Monken talked about him. That did not sound like a man that was being held to playing Deshaun Watson.
No,
that sounded like a man that is enthusiastic about playing Deshaun Watson.
I just think we see this a little bit differently, and that's okay. The way I took it and the way I will maintain taking it is that I think the expectation for Deshaun was so low with Monken's mind that he was just happy to see him look formidable. And that's something that Monken knows he can go through this season. If you have Deshaun looking like that, where he's completing passes, he's not even stretching the field in any sort of way, but he's completing passes, he's finding Concepcion, the procedures look fine, and you're not embarrassing yourself out there. Well, by the way, putting points on the board, I feel like he thinks that's going to be enough to get him ahead of embarrassing, which is the line that Monken has to at least pass until you can figure this whole quarterback thing out to get him to 2027.
So while we're talking about how big of a week is this for Shador, Daryl Ryder on this very own station said this about Shador.
This might be the biggest week of Shador Sanders' life. And I know that's a tad dramatic. I recognize that me saying this might be getting a little off field here, but this is the biggest week of Shador Sanders' professional life because he has to absolutely kill it this week, not only in practice and the joint practice with the Bills, but then in the preseason game. He just absolutely has to light it up.
All right. And again, that's from his Sunday show with Nick Padone. I do like the self-awareness there from Daryl.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah.
Now, that might be a little dramatic. I would say
thanks, Daryl.
A lot more than a little dramatic. I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity to make this a big week. He's splitting ones with Deshaun on Thursday, and then he's going out there against a bunch of backups and with a bunch of backups on Saturday. Like, how can he knock it out of the park with such limited opportunities? And I'm not complaining. Again, Todd can make his decision. I trust in Todd. It better damn sure work. But let's not act like this is like a real quarterback battle anymore. It's clear that the Browns had a way they wanted this to go. It's vaguely going that way, and they're going to go ahead and rubber stamp that bleep.
The die has been cast.
Yeah.
What is Shador supposed to do? You can go out and look awesome. There's been parts of this training camp I thought he's looked that way. If the die's been cast, there's nothing left to be said here.
Yeah.
And that's all right. You go out there, take the experience, go out there on Thursday, get the joint practice experience, go out there in the preseason game, do awesome, do great, learn from some of this stuff, and then he just now has to bide his time until Deshaun either fails on the field or gets injured, and he'll have a chance to play at that point, and then he's got to shine from there. He will get a chance to play at some point this upcoming season.
Yeah, I think that's okay. So I clearly wanted a more legitimate quarterback battle. It is clearly not going the way that I wanted it to because I also wanted Shador to start. But I do think there's a part of me that's like, because, and you've made this point for about 6 months now, because there's just no way that we can trust Deshaun to stay healthy. The one part that actually has me 100% cheesed off, that really is annoying, is just a competent organization filled with a lot of really smart people thinking to themselves, we're going to play 2 quarterbacks this year. We know it's going to happen, and we still think we can have success. So much of what they've done has been in the face of, we want to be competitive. And they've got the recipe right there. The one part of the recipe that smells a bit like rat farts is, hey, we're going to play 2 quarterbacks this year. That really is the thing that could take you from a 7 or 8 win team to a 4 or 5 win team. And they've normalized this to such a degree, and everyone acts like it's common sense. That would be the thing that probably annoys me most about how this thing is going and how I think it's going to go.
And the dumbest part about all this is it feels like that's a real reason why Deshaun has the advantage in this, is that people have the expectation that he's not going to play all 17, and so you'll get a chance to play both if you start Deshaun, and I just think that's just an awful and loser way of looking at this whole thing.
Dog Pound Forever saying, with Shador, that are just non-negotiables. Okay, but I can't guess about something that I don't know that they're not being forthcoming about.
The tie would never go to the 10-year veteran that is on his final year of a contract. It would never go to him over a second-year pro that you still have under contract. That's not how the NFL would realistically or logically work, but it seems like that's what's happening here.
How big of a week is this for Shador? And a little bit of love for the Browns. And it all stems back to Deshaun. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
get it done.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
The Lead coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. The Buss family will no longer own any part of the Los Angeles Lakers. Some I would say juicy tea, as the kids would say, has come out that the Buss Family Trust, which is composed of the 6 siblings, Jeannie, Jim, Johnny, Janie, Joey, and Jesse.
Sounds like a bad sitcom.
It sounded like all members of the Monkees or something like that. Received majority votes to allow trustees to execute the sale. They only had to have 4 Buss family members vote in the positive. Jeannie, who was the governor of the Lakers, she voted no. One other, I actually think it was her one sister, also voted no. And then the 4 Buss brothers all very conveniently hit her with the double deuces and said, get the hell out of here.
Good for them for cashing out.
Yeah, that is, I don't know, kind of bums me. It kind of bums me out the way this went. Like, the whole reason that Jerry Buss set up the trust the way he did was so that it wouldn't go to this.
And here we are.
And then they just played about. But how about a power move for Jerry Buss? You name all your kids to have the same first initial as you.
Yeah. I have, obviously, both my kids with C names.
Yeah. Well, that's different.
I feel like there's a convo from the break you want to take on the air, and I don't know that we want to do that. Yeah, I don't know that we want to do that one.
Not the oops baby part.
Oh, no, not that one? Okay.
No.
There's one you're definitely dying to have.
Yes, it's about the fact
I'm just not biting.
You raved about being able to name your kids all the same initials that match yours.
Raved about it.
You said you would you said if you had married somebody with the initials JP.
All the initials. Oh, yeah, I definitely would. Well, I think you said people that do that, you want to shoot off into the sun or something like that?
Oh, no, I said I'd like to drown them all.
There we go.
Yeah,
I know
that's totally different.
I knew it wasn't something kind, and then here I am in the corner like, I kind of think that's kind of cool.
Oh, I
kind of think that's kind of fun if you have a little hook like that. And then obviously, I don't know, I like things like that. If I had married a JP name, I think it'd be kind of fun if our kids were JP. I think that's kind of a fun thing. How's that not fun?
It's very douchey.
I think it's
honestly
fun.
one of the most narcissistic things you can do outside of naming all of your kids.
And they're not taking my name.
Yeah, but
if you name your kid, like if I had a son and I named it Jonathan Peterlin Jr., like that's you want to talk about like narcissism? I think that's maybe down that road.
No, I think making sure they all have the same initials. Yes, that's very chotch.
JP. No. It's just a fun connection that everybody came into. If the mom and the dad both are JP and JP, and you don't do anything with JP, I think that's just a missed opportunity.
I think you all sound
How
like
many people am I going to meet?
JP
How
douches.
many women am I going to meet that are going to have the initials as JP?
I don't. 12.
Very, very tiny numbers. So if that were to happen and serendipity were to strike me when I was single, and that would be the occasion, I think you're wrong for not swerving into that.
I think everyone else thinks
it's also
people
like
who do that are D-bags.
How many people do you know that even do that? First off,
no, nearly. By the way, there's a reason that I know none. Actually, that's not true. I probably know one or two people, and every time I judge the hell out of them.
I think it's such a rare occurrence that if you don't swerve into that, you're almost like slapping that happenstance in the face in a way that I just would not do.
216-474-0092.
I totally go JP.
Charming or chotch, making sure you have the exact same initials as every one of your kids. Jimmy, Jeannie, Janie, Joey, Jesse.
I'd take it a step further. If it was even JWP and I met somebody that was also JWP, ignoring that, I think, would be a slap in the face
would you guys go
to whatever
around,
got us there in that connection.
Would you guys go around with sweaters that read your initials so everyone could know your D-bags?
Imagine meeting somebody and being like, oh, yeah, my initials are JWP. And, oh, yeah, my mom's initials also JWP. And then they're like, well, hold on, but your name's Sam? What happened? What?
Yeah, my favorite thing about this.
Your name's Sam Arnold? Like, what?
This is right up there with Michael Douglas saying one of the things him and Catherine Zeta-Jones bonded over was having the same birthday.
Oh, it'd be a huge bonding point for sure.
Not that you're both smoking
initials.
hot.
No, no. All it takes is a little thing like that and a great story, and all of a sudden you're taking this thing longer than you should.
And then everyone doesn't like you.
Listen, if that's the reason why people don't like me, then they were never going to like me. That's all that is.
That's also on the table.
Why can't you enjoy the whimsy of it all?
There's no whimsy.
What do you mean there's no whimsy? It's exclusively whimsy.
Do you know what the word whimsy means?
Yeah. What part of it isn't?
The fact that I don't think you know what whimsy means. Whimsy is like fun, and it's lighthearted.
This is fun and lighthearted. This is not anything but fun and lighthearted.
No, it makes you look like a megalomaniacal.
You can't even give me an
narcissist.
example of somebody that has this. What do you mean? It's such a rare occurrence that if you don't take yourself and wrap your arms around it, I feel like you're just that's a missed opportunity.
216-474-0092.
Give me an example of the person that hurts you in this conversation.
Oh, no one.
In this development. No. Who do you know that has the JP or the JP, the same initials
Jerry Buss.
with both? And
Jerry
that's
Buss's kids.
No. They have all J names. That's different.
That's the same thing.
That's not what we're discussing.
Same thing. Very similar.
That's not what we're discussing at all.
If you and your wife have the same first initial and then you name, well, you're going to end up having the same one, by the way. If you have the same first initial and the same last name, you're going to have the same.
Not the person that you married, though. We're talking about you and the person you married. You're being intentionally
glib?
Very much so. Yeah, very much in this conversation. Because you're trying to skirt the rules of what we initially established here. If you meet somebody and they have the same initials as you, I think it's perfectly acceptable and not a D-bag move to then name your kid with the same initials.
Robert saying, wait, if JP named his kids so they'd have the initials JP, they should totally get a Peterlin pass because it's not their fault the coincidence worked out. Yeah, the parents
they're
are the
Peterlins
problem.
regardless. The Peterlin pass exists for both of my kids without the same initials. Charlotte and Chloe Peterlin have the Peterlin pass. They're Peterlins.
Jeffrey, welcome to the show, Jeffrey.
Yeah, thanks, guys. George Foreman, the famous boxer, all his son's name is George.
Mm-hmm.
And that's wrong.
Yeah, all their first names are George.
Yes, and that's wrong.
The guy who sold the George Foreman grill.
Yes.
Yeah, we know. We know
right.
George Foreman.
By the way, Jeffrey.
More than
this is
sold
the
George
Jeffrey
Foreman grill.
that screamed at JP last week, right?
Is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's the older Jeffrey.
Nick is done with you now.
Well, I was trying to figure out whether I could tell that Jeffrey that he also sounds like an older Jeffrey. But I didn't know how to break it lightly, So
no, naming your kids all George Foreman, clearly problematic.
I think you're splitting a line here.
There's no line.
I think these are basically cousins and married cousins. These are kissing cousins to each other.
I could have two kids named one named Jenna, one named Jody, and it's not really a big deal.
Jenna, Jody, and Jonathan Peterlin.
Oddly enough, my brother married a Jenna, and my other brother married a Jody. That's why those two names came to my head. We have three JPs in my family.
So let me ask you, is
we
that
have three
what
JPs.
They did with their children then? They're all little JPs running around?
I think when Jenna married in, Jody was already part of the family. When Jenna married in, her text in the group thread between the three of us then was, good luck getting any J. Peterlin at yahoo.com or any of the email services, because those are all taken. They have been taken for a while.
You guys sound like a real hoot there.
We're all three J. Peterlins, Nick.
Yes. Yeah, somebody calls out, hey, JP, and everybody turns their head.
That's not how that goes.
Well, no, because you're all JPs.
Women don't get the JP nickname the same way guys do. It doesn't really work that way.
All right, that doesn't seem provable.
It doesn't really work. The JPs I've known, they don't.
It feels like you said something.
Nobody goes around and says JP to them. They just don't do that.
How do you know? Have you?
They're my sister-in-laws. What do you mean? How do I know?
Well, you're not with them every waking moment.
I know my sister-in-laws. What are you talking about?
You have some really good sports takes, and you have some wild-ass name takes.
Yours are ridiculous. I can't believe you just think this is like an okay thing to think that it's wild that if I married somebody named JP and I named my kid JP, that I would be the narcissist because of that. Like, no, you give a very normal name and yes, the same last name because that's how names work, and it'd be perfectly fine and acceptable and just a fun like, oh, we're all JPs. How cool is that?
Oh,
it's such a slap in the face.
It's on my sweater.
No,
we're
here's
all
the
JPs.
problem. Here's the problem. You didn't date enough. That's the problem that we have here. You didn't date enough.
Yeah.
You're talking about the celebrity couple that met with the same birth date. It's like when you're dating, you find little fun things like that and you make it fun. You just got married too young for this conversation.
Yeah, that's
all
what it is. Yeah.
You got married too young. You didn't date enough. You didn't find the joy in being like, oh, wow, that is really random. How about that? The world put us together for a reason, did they not?
I'd like to point out that you started this conversation with an accusation that who hurt me. I'll now ask you.
Your accusation was I'm a narcissist because I think the thing is cool.
No.
You started with the accusation.
I didn't call you a narcissist.
You started the accusation.
No.
I started the accusation?
No,
you started the accusation. You're an insane human.
No. I said I thought
you got some really great sports takes, but this other stuff, I don't know what this is. As if it's insane to think it's cool if you have JP and JP, and then your kid is JP.
Are your kids secretly JPs?
No, they're both CPs.
Okay, but
because
legally,
I'm one that thinks that's kind of cool that they're both CPs. I don't know.
Legally, I realized
my dad was also a CP. Huh? How about that?
Yeah.
How did that come together? I don't know. Maybe I just thought it was fun.
So basically, I'm besmirching your dead father.
Maybe we just kind of thought that was fun.
Yeah,
No,
it's very fun.
Little joy in life.
Yeah, that's totally different than what we're talking about.
Little joy in life.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
The guy that only wants joy in life is just gonna. Yeah. This is what draws the line.
Yeah.
This is where people go crazy. Come on.
Little personal touch there. All right.
Where's the personal touch?
Well, no, I mean, I didn't realize I struck a chord here, and again, I was calling the act of this narcissism. I wasn't calling the man who thought it was cool a narcissist.
I think it's cool. I think you're just wrong on this.
We can agree to disagree. 216-474-0092.
You also have not met anybody in life that has this same predicament.
I just don't remember who they are, but I have met this before. It's not that hard to find somebody who names their kids all the same initial.
Not kids. We're talking about met somebody with the same initials as you. That's where I think the difference is. If you meet somebody that has it, I think then you have to swerve into that because you met somebody that also has that.
Disagree.
Like that's the part that I think is very rare. Very rare.
All right. You kind of went Trump there.
Yeah, did a
very
little.
rare.
It's very rare.
The rarest. Nothing's rarer.
It's very rare.
It's like a blue steak. Chris, welcome to the show.
A blue steak.
Guys, I wanted to chime in on the naming. You know what? Cavaliers legend John Hot Rod Williams, rest in peace, named, I believe, including his daughter, they all had the word John, John, was in all of their first names somehow. So I think he started it. He was the OG for naming all of his kids the same kind of name.
Very narcissistic.
Hot Rod Williams.
Yeah, that is. We agree with that. Yeah. That's also totally different than the convo we're having.
They're kissing cousins of the two things.
It's totally different.
Kissing cousins.
And the idea that you can't see that, and apparently Nick can't see that, is driving me insane. It's not a one, but it's not a 1-for-1 for the convo we're having, and that's what's driving me up the wall.
I think you're being obtuse.
I'm not.
Thanks, guys. Good show.
Bye, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Let's go in. Oh, I thought Tyler.
I think he wants some sports thoughts.
All right. Hey, Tyler, is it narcissistic to give your kids the same initials as you if you also married somebody with the same initials that you have?
Now you got it.
Okay. I'm a victim because I'm Tyler. My son is Tylen. My other son is Taya, and my other daughter is True. So. I'm a victim.
All right, but did you marry someone that also has a first name T?
No, I didn't.
So not a 1-for-1. You went more closer to like the George Foreman route, where you just decided your name's awesome and everyone else around you needs to have like something close to that.
No, just because when I go to the school, I don't have to bring an ID. Hell no.
I like convenience. I
wanted to talk about the Shador thing.
All right, we got about 30 seconds.
Okay. I cooked those boys this morning. I just wanted y'all to rewind that, let them know. But take away the Dylan Sampson screen, and they got the same yards. But mind you, we cooked Shador for that same screen in the Oakland game. Oh, it was just a screen pass, right? So just here to say that Freaky Man's a meatball. I want Shador to start. Okay.
There's a lot going on there. Did he tell us that we should listen back to his call with another show?
Is that what that was?
That is. Yeah.
I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
I thought there was like a specific part of the morning show that he wanted us to go back and listen to.
Listen, in fairness, you can listen on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Okay. And in fairness, the show kind of got sideways with the whole name thing. But somehow he took this segment, which was already off the rails, and I think he took it off planet. Like that was just, you know what? Good for him.
went off the rails. You might as well just keep going.
That's true.
I mean,
Keith disagrees,
no
but
sense getting it back
what does that
on.
bastard know? Browns optimism in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer. Nick Wilson here for Victor's Home Solutions. But be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the roofing process, the attic ventilation, but not Victor's Home Solutions. Their process begins with a thorough inspection of your attic. The first step in the Victor's process is a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a very thorough inspection of your attic and attic ventilation. I know, because when we bought our new home, o'clock. He was in town doing the training camp tour and whatnot. In the meantime, Mike on Twitter very upset about our handling of Deshaun Watson.
Oh, well, all right, Mike.
Yeah.
Good for you. Going to defend Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
All right. Good for you, Mike.
Hey, good work if you can get it.
What was he particularly upset about?
Well, he didn't like that I gave Deshaun a C for Saturday.
It was a C game, maybe C+.
Yeah.
Did he want a plus part of this? Is that the idea?
And then he didn't hear me grade Shador at all.
All right. What do you give Shador?
I would also give Shador a C.
Yeah, I think that's about fair.
I thought both guys had pretty average performances. The difference is there were a lot of highs and lows for Shador, and Deshaun kept it at C the whole time.
Which is very, typical what we've seen with Shador. It is very high and low, and that's okay. That's part of it. When you're dealing with as many backups as he's dealing with in that type of setting, I'm fine with that. I wish Deshaun would have stretched the field at any point. I feel like he'd be from a C to maybe like a B if we just seen him throw the ball deep at any point in that game, and maybe that's what's holding him back. By the way, we played a clip earlier in this show of Daryl saying this was a massive week for Shador Sanders. I think the quote was the biggest week in Shador Sanders' career. Is that right?
Actually, the first time he said biggest in his life.
Biggest in his life, okay.
And then kind of flip-flopped to say biggest in his career.
Okay, I see the headline that Daryl himself has put out, training camp recap. Daryl Ryder, Spencer German, they put it up on on Daryl's Twitter. I'm sure we'll have it on Overtime with Jake Volnick later on tonight. Oh, you gave me a little look there with your eyebrows.
It's cracking my neck. My neck is killing me.
You okay there? What happened?
Yeah, no, my neck's killing me. So I was
okay. Well, I hope you feel better.
Doing one of these.
I'm thinking of the reason why Larry David had a problem with his neck. And
hey, there's only two reasons. There's only two ways you hurt your neck. Yeah. You know which way.
So we'll choose
Large
the opposite.
Father did.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, big setup to now tell you. Daryl Ryder said Todd Monken won't say it, but we will. It's over.
Okay. All right.
How do we go from it being Shador's biggest week of his career to now a day later, Todd Monken won't say it, but we will. It's over. Deshaun Watson going to be the week 1 starter, barring a miraculous week for Shador Sanders, as Spencito and I recap day 14.
All right, so in fairness, he did leave some wiggle room for Shador there. He said miraculous.
Miraculous. So now we're at
So divine intervention, basically.
That's what we need. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, you can't follow that up, by the way, with saying it's over. Either it's over or you need a miraculous week. Those two things don't exist at the same time.
See, what he's saying is...
They don't exist at the same time,
he's
Nick.
saying it.
They don't. It's either over...
It's the name thing all over again.
It's either over or you have a chance.
No, what he's saying is it's over unless something really cool happens with Shador.
Which would make it not over.
Well, yeah, okay, but he's saying it's over unless that other thing happens.
What a disaster.
I think I just hate everyone I work with.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, that's fair. It's just one ongoing display of trying to make me go into the loony bin one segment at a time.
I would like you to remember, though.
Yeah.
That
it's over unless it's miraculous.
That when I started the show with when
you told
admitting
me it's
that
hung over you.
And
I told you that's the worst version of you.
But I would say you've been the one acting hungover for the last 30 minutes.
That's the worst part
me.
of hungover Nick. Is hungover Nick doesn't realize that he's the causal reason for me to just go absolutely into the loony bin.
I disagree. I think you're projecting, and that's okay.
It is part of the why I dislike hungover Nick instead of sauna and long walk Nick in the morning.
I did have sauna.
That guy I get along with great.
Yeah.
But hungover Nick,
this guy's a real bastard.
Hungover
apparently.
Nick never leaves thinking that he's did anything wrong.
Oh yeah.
That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem with hungover Nick. You never even see it in the moment.
It feels pretty good when you don't think you did anything wrong, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. Now, this being said, keep going Trump for the last month. I cannot.
Also a side effect of hungover Nick.
Yeah.
He just loves it.
That was always my boy Jason when he would get really hammered. He had a great Trump, but every point he would make would start with, okay. And it was and then he was off and he was ranting and doing a lot of stuff. Now, speaking of optimism, Booger McFarland was on Pardon My Take and called the Browns a surprise team in the AFC.
I think the Browns could be the surprise of the AFC. Because I think Deshaun Watson, Watson's going to wind up being better than people think. I'll never forget watching him in the post-game press conference when a reporter asked him a question about some coverage, and he detailed the coverage like Peyton Manning does on Monday night on the Manning cast. Like he was talking about the safety and cover 3 and all this. And I'm like, man, that dude is on it. We all know his ability to run, just remember the Deshaun Watson at Clemson, man. Like he was, he used to will his team to win. Now I know there's a lot that's transpired since then, but
like what?
Sometimes you can turn back the hands of time. I hope he turns back the hands of time. If not for this season, just for a moment where people like us who talk have to come on this microphone and say, "Man, Deshaun Watson, not bad."
All right. I got to be honest with you. Of all the people in the NFL that can have a take that is going to make me sweat, oh, am I wrong? Booger McFarland isn't one of them and never will be. This is almost like a kiss of death for Deshaun. When Booger McFarland decrees something, it usually the opposite happens.
So
more
I didn't
often
know
than
if he
not.
lived in your Emmanuel Acho territory.
Yeah.
Of people when they say something, and it's funny because now we have all these people that are on the Brown side, and it's all these people that when they say it, you historically don't necessarily love that happened.
It's unanimously.
Colin Cowherd.
Yep.
Somebody I think highly of, but you're like, nah, every time he says it, he's just being a contrarian. Emmanuel Acho, and now we add Booger McFarland into the mix.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I do think the Browns can be a surprise team in the AFC. Surprise is relative, though. People think they're going to have a top 3 pick next year. I think they're going to surprise people by potentially being in the middle of the pack of the NFL. And I should say the AFC as well. So I expect them to be competitive. I think they're going to be competitive in spite of the quarterback play for most of this year.
So what's interesting, or at least unique about Booger's take, is that we have not had too many people say Deshaun is the reason why they're going to be the sleeper. Deshaun is the reason why they're going to shake up the AFC. Deshaun's the reason why the playoffs could be in sight for this Browns team. We just don't. We've not seen people attach Deshaun's name to that. Usually, it's all the other guys, and then you have to do it in spite of the quarterback.
Yeah, it's weird for me. In the same way that I think for some people, when somebody goes, I think the Browns are going to be the surprise team because I think Shador's going to be better than whatever. I feel that way about Deshaun. It's like I don't know what you're basing this off of, other than you have people within the Browns organization that you talk to, and they're saying, man, you wouldn't believe how good he looks.
Or one whiteboard session 6 years ago that you happened to see on a Monday Night Football game, Booker.
Yeah, and then comparing it to Peyton Manning.
That was a wild stretch. Especially since everything we've heard out of the Texans and the Bill O'Brien era is the exact opposite of what he just described.
But I do think, I think this is set up for the quarterback to be minimized, which means if Deshaun gives you a C performance this year, that might be decent enough for you to be a 7 or 8 win team this year.
Well, you need to get the run game going, and you need to have a better offensive line than what we saw on Saturday. And so, those two parts, if we're going to play that game, which is kind of wild that they were even able to move the ball and convert on the 1st and 25 without any of those pieces working. But if you're going to play that game, then you have to have all the other parts clicking in a way that the Browns did not showcase on Saturday.
All right, Booger McFarland says the Browns are going to be the surprise team in the AFC because of Deshaun Watson. What has to happen for that to become a reality? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
none of them are going to be here next year. So what's the point of us ruining relationships with each other over this QB room? I mean, would anybody be surprised if neither are in the NFL next year?
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
1, 2, 3.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win VIP access to the Fans 15 celebration September 3rd at Dave & Buster's, including a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. Enter the word CALLER, C-A-L-L-E-R, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Ralph Vacchiano, NFL columnist and reporter for Fox Sports, coming up in 1 hour's time. Oh, how the station has changed. Once upon a time, we would have a faniversary, and that would be an excuse for people to behave badly.
Yeah.
Now you and I are talking off air. So you bringing the kids?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. Is this like a family event? Am I good to bring? Am I good to bring my kids? There's a lot of games. It's Dave & Buster's.
If literally
seems like a fun time.
If literally any other faniversary is the judge by it, no. But this is a new era. I mean, we're all outside of Jake Volnick. All of us have kids. All of us have families.
It could really show the evolution of the station.
Yeah. Which I don't know that's what the listeners want. I think they want us to be drunk and obnoxious. That's my thought.
It's not really me. I mean, I'm obnoxious, but I don't have the drunk part covered at this point in life.
Like,
hey,
you're the one,
you're the one slinging back the White Russians all day yesterday.
Don't even say it. And for some reason, the next day, White Russians your burps it's like Red Bull. And it's just awful.
I don't know where that came from. I don't know how it tastes like Red Bull to you. But
I don't know, but maybe I'm having a stroke, but none of it's good. None of it's good.
So you bringing your kids or no? What are we doing?
I don't know.
What kind of event is this? Are we going to have to be like chatting people up 24/7, or is this the type of event where I can go and kick the soccer ball around with my daughter and see how many tickets we can get?
Vanessa really enjoyed the Lake Erie Crushers game, and so she was like, I want to do more stuff when we get station events. I'm like, we've got like one a year.
It's not like we have a bunch.
It's going to be tough to kind of explain this one if I don't at least say, hey, babe, just me and you, kids, whatever.
I just think it's fun. Why not? Dave & Buster's, great time. We hope to see everybody out there.
Now, let's get to the lead. The Browns head coach Todd Monken spoke with the media today, and he was asked when he'd like to name a starting quarterback by.
Would I like to have a decision today? Of course. Would I like a decision by next Monday? Of course. Oh, I'd love to have that decision. And we'll see. We've got a lot of football this week. We've already had a lot of football. We've got 4 days of practice and a game. That all adds into any decision with the roster and who the starters are. Some are further along than others, right? We already know. That's part of it, and I'm okay. By the time we get to next week, that'd be great. We can start planning that way, have some practices, and then here we go against Jacksonville.
It does feel like the decision's already been made, and now we're just counting down the days until Monken wants to publicly name Deshaun Watson the starter. And so we'll see what happens this week. It's a good opportunity, obviously, to still have Shedeur get some live reps and see what happens on Thursday in particular with the joint practices. I am curious to find out, because the joint practices, all the Cleveland media will be assembled there, how the splits are arranged. Will it be obvious to everybody that it says, Deshaun, and he got 85% of the snaps against the Bills, or will it be closer to 50-50?
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to kind of see, because right now it just feels like every sign that we have is pointing not only that Deshaun is in the lead to be the starter, but that it's basically a slam dunk, and the rest of this week is perfunctory. And I understand that, the organization has certain feelings about Deshaun, and the one thing that it does feel a little bit like you got gypped a little bit is like the legitimacy of this.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like Deshaun was unplayable until about 7 days ago. And so the idea that a fine performance, and again, he was fine. Like that, you expected him to go out there and do literally nothing on the field.
Yeah, he beat the line of embarrassment that I had for him.
And
I thought he would just be tripping over the garden hose the entire game.
But I think maybe I don't like the process that we got to here, because now it does feel like this was rigged for Deshaun. And my only thing is, because the Browns are really good about dreaming up how a thing can go right and why it is going to go right. And then when it doesn't go right, they don't really know how to handle it. You better be right on this one. you better be right, because if you start Deshaun and he looks like he's looked the previous 4 years, or if he looks like he did in practice, okay. Good luck, because people are going to be pissed way sooner than if you're just losing with anybody else.
You had said for months you thought this was just going to be one big competition to basically motivate Shedeur and make it seem like the locker room, you could hand it over, you could give it to Shedeur and make it seem like he actually won it, and Deshaun was basically a pawn in all of this. How has your evaluation of that changed as we've moved on now?
I clearly underestimated Todd Monken's desire and the Browns organization's desire to see Deshaun again. It is so, like, we've normalized this thing to a point, like, just, you got to keep saying it out loud. A quarterback that is considered to be the worst trade in NFL history, not just in Cleveland, but outside of Cleveland as well, is going to get a chance to start week 1, 5 years into the worst experience we've all had with a single quarterback. At some point, I just thought logic was going to take over, but their logic is clearly different than mine and everybody else's.
And even within this, you still kind of keep waiting for logic to take over, because you're still like, Shedeur still makes sense if it's a tie goes to the runner situation, and it feels like it's closer to that maybe than we would have liked initially. You play the young kid. You play the guy with upside. You play the guy that has a chance to showcase something more, not the guy that doesn't throw the ball further than 10 yards down the field. And had a ridiculously awful fumble that after that point I thought looked pretty bad, all things considered. But what, completed 11 of 16? Like, it's just fine?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me. Coach Riz, Cleveland.com, and 92.3 The Fan joined us today at 3:40. He said that he didn't see a gap between Deshaun and Shedeur as far as their play on Saturday.
I don't see a gap, and here's why. Because I think the more and more you see these guys play, you see the experience come in for Watson, and once again, it's the idea of not having confirmation bias. The idea that Watson can't do it because we've seen him not do it before. And Shedeur can't get the operation down because he hasn't done it. Those things don't make a lot of sense to me. I think both of these guys have done some really good things. Now, in the heat of the battle, Shedeur's going to have to get the play in, and work on that stuff so he's not 1st and 15 and have these penalties and this anxiety, this pre-snap anxiety because of the fact he can't get the plays in. And Watson's going to have to make plays when the game starts. But I think both of them have done a really nice job, and I do think it's a very fair competition. I think these guys are neck and neck, and it's going to come down to the small details.
So I obviously disagree that it's coming down to the wire here. I think it's fait accompli. Deshaun's going to start week 1, and that's just how she goes. But I think what's interesting is, because what Coach is saying is not what everyone else was saying on Saturday. I think there was a thought, Deshaun looked here, and then Shedeur looked considerably below that, and I just didn't see it that way. Listen, I thought Shedeur's interception was as bad of an interception as you can have.
Yeah.
He almost had a similar one with Denzel Ward today in practice, but he had the 2 best throws of the night, which actually got you moving, and then obviously they had the fourth and 1 run, or 4th and inches run that they weren't, but they were knocking on the door to score points, and then on 4th and 1 it was just that play didn't work. That had nothing to do with Shedeur. But I thought Deshaun made a couple of pretty nice plays within space. They didn't really throw the ball down the field, and his fumble was as bad as Shedeur's interception was.
The fumble, the delay of game penalty as well. There's a couple things I thought Deshaun did that we should have made Monken lose his mind. Instead, in the postgame, Monken made it seem as if that was the greatest thing he's ever seen, and so that's fine. We'll move forward with this, but it does kind of rub me the wrong way, all things considered. Because it does kind of feel like the die was cast even before we got this game going.
So it doesn't rub me the wrong way. I think the only thing that bugs me is the way they've portrayed it. But again, they don't owe you or me honesty. But like I said, with Shedeur, because he's a young quarterback, because he's a 5th-round pick, all this other stuff, there would be an element of, that kid didn't look good week 1. I'd have some patience there. I'm not going to have patience with Deshaun. I have no need. So if he does look good week 1, cool, we're good. We have to give him that, right? He's a starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. But if he comes out rough and it never gets going, we will be calling back to the way you ran this process and why you were so steadfast on starting Deshaun.
I'm just trying to figure out, though, is it what Monken showed on Saturday, is that the Deshaun he wants week 1, or is it going to be a different Deshaun Watson? Because if it's the one you showed week 1, you got to have a couple different things working in your favor, and that includes a run game with a better offensive line.
Jared Verse spoke with the media today and said his teammates have embraced his energy and personality.
100%. I mean, when you see the way I attack the game, I'm very physical, very violent, very loud, very expressive is a very good word to use for it. And you see everybody else's personality start to mesh. I mean, with a lot of people, when you're mixed with a lot of different people, you can't show your full personality on the field. I have no problem with that. But when you see somebody like me go out there yelling and screaming, you have no problem showing your true character. You see everyone's personality start to flourish on the field.
Yeah, there's a couple guys they've acquired that I think are just big personality guys and fit that. Jared Verse does. I think Quincy Williams as well. One of these guys, and I'm sure you've seen the footage and video of him. They actually played one at halftime of a lot of his cut-ups in training camp, but just yelling about all the different ways that he's going to get after the other team's offense. Like they got a couple high-character, high-energy guys that seem fun on the defensive side.
I don't take in a lot of Browns social media content because that kind of content never really does anything for me. It doesn't make me feel like more in tune with the team. They did have one, though, where they were asking all the Browns players about like their favorite Disney movie.
Okay.
And Quincy Williams, and I can't remember what everyone said, but Quincy Williams had a couple. They called Alex Wright Unc. Because he said like a unpopular Disney movie was like his favorite.
Do you remember any of the players with the movies attached? For
Not
their
a
favorite?
chance in hell.
Not one.
But I'll tell you, I loved every second of it.
Great recap.
Yeah. My point was Quincy Williams was very great.
What was your point?
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'd like the record to reflect here.
Give me one.
That there has been one person that has been combative on the show, and it's not the hungover
it's
one.
It's not combative. It's just you brought up this story about these.
Because you mentioned Quincy Williams and the personality, and they were
Disney
showing the
movies,
personality.
These great Disney. Yeah, but you don't remember
Somebody
any
said
of it.
Frozen.
Somebody said
and
Frozen.
One guy said Frozen. There was a lot of ones I just didn't know.
Yeah,
like a lot of Disney movies that were like younger people ones, which
like Wish, maybe one of those type ones.
There's a couple Wallies.
Yeah, there was a Wall-E.
Wall-E, I think, is one of the worst Disney movies ever made. I'm going to get people angry at this. He does nothing. The character does nothing except go around and go, Wall-E. That's it. That's the only words that the whole character says the entire 2 hours. Not a single word is spoken out of it. Wall-E. That's it. That's the only thing.
You're underselling a whole emotional arc that he goes on.
That is one of the worst
movies ever made. He really changes, and then people's attitudes towards him change by the end, too.
He says nothing. The 2 hours. 2 hours, all I get is Wall-E. That's it. That's all I got.
So you got a thing against Hodor, too, in Game of Thrones?
I didn't watch Game of Thrones. You know that about me.
I did not know about that. I can't remember what Disney movies you guys were talking about. Too much what?
Incest for my take. For my
a lot of dragons, a lot of peen in that. No, thank you. There was castration too. I'm not big on that either. Not a fan. Let it be known.
Why are you phrasing like you are a fan of that?
No. Let it be known.
Why are you phrasing it that way?
I'm decidedly out on castration.
Why are you phrasing it like
genital
mutilation?
That's not my bag.
That's an enticing thing for you. Are you into castration?
Yet again, now you're saying
I don't understand that point.
The trust tree with the nest here at some point has to be established today.
Guardians have lost 5 straight series after being shut out by the Padres yesterday afternoon. Manager Stephen
Vogt.
You
could say they were castrated this weekend.
So you're in. Gave an update on Chase DeLauder, who exited yesterday's game with mild left hamstring tightness.
He felt it in his last sprint right before the game. He kind of felt a little cramping sensation in his hamstring, and it just didn't quite loosen up. And so he's got some tightness in the hamstring, and we just felt, let's not risk this thing. Let's get him off his feet. So just out of abundance of caution, got him out of there.
I would like to eradicate abundance of caution from our combined lexicon. I feel like that's become such a norm in the last 5 years. I don't care for it.
An abundance of caution.
Yeah.
It's very Brownsian.
Yeah. It is. Well, it's just become like a cliche, and I do get a little triggered by cliches there. This weekend stunk to high hell, except for the 10,000th career win. They're 9-19 since the All-Star break, and I would like the bleeding to stop. I would really prefer it if the bleeding were to stop.
Yeah, their 11th shutout loss yesterday, tied for 4th most in the majors. Bybee's now allowed 25 homers this year. That's 2nd most in the AL. Yeah, and of that note, by the way, because Bybee just got, again, a couple home runs, got lit up. MLB high 19 of those to left-handers. Bybee against left-handers, just allowing the long ball at a rate that is just, we just can't keep this going on.
The hair. It's just
the hair is a little ridiculous.
It's just, it doesn't look good. And that's unfortunate.
He's got the hair of somebody that would really love Pat McAfee's country pop album.
Yeah.
Really dive into
you
that
just
one.
need to shape it a little bit more here.
And then really do a click-clack.
Yeah, who doesn't love a good click-clack? When we come back, unintentionally rhymed there, much like Pat McAfee, is the Browns' offense going to be limited? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey,
It was so chaotic. It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
The final word on last week's game. And get ready for the week ahead in Berea. The Cleveland Browns preview show, Monday night at 7. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Touchdown!
92.3 The Fan.
Ralph Vacchiano coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Ralph has been in town, paying attention to the Browns. He was at the whatever the hell the press conference the Browns had about the campus in Berea, where they also did the immersive stuff for the new stadium. Sure seems like they're really selling a fight there with the new stadium.
Is that right?
Yeah. I wonder if they're a little worried about the tepid response just because of the PSL thing.
The PSL thing is going to piss people off, though.
I wonder if I hope they're prepared know the storm is coming for them.
I think they do. It has to be, right? I mean, the PSL convo, I don't know about you, it gets brought up a decent amount, I feel like, in just off-air conversations with people. I think they're ready to be pissed about it.
Yeah, I think they are, too. So when Dave Jenkins today, and we're big Dave Jenkins guys.
Love Dave Jenkins.
The man's a unit.
If there's anybody in the Haslam Sports Group that I'd like to personally be friends with and personally let them know in case they're listening that I'm on Team U, it's Dave Jenkins.
Yeah. When I was going to say something else. The point is, he's man's also a unit. He's like 6'5", and he looks like a former NFL defensive end.
A success story every way you can possibly look at it and do it.
Now you're wondering,
there's a board in Cleveland. Dave Jenkins is on it.
Now you're wondering, are we this with the thing where we're saying one thing and the opposite's true? No. We're both big Dave Jenkins guys.
Yeah,
and
we're not even being sarcastic. We just really like Dave Jenkins.
Now the problem is you can't really tell with us because
we're constantly sarcastic,
smart asses,
and people think this is probably some sort of big joke that we're having right now, but we cannot be more serious.
But the point is,
I like Dave Jenkins a lot.
Now, that being said, old Jenkins, as we call him, old janky leg.
I'd like to get there with him.
Yeah.
I would never call him old janky leg.
I assume formality. That's on me. Talked about the PSL prices for the new Brown Stadium, which Jax is going to play in a minute there. Oh, Jax, you were so close.
Classic DJ with the fake out.
Yeah, listen, the board op race is really heating up around here, and this was basically whatever the equivalent of Shador's interception was on Saturday for people.
If it helps, Jake Murrin last week had a couple where we went to him and didn't come anywhere close either. Which means I think you're doing great, Jax.
That's how you get ahead in this business.
Still working through pricing. PSL sales will start in about a month, so mid-September. As we've said all along, we'll start with the highest price points in the process, work through those before we move on to the next price point. So it is a 3-year process to get to the building, but we're excited to start that in about a month.
You see why we're Jenkins guys.
Yeah. You also missed Jax throwing it back to us, and he had the Deshaun. He hit his funny bone on the microphone. I mean, this is just a fumble of all-time proportions.
It's your funny bone in the microphone.
He just smacked
my finger, just drilled the
microphone.
microphone.
I thought you were doing the motion for, when you're like packing a can of like dip. I thought that's what you were doing. You're doing like that thing. I thought that's what you were doing.
That broke his finger over there. Now back to old janky legs, as I call him.
Stop calling him that.
Why?
DJ doesn't want to be referred to as old janky legs.
Did you just try a DJ?
That's my guy, Dave Jenkins.
The president of Haslam Sports Groups, and you DJ him?
I've always been a Dave Jenkins guy. I feel like you're hopping onto the Dave Jenkins love, and that's fine.
Oh, I'm definitely hopping on the Dave Jenkins, the janky legs
we can't call him janky
bandwagon.
legs.
Why?
He's not a janky leg guy. That is a respected member of our community. Every board in the city has Dave Jenkins on it. Like, that's a respected member of the community.
You're telling me he doesn't have an embarrassing nickname? Come on, everybody.
I think he's.
The more
he's
rich and successful you are, the more ridiculous nickname you have to have. Keeps you humble.
Did Axelrod and Billions have a nickname?
I think it was Axe. No.
Stop it.
Now, this being said, I think they know a storm's a-coming, and I think they know people are going to be furious with that.
Which, by the way, why is that a surprise to people?
About PSLs?
PSLs. Why is that like such a big, I can't believe they're going to do PSLs. Everyone that builds a new stadium does PSLs. Like, this is part of the idea. And now, do PSLs stink? Yeah. Yeah, they do. They're not great. Do I love the idea that they charge you $30,000 in order to keep the tickets that you already paid a PSL for so many years? Yeah, it's a big con.
Mm-hmm.
All season tickets are a con to begin with anyway. Isn't that well? I mean, you can at this point you probably buy them individually cheaper than you can anything else if you sans the actual PSL in addition to it all. Anyway, it kind of feels like if you're a part of a country club.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting hosed on what that cost is. It's not as if you did like the per dollar estimate for rounds that you played. You're not making a bargain. You do it for all the other reasons. I feel like with PSLs and with season tickets, isn't half the idea is that you get to tell people you have season tickets, and half the idea is that basically you know what seat you're getting into, and that's what that is. You're losing money on it. This is not a I feel bad because you're losing money proposition. I'm just surprised so many people are shocked by it.
I think
this is a new venture that we have. The PSLs have been around for 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, but the Cleveland Browns haven't had a new stadium in about 30 years, and it does feel like a tone-deaf billionaire thing to do, no matter how many tone-deaf billionaires do it.
But the Bills, when they put their stadium together, they did the same thing. We just went through this whole everything with Buffalo fans. They had to do new PSL prices. The prices were outrageous, and fans still lined up to do it. But that is like part of the. And I thought this was assumed, but maybe it just isn't. Part of the allure of a new stadium from an ownership standpoint is, yes, everything's brand new and that's great, but also you get to do the PSLs over again. You double dip into it. That is part of the idea. But if you're affording season tickets to begin with anyway, the price to pay is an expensive one.
Now, 216-474-0092. Where are we at with the new stadium? You excited? It does feel it feels like we're so far removed from the new stadium that we don't have the new buzz yet. Once it stops looking like a hole in the ground, I think people will get excited about it, and then they'll get pissed about the PSL thing again. But while we're talking about the Browns...
Well, I think we're like a month away from getting pissed about the PSL stuff, right? Isn't that kind of what Dave Jenkins said?
Yeah, but that thing's cyclical. There's the first time they announce it, and then anything that comes up with that stadium, the PSLs will be spoken about from here until people actually get into that stadium.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, it does stink that there's so many people that are going to be like, I can't afford the $30,000 to re-up my season tickets, and I don't want to do the new PSL, so I'm just not going to own season tickets anymore. I feel for those people. I think that does stink. But that is part of the season ticket process that we've now just become accustomed to.
And that was it was a great interactive experience. I'm sure people are going to really enjoy that.
I didn't realize it was going to be black. The stadium was going to be black.
You didn't realize that?
I guess I just didn't. No part of that clicked for me.
I feel like it's all been in all the renderings.
I just didn't pay enough attention to the renderings, I guess.
Maybe you paying a lot of it. A lot of people really like the fireworks.
When you saw the little Lego model, like that model and display, I guess that's when it really kind of hit home that it was like this almost going to be kind of looked like a Legion Stadium in some sense to me.
Yeah, and it's funny. Some people don't like that look. I actually think Allegiant Stadium is one of the sleekest looking stadiums in the NFL. It helps the Raiders
I think the
black and silver.
I think the black is kind of cool.
Yeah, I do too.
But also, I loved inside. It did look a little, you don't want these stadiums that all just kind of look the same. Where I go back to Buffalo again, I think Buffalo failed is that it looked like any stadium you've ever seen. This looks different. I like the boom or bust nature of it all.
Can we also say, if you're a Browns fan and you're against dome stadiums, I wish you no ill will. I understand. I think this is kind of the sign of the times. I think if you're in a cold weather city and you don't have a dome, you're not maximizing like what a stadium should be. But again, to each their own. I know Sam Monson today sent out a tweet about this, and basically, it was something to the effect of it's bad for football that Cleveland is going to be domed. And I kind of am sick of people who aren't from here having that take.
Yeah. Why is that?
Jax, is that your third boner?
I'm trying to teach a young man what to do.
All right. Jax is officially out of the running. The Kalshi markets have moved him off the board.
You got the 76ers odds that LeBron had now.
No, worse than that.
Which means he still won.
You're getting the Charlotte Hornets odds now.
No, he still won.
This was always going to be a train wreck, and somehow you've made it more of a train wreck, young man. And you're wearing a Cardinals hat. Bleep you for that, too. But
he got it for $3 off Whatnot. That's not even his fault at this point.
I still judge him. But no, I don't want to hear Sam Munson's thoughts. If he's never actually been to a outdoor football game in Cleveland, I don't want to hear your take on it. If you've never frozen your giblets off in like November, even if all you did was go to the damn media spot, that's fine. If you've been in Cleveland when football's happened in the coldest months of the year, then I'm allowed. Even then, no. Just stay the hell out of it. If you're not from here.
I think there's a lot of people.
What does Sam Munson know about Cleveland football?
It's not like
making it a lot about Sam Munson. I just mean I've seen that take a lot and it annoys me.
Well, so Sam Munson in particular probably isn't taking in too much cold weather football, so maybe he's not the greatest person for this, all things considered. But you don't have to. I don't think you had to experience day in, day out cold weather in order to have a thought on outdoor or indoor football.
Yeah, I'd like you to, because again, like I just think it's kind of a boring cliche point that a lot of national media members have about Cleveland, and they have it about Buffalo, and they have it. It's like I don't care what you think about that. I care what you think about actual football. Sam Munson's a great NFL analyst. This one specific thing, it's like I don't think you're familiar enough with this. I don't think you get a vote.
No, they don't get a vote. They definitely don't get a vote. Also, the Browns don't care if anyone gets a vote or not. Like the Bills, the
Browns don't care is a very. We could just use that for a lot of things.
We really do, though.
Yeah.
I think we do. I did find renderings, by the way. Daryl had the initial renderings, and this was not an all black stadium.
That is black around the.
Look at the top. That's silver.
Well, no, that's translucent. That's supposed to be clear.
Look at obviously the top is translucent. Look at the sides. That's silver.
I think that looks black.
Stop it.
I think it looks black.
That's not black.
I'm looking at it from across the way here. It looks black to me.
Stop it. This what they obviously had today was all black. That was in a completely all black rendering and a completely all black setup. And so it was different. It's not what I expected at all. And but I liked it. I did think it looked cool.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Let's go with Maurice.
From the where?
Mo from
the Bay Area.
Oh, Mo from the Bay.
Yeah. I thought he said something else.
We are going across the country.
Yeah.
Daryl is pleased.
Hey, Jay Peterlin, I didn't tag you on a few things. Nick will tell you. But yeah, man. I think it's a big week. It still hasn't been announced. I think we'll all end up getting what we want. I think Shador will end up starting those first few games. If Deshaun Watson separated himself, they would have announced it.
Ooh, I kind of think they did without announcing it today. I think Todd Monken, the breakdown of the reps for this week alone sure makes it seem like it's Deshaun's job.
Everything down to the idea that he's already had the convo with the Bills and they're going to do all their first team work on Thursday. And basically the Bills and the Browns are committing to basically playing no first team guys or very few first team guys on Saturday.
But Jay, look though. Deshaun still has to play the third quarter Saturday, no matter what.
Yeah, but they'll probably do the same. They'll probably do the same thing they just did in the Chicago game, where they're not going to allow any sort of way for Deshaun to completely blow it. He's not going to throw the ball down the field. He's not going to try to stretch the field at all. It's going to be a lot of 5-yard passes, 7-yard passes. Might only play a couple series and then he's out.
But if Shador plays well and he plays like he played in that one quarter, I think he'll do just fine with that. I think he'll be straight, Jay.
Mo,
I'm not yelling at you, so we're not arguing. So we should be all right. But
we should be all right.
Probably you got into it.
Mo, good stuff, buddy. Appreciate
Mo,
you.
thank
Mo
you.
in the Bay.
I wish I had Mo's mentality in all this. I do. I think the die's been cast.
By the way, a little interesting note here. Zadarius Smith, who had refuted Mary Kay's report that he was expected to sign with the Browns today because he said he was working out for another team today, that team has come to light. It's Kevin Stefanski's Atlanta Falcons.
I love the idea of Stefanski being like, not under my watch.
Yeah.
I got this quarterback situation that's going sideways. Everything stinks, but I'm going to steal you from the Browns.
This is his get back. Right? Yeah, you fired me, you forced Deshaun on me, all this kind of stuff, but I took Zadarius Smith from you.
God, the preseason game number 1 could not have gone worse for Stefanski. I know it's not the time or the place right now, but like that could not have gone worse.
Yeah, Falcons fans were not happy. I'm not gleeful at it, but I thought it was funny.
Definitely
I did.
fun.
I found a level of funny to it. 216-474-0092. Is the offense for the Browns going to be limited with Deshaun Watson? We'll have that conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Tune in Tuesday night at 7.
There's a lot to clean up, coaching and play.
The Todd Monken Coaches Show.
Frustrating at certain levels, but certainly you can't turn the ball over 3 times.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
92.3 The Fan.
Ralph Facciano, Fox Sports columnist and NFL reporter, in about 15 minutes' time. We'll be talking about the Browns. You heard it here first. But I do wonder if part of the reasons why we saw the Browns offense look the way it did with Deshaun in week one of the preseason is because that's what I think they want the offense to look like with Deshaun in week one of the regular season.
Yeah, I thought it was more just about them getting Deshaun to basically get comfortable, hadn't played a game in 2 years, and we're going to try to make this as easy as possible. I do also think they were worried about the perception of if Deshaun threw a couple picks on deep passes and then Shedeur came in and looked great, if they were trying to tilt this thing to Deshaun, I think we said it before the games got played last week. It's impossible to do so if Shedeur just vastly outplayed him.
I actually would be surprised if they took, I think they want Deshaun to win, and I think that's bearing fruit with how they handled his modicum of success on Saturday. I'd be surprised if they took it to that level, but I think that's the offense. If you thought it was boring and dink and dunk, I think they're going to gimmick up the offense.
I thought it was Dylan Gabriel and Stefanski last year.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to look with Deshaun.
Because that basically was what all the complaints we had about Kevin Stefanski and Dylan Gabriel last year was that he didn't push the ball down the field, he didn't throw the ball beyond 10 yards ever, and this is the same thing we're talking about after one game with Deshaun.
I think their offensive identity with Deshaun, and again, I think there's going to be a plan to have a heavy running game. And that's going to be great for Quinshawn. It's going to be great for Dylan. It's going to be great for the backs, right? And potentially good for that offensive lineman, for the offensive lineman as well. But I think the whole point is going to be we're going to do, I don't want to say trick plays, but we're going to do some gimmick plays. We're going to try and get our guys the ball, our playmakers like Concepcion, like Dylan. We're trying to get them the ball relatively close to the line of scrimmage and then let the playmakers make the plays. Now, the problem with that is at some point you're not going to get the lead first. And you can't just play keep away, and Deshaun's going to have to throw his way into some games. Mm-hmm. But I think if they could design up the perfect thing, you'd start with a touchdown, and then really you'd just go to a gimmicky, limited offense for the rest of the game.
Yeah, also, though, the defenses aren't just stupid and are going to sit back and allow any of this either. The defense's adjustment is going to be, again, same thing we saw with Dylan and Stefanski last year. Once people get whimmed to the idea that you're not going to throw the ball deep at all, they're just going to put everybody near the line of scrimmage, and they're going to attack close.
Yep.
And that's going to make life really, really hard. And so maybe you can catch people off guard for a couple weeks, or maybe people are like, oh, are they really serious about this? But after a couple of weeks, and give them enough snaps and time, the league will catch up to that really quickly, and then it's going to be a really hard thing to pull off.
I do think that it is a losing proposition, and I'm not a big fan of it, but I think that's what they're going to try and do. I don't want to say boring because, again, the end arounds, they did some fun stuff. Even getting Casey Concepcion the ball when they did and letting him make plays. I think they're going to but I think their explosiveness is going to come from the weapons, and then everything else they do is just going to be trying to mitigate the mitigate the issues with Deshaun and, delivering the ball down the field to the wrong guy.
Yeah, so in this scenario that we're describing, though, they're probably not going to be the greatest team ever assembled, and on top of it, they're going to be one of the more boring teams assembled.
No, but I think you can win 7 games that way. I think you can, 7 or 8 games.
And honestly, that might be one of the selling points for Monken in this, is that idea of, I need to just not make it look embarrassing. Get me to the 2027 quarterback class and get me there to a spot where I can then get my hands on one of these young quarterbacks and do what I need to do with them. And if that's what that takes, if 6 or 7 wins, you look respectable, you showcase some things with guys like Concepcion and Boston and some of those players, and it gets me to that line, then it's I can see how I would be sold into it if I were him, but it doesn't make it any more appetizing to myself.
I think Todd is smart enough to know, and he's been around the NFL long enough to know that, when Mike LaFleur says, hey, we're just going to take it on the chin this year and we'll see from there, that guy probably his chances of getting fired just shot up 50%. Same thing with the Green Bay Dolphins.
Yeah, you lose,
right?
you win only 2 or 3 games, and anything's on the table. It doesn't matter how much money your contract was for. It doesn't matter any of that stuff. You win 2 or 3 games, and your job's on the line.
But I do think the Browns are trying to thread that needle of we want to be competitive and basically Todd gets to win enough that he instills belief in winning with that team. And then you're going to probably have to trade up. That's what the extra first-rounder's for, to get your quarterback, whether that's the 3rd quarterback off the board or, 6th quarterback off the board. And the funny thing is, again, I think they'll be able to land the plane on this.
Well, and you get the handshakes and the pats on the back all across the board. If you pull off a 7-win season, oddly enough, as bad as that sounds, if you get a 7-win season, you look functional, the young people did develop, and you got Deshaun Watson to have a 3,200-yard passing season with like 22 touchdowns to 7 interceptions, and you just kind of dinked and dunked your way through.
And you still end up with a quarterback. Because it's funny,
right.
I understand the idea for either Miami or Arizona that it's like, well, we want the first crack at that. And I get that. But as we saw with Bryce Young being the first quarterback off the board and C.J. Stroud being the second, just having the number 1 pick doesn't even – like the NFL's problems with identifying quarterbacks is pretty well known at this point.
Well, it's so hard. I mean, that's why I've always said I prefer to have the number 1 overall pick, because it's so hard. You let me do my own evaluations and figure it out from there. But you're right. I mean, everyone gets it wrong. Every single year you see all sorts of people get it wrong.
But probably the thing that surprised me most is that people acted like there was a huge disparity from what Deshaun did on Saturday and what Shedeur did. I didn't really see it. I thought they both had some good moments, and I thought they both had some bad moments. I'm not going to name anybody specifically, but there was one guy.
Name him.
No,
name him.
I'm not going to do that.
Name him.
Because he's been a guest on the show. I wouldn't want to do that.
Oh, now maybe I'll name him.
But there was a guy that I said, but honestly, I thought to myself, I'm pretty sure that guy just looked at the stat line. And he didn't actually watch the tape. He actually didn't watch.
Well, what was his take? What did he say?
Oh, I'm going to give you the ammunition to correctly guess it on air.
Why bring it up if you don't tell me what exactly he said?
To be vague. He's very complimentary. He said,
I don't know. I have nothing to go off of. What did he say?
He basically said Deshaun won the starting job with the performance that we saw from Deshaun.
Okay.
And that either tells me he had no expectations for Deshaun and then was so surprised by a pretty middle-of-the-road Deshaun performance that he's using recency bias.
Oh, this sounds like a national guy is what this sounds like.
Yes, it is. Oh, yeah, not locally. No.
I don't ever expect any of the national guys ever watch any of the preseason games anyway, for being truthful. They catch highlights. I don't think they watch all these games. There's certain ones I trust some people are just football obsessed that way. So like Ben Solak, if he were to say he watched every second of preseason football, that I know he watched every second of preseason football. Okay, like
Jax, that's somebody you want to look up to. You want to be young Solak.
Oh, you want to be young Solak.
You can. You just can't play bing bong in the middle of a segment when it doesn't make sense anymore.
Well, keep trying.
Young Solak would never.
One day you'll stumble into it making sense.
That's true.
And that's going to be your moment to shine. Like maybe right now. Bing bong.
No, that didn't fit. It's okay.
Just like a second too late on that one.
Kind of like a lot of Deshaun and Shedeur's throws. Oh, have some
bing bong. You're right, though. I don't know how you can look at that game and say the two were just so miles apart in their play. They weren't. Shedeur's interception was bad. I've acknowledged that. Deshaun's fumble was bad. I've acknowledged that. It was just the type of, you know what it was? It was the type of thing that just kind of left you sad that both quarterbacks didn't get all 4 quarters themselves to play, because I wanted to see more from both on both ends.
216-474-0092. Is the Browns offense going to be limited with Deshaun Watson? Ralph Vacchiano of Fox Sports was in town covering the immersive experience with the Browns, also covering Browns training camp. We'll get his take on the Browns and the quarterback spot in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Browns preview show coming up in 1 hour's time. I believe Ken just tweeted Spencer Fano.
Very nice.
Will be the guest on the show, so make sure to tune into that coming up at 7 o'clock. But had a lot of discussions today about what went on in Berea, the fallout from preseason game number 1. To talk about all of that nonsense and a whole lot more nonsense, we head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline and welcome on Fox Sports NFL reporter and columnist Ralph Vacchiano, who was in Cleveland covering the Browns today. Ralph, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, guys. How you doing?
It's great to have you. We're doing all right here. A little hungover for a Monday, Ralph, and a little pissed that I'm still hungover at 6 o'clock at night.
I get that. I've had that happen before. I understand.
All right, let's go ahead and get to Berea and what you saw and what you heard today. What'd you hear out in Berea?
Well, I heard a surprising amount of optimism, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. The outside perception of the Browns has long been that they're a bit of a mess. Obviously, their quarterback situation that's iffy, but a lot of people I talk to around that team, while they understand the issues, they like the young talent that they've assembled. And I don't know that anybody's predicting a great team or maybe not even a good team, but I think they believe they've got the talent there to be competitive and finally start to grow in the right direction. Obviously, the quarterback's still an issue, but the surrounding pieces, I think, they feel like they're starting to put a team in place.
As far as the quarterback is concerned, you watched both of them, Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson, up close and personal today. What were your impressions of each quarterback?
It's hard to know from watching just one practice. I think watching Deshaun Watson, he doesn't quite look like what you might remember him from 5 years ago or so. Obviously he's an older veteran now, and there's probably still a lot of rust. But, you look at a lot of veteran quarterbacks in training camps around the league, and they're pretty crisp, and they don't miss on much. It should be easy for them in camp and preseason games, and it looks like it might be a little bit more of a struggle for him than a regular veteran. I think Shedeur Sanders is kind of in the same boat. It's like both of them are still trying to pick up the offense a little bit, and I got the sense that it really is a kind of an open competition. I don't think either one of them have stepped forward and kind of claimed the job just yet.
Oh, it's interesting you say that, Ralph, because judging off of Todd Monken's comments in the preseason game number 1 there about Deshaun's performance, and even today, and kind of laying out how they're going to split the practice reps this week. It kind of feels like the Deshaun is not just in the lead right now. It feels like, I don't know, something Herculean for Shedeur is going to have to happen for him to actually have a chance of winning it this week. That's not how you see it, though?
I think short term, you're probably right. I mean, I've kind of read the tea leaves on what Todd Monken has said, throughout training camp, and I would agree he's probably leading towards Deshaun Watson. I think some of that has to do with the fact that they open on the road. First 2 games on the road, if I'm not mistaken, they have 6 of their first 9 on the road too, which it might lead him to go with more of a veteran presence, so he can kind of run the rest of the offense. That seems to make the most sense to me. But I think if you're asking, who is the more viable quarterback, who's going to be the one that emerges this season, I think Todd Monken's really leaving it open that Shedeur Sanders could take that job at some point. One of the things he mentioned to me, I had a chance to talk to him after practice. He mentioned to me that, which is true, he said he wasn't here last year. He's not kind of really tied necessarily to either guy, and he doesn't know what the evaluations of the previous staff would be, but he's coming in with a fresh look. And because of that, I think he's going by what he sees, what he's seen on film, what he sees in practice. So, he'll probably go with Deshaun Watson at the start, but I wouldn't be surprised if he turns to Shedeur Sanders at some point, maybe not too far down the line, assuming he shows in practice that he can handle it.
If it was yourself, what decision would you go with?
Well, I'd probably go with Deshaun Watson for exactly the same reasons. I always would prefer to have a veteran quarterback. I always would prefer to have somebody who can go in there and, has handled himself before when things go wrong. He's not seeing it necessarily for the first time. I would feel differently if, as part of the organization, I had made a determination that Shedeur Sanders is my future. He's the guy we're building around. I think you got to play him in that case and really get him, a feel for being in the starting job. But I just don't get the sense that that's the case here. This is not a kid that they are ready to give the keys to the franchise to. They want to make him earn it. And until he actually earns it, I would go with the veteran every time.
Ralph Acciano, Fox Sports NFL columnist and reporter on the Wise-Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So you did get the first look, a virtual first look at the Browns' new stadium. Just what stood out to you, what you saw in kind of that immersive experience today?
Well, it's pretty wild. They opened something called the Browns Experience, which is, it seems like a marketing type of thing where they can sell season tickets and, bring fans in to kind of pump them up about it. But one of the cool things was they had this little, they called it the immersive cube. If you're a Star Trek fan, it's like the holodeck. You walk into this little closet-sized room, and it lights up, and you're surrounded on all the walls and the ceiling and the floor by what it looks like to be if you were standing in the middle of the field. And, excuse me, the stadium from that view, obviously it's just a virtual tour, it looked beautiful. It looked like it was really well done, huge concourses. I don't know how everybody in the Northeast is going to love a roof, but the roof looked spectacular, a nice transparent roof. Obviously lots of seats. They've got a wall of seats on one end that the dog pound will be in. It just looked like it was a very comfortable place that I think fans will like a lot of parking and tailgate areas and party areas, which I know is a big part of the experience. So, I thought it was really well done. It looked like to me, some stadiums just look like they are embracing a tradition, and you can tell that it belongs to the team. And it looked like a Cleveland Browns type thing. I come from, I live in New York where they built the MetLife Stadium with the Jets and Giants, and it's just a big silver cube. It's not really, you can't tell it's the Giants or Jets stadium. This looked like the Browns stadium, and something that I think the fans can be proud of.
So, but it wasn't cookie cutter, excuse me. I couldn't get that out. It wasn't anything like that. It was unique in and of itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a unique design, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, it was kind of an angular, maybe triangle type roofs and archways and things like that. Very modern looking. Now, again, it hasn't been built yet. I know they just broke ground, so this is just what the plans look like and what their virtual tour is. It might change. We heard from the people up in Buffalo. I'm actually headed up there now to see Highmark Stadium, and everybody loved that until they got there and they saw the obstructed view seats and things like that. So things could change, but from my virtual view, standing on their virtual 50-yard line, it looked pretty good.
All right, Ralph, I know Berea was your sixth stop in training camp. I know that you just went to Steelers camp. We always like to look over the fence there and see what the rivals are doing. What stood out to you, what you heard out there at Steelers camp?
Well, what stood out to me mostly was that I thought Aaron Rodgers looked pretty good. I watched him a lot last year. I saw a bunch of Steelers games and never thought he quite looked like himself. A little bit of the mobility gone, a little bit of the arm strength gone. He's still sharp as a tack and can run an offense, but he was a little bit of a drag on the team. Again, it was only one practice, but he looked good. His arm strength was terrific. He was zipping the ball downfield. He's got more weapons than he had before. I didn't have a lot of high hopes for this Steelers team, but I might have changed my mind a little bit. I think that Aaron Rodgers is 42. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay upright. But if he can, they might be pretty good there. That offense might be a little more dangerous than a lot of people think.
You also saw a joint practice involving the Bucs and the Jets. Baker Mayfield, what do you think happens there with Tampa Bay? Does he re-sign, or do we end up with him in a Steelers uniform a year from now, or even, I don't know, dare I say, a Browns uniform a year from now?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm a little surprised they hadn't re-signed him, and I assuming it's money, and he's asking for a lot more than they're willing to go. If they don't re-sign him, I mean, he's going to be able to name his price, I think, at some point, because if he gets closer to free agency, he's obviously going to be really attractive. If you don't have a quarterback and there's a guy like Baker Mayfield available, you're going to go the extra mile to get it, to get him, especially if you don't have a top 5 or 6 pick in the draft next year. I know there's a lot of quarterbacks coming out. So I think they might push again to sign him. But if it goes towards the end of the season, I think you're going to see him hitting free agency, and there's going to be a lot of teams lining up for him. The Steelers certainly could be one of them. They like Drew Aller, their young quarterback from Penn State, but he's just in his first year, and they wouldn't mind having somebody short-term sitting in front of him, I don't think, if Aaron Rodgers retires. So that's definitely something to watch down the road.
All right, Ralph, big picture. How do you see the 4 teams stacking up in the AFC North?
I think it's going to be a lot better and more competitive than it was a year ago. I think the Baltimore Ravens, to me, are probably the class of the division. I think that, they might have been last year if Lamar Jackson had stayed healthy. So you get him healthy. Derrick Henry, I'm assuming that Jesse Minter can fix the defense. They're my pick to win it all. I think the Cincinnati Bengals, with Joe Burrow healthy, are probably a threat to stay right on their heels. Now, they always get off to a slow start, so they've got to avoid that. And probably the Steelers right behind that. I think for the Browns, they're just in a tough spot until that quarterback emerges. I like a lot of their young talent. I think they're building a team in the right direction. But if you don't have that quarterback, you got a 4 or 5 win team. So right now, that's what they look like to me, unless Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders emerges. But I think that would be a surprise to a lot of people, even in Cleveland.
I saw you'd picked Harold Fannin Jr. as your breakout candidate for the Browns this year. We all love Harold Fannin. We think he's exceptional. What's that ceiling look like for Harold, though? Can we get as easy as a top 5 tight end in the game this year, or is that too early?
No, I think he's got the skills to do it. It might be, if you're talking just for numbers' sake, to be like an 80-catch, 1,000-yard, 10-touchdown guy, to me, he's only limited by his quarterback. Can the quarterback get the ball to him enough to do that? I think if they target him that much and they got a quarterback who can play, then yeah. I mean, he's also, if Shedeur Sanders is the guy, maybe even for Deshaun Watson, if he's trying to pick up the offense and find his groove a little bit, a tight end is always the best friend of a young quarterback, a struggling quarterback. So he certainly could be a high-volume guy. So I wouldn't be surprised about that. If the quarterbacks are even just good, I think he could have an elite season. If they stink, well, that's going to drag everybody down, and there's really nothing you can do about that.
Ralph, excellent stuff, man. Safe travels in your camp journeys there, bud, and appreciate you, and thanks so much. All right, Ralph Vacchiano there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right call, Kyle Ryan hotline. Breakout players, and it's good work if you can get it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
Football news you need. The radio home of the NFL and Cleveland Browns is 92.3 The Fan.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz in their daily Browns training camp recaps on the Fans YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Molnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes.
Don't worry, we're almost done here today.
Yeah, we are. This has just been a banger of a show for me. But in case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes' time, I got to say, I love working with our young guys here.
Yeah, because they're filled with so much hope and optimism.
I love hearing. I have not been single for 20 years. So I have no frame of reference for what it's like.
You were pre, like, the apps and all that stuff.
Okay, let's not age me to be 157.
Well, you still were on the online stuff.
Yes, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I got to date online when he got shamed for that sort of thing.
That's right. Weren't you, what was it, plentyoffish.com? Was that your website?
Yeah.
Is that what you said
Which
once?
I had no idea, by the way, was a Christian thing.
Oh, it is?
It's plenty of fish, and then the fish emoji. They're not emoji, whatever. But
I didn't do online dating because you're right. There was a stigma attached to it.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah.
Big app guy. Big app guy I was, but definitely a stigma attached to the online world.
Both of our grandparents were like, it doesn't matter how we met or how you guys met. You guys are in love. And I was like, that is the most backhanded compliment ever.
Oh, well, for them, that had to be a completely...
Yeah, I mean...
completely foreign idea.
Might as well have just bonked her on the head with a club and then dragged her back to the cave for them, I think.
Is Plenty of Fish still exist? There's no way, right?
Well, there was.
It does.
It's actually now Plentier of Fish. They've upgraded.
I don't think it's for Catholics. I don't know why I'm doubting you on this.
It's not religious.
It's not, right?
No, it's not. You think of eHarmony.
No, I'm not thinking of.
I mean, I think Nick would know. Nick was on it, but you said you kind of stumbled on it, so you didn't mean to do it.
No, so my ex was on there, and then I was like, well, that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Why? You just wanted to meet her again?
No.
Okay.
She was having some success there. We were talking about it because
good. Your exes that stayed in contact.
Yeah.
It's very different than my approach to exes.
We were kind of staying in contact in multiple ways there. It was not the best thing going.
Hello, sports fan.
But yeah, I was like, well, she's going to do it. I'll do it. And then found a lot of very Christian women, and then I found Vanessa.
But Vanessa, did she know it was a Catholic site, or did she not know that?
It's not Catholic Christian. There's a difference, fella.
Well, yeah, thank you. But I mean, I'm reading right here. It says for Catholic singles.
I did not know it was Catholic. No.
It could have also changed over time since it's been about like 15, 30, 40 years. Yeah.
Or you could just be wrong, Dom. Yeah.
How many?
Maybe.
Yeah.
How many
Dom's
years?
trying to backdoor his way into being right about this. Like, things changed since the 70s, Grandpa. That's your ass.
A new hook they have on here is faith filters.
Faith filters?
Yes, so you can basically decide. Do you want to select Christian? Do you want to select? You can select whatever tags you want.
Can you go all the way down to like specific denominations? Like if I wanted to be a
I'm not clicking
looking for a Baptist.
If you're looking for a Baptist versus a Methodist.
Listen, there's a lot of things I'll click on in behalf of the show.
Yeah.
Online dating websites. Oh, I'm doing it for research, honey. Not going to be the one that I get.
Do you want me to make an account right
not
now?
going to be the one that I do, guys.
You can
play
this segment for and realize that, this is for the betterment of the show.
I probably shouldn't even have in my Google search bar Plenty of Fish dating for Catholics. I probably shouldn't even have that.
I just had Vanessa actually DM Elise to tell her that you're on Plenty of Fish.
I'm not going to beat the charges.
And
now.
it just says
after this website, I'm not going to beat the charges.
In your bio, it just says no more Jewish women.
She knows the way I would get back at her in a divorce settlement would be just only Catholics.
Yeah.
And really embracing my Catholicism.
But like the most Catholic you could have.
Oh, could you imagine?
You actually have the papal hat? You have a mitre?
I don't know what she would do if we got divorced and then I took our kids to church and posted a photo on Instagram or something like that. And just taking the kids to a nice Sunday mass.
That's the right kind of petty.
Just taking them out to a nice Sunday mass.
Yeah, because then really you can't be like, you got a problem with God here? I'm sorry. I was experiencing my faith with my children. That's what you can say. But
yeah, we went down too many roads of me pissing off my wife.
Yeah. No, I like these roads. Yeah, these are fun.
Is that it?
These are fun.
Hungover Nick needs to save me at some point.
No.
Hungover Nick. Another problem with Hungover Nick. Hungover Nick never saves me.
No.
Walk in the morning and sauna Nick sometimes jumps in and maybe he'll do a hey man. Let's not go down that road.
After the 420 segment,
let's not go down that road.
Where again, you accused me of being combative, and then you
narcissist. Is that the one?
I didn't accuse you. I said the act that you liked was narcissistic.
I'm pretty sure I left that convo thinking you accused me of being a narcissist.
You've been trying to pick fights with Hungover Nick all day, and I've taken the high road every single time.
Another problem with Hungover Nick.
Takes the high road. Wait, so I start too many fights and I take the high road? Which one is it there?
You got it. No. It starts too many fights part of it. But then thinks that it's the other person starting the fight.
I believe the streets are saying that you've started every fight on the show today.
Well, once you started a fight, then I had to start back somewhere, right?
Now, but yeah, we like to live vicariously through the youth at the station, and
also classic Hungover Nick line at the end there.
Which one?
The streets are saying you've started every fight. Classic Hungover Nick.
I didn't even know
line.
that guy had a classic line.
Classic.
However,
classic Hungover Nick line.
One of the young men that works on the station had a very pretty girl slide into his DMs.
Which is just insane. I just don't. Listen, Dom, we root for you. We like you. Girls don't slide into guys' DMs, especially not attractive girls.
By the way, it's 2026, you old man. I'm looking at you.
Me?
That was an old-ass man take.
Me?
Of girls don't slide.
Me?
Yes,
Stop
you.
pointing at me.
Yeah, no, girls don't slide into guys' DMs. No, sorry, I need to reframe this.
I mean, it's happened twice in the past
quality
few
girls don't slide into guys' DMs.
Okay.
Well, let me meet the girl first before we're passing judgment on quality.
Do you have any association with her? Do you have any mutual friends?
Like follow-wise, yes, but not.
Or do you have any actual mutual friends in real life?
No.
Yeah, the story just gets even less. If you guys had mutual friends, if you're like, oh yeah, we both know my buddy John, that I play football with or something, then maybe there's an outside chance she would have seen something and then been like, that Dom guy.
She just likes his photo.
I'll make the first move.
I mean, she did. It wasn't that she randomly found my account on Instagram. It says like mutual follow. She follows some BW girls, and she followed me. And then I followed her back. She liked an old post. I liked her old post.
Okay, so you guys have mutual friends then?
Yeah, I said that. I said not like we follow mutual people, which means they're mutual friends. I don't know any of her people though.
I was under the impression your mutual followers were like, we both follow Taylor Swift.
Yeah. No.
That's the impression I was under.
People I went to school with.
Oh, so did she went to B-Dub too then?
No, I have no idea. I know very little about her right now. We've just been chatting,
which makes it a little more suspect.
Yeah.
How little you know about her.
I disagree.
Well, again, we're going to standing room at the Guardians game Wednesday. We'll see what happens.
Nice. Well, I paid for the good tickets, huh?
Only the best for someone I don't know. What am I going to do? Buy behind the home plate for a girl I've never met before?
She's more attractive than you. Yes, you are. Yeah.
No, come on. I made a steak dinner for a girl way too early. It's game to bite me in the butt. We're not doing that.
I kind of agree with the idea that you can't act like you have something you don't here.
No, I actually disagree. Wait, which part?
What are you talking about?
On Dom, if he were to buy like behind the plate seats for the first date, he can't keep that up.
No, it's just not SRO.
You can't keep. Yeah, I know, but that's who Dom is. Dom's an SRO guy.
Yeah, but I think
SRO guy,
standing room only. Stay with it. Dom, if you were to consistently be dating this woman, the assumption is you're doing a lot of standing room only. You're not going to end up doing club seats anytime soon.
What's the difference between SRO and bleacher tickets?
Huh?
What's the difference? It's like $5 difference between bleacher.
No. So if you get the the one just for a single game, you get a free beer. So we're getting a free beer.
There you go.
That is like an $8 value.
Not bad.
That is, yeah. That's just value minded. I like that.
My mindset. Let's say I already got the tickets and she bails on me. I'm just gonna ask one of my friends to go with me in standing room only, or I just go to a baseball game alone, and I only spent an extra $20 and I get 2 free beers. Come on.
I like how you take your friend's free beer in this instance.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying if they don't come. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will.
Yeah, you will. Yeah. That's your second beer. That's right.
Yeah. I paid for that beer.
Listen, it's worth trying.
I like the story more before we told it on air.
I don't know you're the one that brought it on air. I'm just clicking buttons back here.
That's true. Well, not going to say anything else.
What part of the story is disappointing to you?
The SRO, that he had a pretty shoddy defense of how this girl actually knows him.
Yeah.
There's like a 30% chance she shows up and
yeah. You know.
The top doesn't match the bottom, if you know what I mean.
Again, I understand. Like, I almost saw her at the feast, and she was being weird about it. And it
You
was
almost saw her.
Yeah.
She was at the same bar as me, and then she just, I guess, ended up at a different bar. She might not actually exist.
This is not good.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, like,
you're going to end up chained up in somebody's basement, buddy boy.
Like I said, hot girls don't slide into Dom's DMs. Hot girls don't slide into guys' DMs in general, but hot girls don't slide
Again,
into
it's
Dom's
2026,
DMs.
Grandpa.
Twice.
No. This is not a 2026 Grandpa thing. They have so many options. They have so many choices. They don't have to slide into Dom's DMs to figure it all out.
You're just playing a little fast and loose with like the truisms about dating in 2026 when you haven't dated since 2016.
They have so many options. 18. People stumbling over to go ahead and take them out on dates. They're not getting thirsty for Dom in the DMs.
Well, JP, since you aren't in the field anymore, guys aren't asking girls out in person anymore.
Well, now that might be a new development that we got to take up with your generation.
I don't see
There's a lot of problems I got with your generation. If that's true, we can add this one to the list.
No, it's a problem I have with myself.
Okay.
All right.
You guys don't drink. You don't have sex.
Yeah.
You don't even ask girls out on dates anymore, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, the first part.
What do you do?
What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
What are you accomplishing over there?
Gambling.
Yeah.
Playing golf on a Sunday morning. Come on now,
that's why I like the younger generation. And just when I think I'm out, you pull me right back in.
Going gambling.
Don knows the way to my heart.
Gambling and golf.
You might not win over those Instagram girls, but you're winning me over.
Snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. How about that?
And look, I'm sliding into Dom's DMs right now.
Yeah. You were always there. You were always there. Be pretty funny if you showed up for SRO tickets.
Then we go gambling after a little blackjack.
Sounds like a nice Wednesday, am I right, guys?
Sounds like a great night.
Actually, sounds like a sure thing. Dom's, SRO tickets in this environment. All right. Got like 3 minutes left, so let's go ahead and get to this one. Did you see Bengals rookie corner? I think it's Sierre, right, left the Bengals after being offered a lead role in what is being described as a major movie.
We got to figure out if it actually is a major movie, but it sounds like it's actually a major movie because he's got some acting chops.
Yeah, he was LeBron's son.
He was Bronny.
Yeah,
just play the role of Bronny.
But I think they called him Darius in there, which was like, why didn't we just call him LeBron Jr. or something like that? That was weird.
That is weird.
Yeah. But
so he's leaving. He's leaving the team.
He is leaving. Here is Bengals head coach Zach Taylor. I almost said Zach Wilson. Zach Taylor talking about Wright's decision.
I don't know how to properly define it for him. He called us last night and let us know that he had an opportunity. I know it was a difficult decision for him. I think two things he's really passionate about were colliding, and he decided to pursue this opportunity. So he's a great kid, comes from a great university. Wish him the best. He was fun to be around. He really competed hard for us. It's fun watching him play. I thought he was ascending as a player, but obviously he's chosen to go a different path.
Yeah, if this movie comes out, because it wraps up shooting in October, I tell you right now, this kid is not going to be back with the Bengals.
Well, they left the option open, obviously, but like he's an undrafted free agent. It's not as if he was he wasn't even signed in like the 7th round or the 6th round, and they have some stake in this. They're just gonna go and let him go. I think
football guys hate nothing more than when a guy has other priorities. Now leaving the team for that. They can leave the door open all they want, but we know he will never be back in that building again.
I think he hopes that he never goes back in that building, right? This movie takes off, all of a sudden he's a big-time star, and then that's it.
Well, here's the thing. The movie gets done shooting in October, which means
like a 2-year window probably.
Oh, yeah, which means you can just go back and try and latch onto somebody's practice squad, and then if that happens, you kind of just wait until the movie comes out to see if you're a movie star or whether you should really get ready for your second training camp.
He wasn't a bad player. USC, Nebraska, he had some moments.
Kind of love this for him. Again, wild play. He's betting on himself in a big way.
You don't get opportunities to be a lead in a major movie.
The problem is
you got to take advantage of this.
Here's the problem. As unstable as football is, acting might be the least stable job in the history of humanity, and we're in the worst era to be an actor because 3 things get made a year.
And you also probably would end up making more money as an NFL player unless you took off and became Tom Cruise.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be Tom Cruise. I don't see it in the cards for him.
You don't?
I'll be
You
honest.
didn't love his appearances in Grownish?
His performance in Space Jam 2 left a lot to be desired.
Is that what the people are saying?
I didn't really believe he was LeBron's kid.
I think everyone is saying that just across the board about Space Jam 2.
I just didn't think he was LeBron's kid.
Well, that's it. He's got to shut himself from what is the worst sequel ever made.
That's true. That hasn't sunk his career to this point, which I think is the real win.
Although he should just go around telling people how much money it made in the box office.
Oh, that's a good play.
And then being like,
that's a way to reframe it.
I've sold over $1 billion worth of money at the box office or whatever that came out to be.
Dom?
So he played LeBron's second son, the older one. The main son, the character's name was Dom for some reason.
Dom.
But not Dom James. The character that this Bengals player played was Darius James.
James. Nick said that already.
Yeah.
I know. I was adding context that he wasn't the lead. He was the fifth main.
Nick even said Darius.
Yeah,
he said the name.
That was the context we were missing, honestly. Now that you've said it.
You know what? I'll just...
what a great drop in.
Yeah.
I love Dom so
Proud
much.
of you, Dom. Proud of you, buddy.
I love that guy.
Way to take that L, son.
He's just the best.
He's pushing the mic as far away as it'll go.
How much abuse can this mic take?
Yeah.
Jack's hit it with his hand. You're pushing it left and right. This poor Mike.
216-474-0092. Is the NFL rookie making the right decision choosing a major, quote unquote?
No. I think the kid's name was Darius in the movie.
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer.
quarterback and get the whole offense going on the same page. I just think he needs to name a quarterback sooner rather than later. I don't care which one it is, but just name one and really work it and give that person and that crew and everything as many reps as you possibly can.
Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to Lance Reisland, who joined us at 3:40 today. Good stuff on how he thought the quarterbacks fared on Saturday against the Bears. Good stuff with Ralph Vacchiano, who agreed this thing sure looks like Deshaun Watson's job to lose by seemingly a mile right now. If you guys missed a moment of the show, don't forget, you can always go back and listen to the full show on the free Odyssey app. You can watch all 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. When you get there, make sure to ring that bell, subscribe. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. That was. Which one of us is hungover again?
I didn't know if my mic was on or not. I thought it was off.
It's like Dom's dating life, just real tragic. Sorry, Dom. You had to take the...
Well, what are we doing? We're not doing bad right now.
What are we doing?
He sounds like a Family
he's
Guy
right,
character.
though. He's right.
What are you doing?
As of the most recent development, we just have too many hot girls sliding into his DMs. That sounds like he's got it pretty good.
Listen, the thirst traps are getting likes on the Insta stories.
Wow.
We're working well.
Who's got it better than we do?
Do you
Nobody.
show your shoulders in your thirst trap?
What'd you say?
Do you throw like your shoulders, like a collarbone? Is that how you get them?
Well, a little workout at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. All right.
What?
All right. Let's just stop right there. And of course, like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're starting off. Jackson Dart he's just surprised. He doesn't know where to take this. Hey, surprise, Jackson Dart hit too many times, doesn't know where to take this. He says his frequent blue tent visits, he seems to think that the NFL is targeting him. Harbaugh basically confirmed everything that he thought. It was like, yeah, I agree. The NFL has got to get Jackson Dart. He's puzzled by the frequency of all this. What is going on with Jackson Dart and being sent to the blue tent?
Is this like Josh Gordon's drug tests? Where like Josh got drug tested more than anyone else because he loved the weed? Is this like Jackson Dart? If you just hit him on the right day, you're guaranteed that he's going to have a concussion?
Yeah, I feel like he gets hit more than any other quarterback, so you can't be surprised that then you go into the blue tent. And part of his development has been trying to teach him to basically not get his hit as often as he is.
What if his natural essence is just concussed?
Well, that's another thing.
What if that's what he's given off, that he's so stupid?
He constantly seems like he just got hit, and that one really rung his bell.
Like, hey, no one's that stupid. Get that kid over here. Get him into the blue tent. I don't know there's anything more on brand for Jackson Dart, who, again, great hair. Right?
He does have nice hair.
Good-looking guy. Might be a good quarterback, but does seem dumber than the day is long. Just in general conversations, complaining about a procedure that is put in place to save your life down the line.
Yeah, but he's pissed at this point. He feels like he's being targeted. He feels like the NFL is doing this intentionally out to get him, and he doesn't understand why every game he is being sent to the blue tent.
Which means he is just the moron that we kind of think
It is funny when you read it. It's like Jackson Dart expressed confusion after being sent to the blue medical tent for a concussion evaluation. Yes, that's exactly what I would expect you to feel after having a concussion.
All right. Jordan Tyson, Saints wide receiver, is out at least 2 months with the hamstring issue.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is where I get to tell you guys that for about 3 months I did say, who cares about the injury? He's the best football player you could get at 6. Take this man. And I was furious when the Saints nabbed him. I guess this is where I get to say I was wrong.
Yeah, what's nice about this, though, is that he plays for the Saints. So basically 99% of people forgot that take from you.
That is true.
It's like if Shedeur Sanders had been drafted to the Saints instead of the Browns, I could have just wiped away those whole 4 months. That never happened, guys. Don't worry about it. And then we all just move on with our life. And so that's what's a fun part about the NFL draft experience. You can have basically whatever take you want and hold zero accountability or responsibility attached to it.
Kind of bummed for the kid. He seemed like a really nice guy. Obviously, we would have had the Jordan Tyson, Jalen Tyson thing here in town.
Yeah. And by the way, it doesn't mean that his NFL career is over or anything like this. It's just a slight setback. You don't agree?
It says 14-10 and 54-10. Okay.
54-10. I forgot what. Just, it's 54-10.
Okay. Here we go. You are giving off big hacksaw vibes today as Dom. And
I could tell the entire Jackson Dart thing and all this. You're trying to coordinate something.
Are you constantly in the blue tent yourself there, Dom?
Are you under medical evaluation?
I haven't worked on this show in years, and I'm getting attacked.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah.
Have we fallen off the air yet? Have I clicked the wrong button like Jackson? No, we're fine. Everything's good. We're okay.
How quickly did Dom turn on Jax?
Tossing Jax. I
Band
never
of
thought
brothers.
I'd see
Why
it.
don't you watch it?
You young kids have no. I mean, Jax is going for a job at the station right now. You're supposed to be propping up these guys. Wait, by the way, why didn't you apply for that job?
The website crashed on me, and the only day I had to.
Hold on, you had one day to apply for the job. That's it.
I've not been able to. Keith knows.
The website crashed on you.
Couldn't you
the internet?
Couldn't you just text Keith? Hey, I want to apply for this, but
Keith knows. I talked to him 2 days ago.
Okay, but
I think they're hiring someone pretty quick here.
I know. Okay, this be an off-air conversation. We're about to hit the break here.
I mean, I get it if you want to bust toss Jax to prop yourself up. I guess I understand that a little bit more.
Job. Can we please get to the break?
That was like 6 different excuses for not applying to the job in 30 seconds.
Crashed.
No, the internet crashed. I haven't been home.
The sun was in my eyes. Big thanks to Lance
I'm scared I'll get the job. I'm scared.
Screw that. Big thanks to Jax Gregory and Dom Clary on the board. Yes. We can't because we love you, Dom.
I love you, Dom.
You are the best.
You gambling
Just don't
SOB.
tell Jax or Mac or any of them, really. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. Does it for us today.
That it does.
It was one of those shows. It's a real bleep show today. I promise to not be hungover tomorrow.
I look forward
but I
to
still
it.
will be fat.
Well, you can't change everything.
Wouldn't want to, really.
No.
JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
The Browns preview show coming up. They got Spencer Fano there. A lot more goodies. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.